Hey, Mr. Drag.
Hey,
Hey, I'm going to start a hangout. It's going to be for any creationist who wants to drop in to have a safe spot that we can just talk about science so they don't feel like they're being persecuted or talked down to or using big words that they don't understand. Because you know scientists like to do that, and so we're going to try to minimize that. But I wanted to give you credit on something, dude. And oh shit, hang on. God dang it. I do it every time. One sec. One sec. Yeah, you know I'm going to do that every time. Anyways, in your video to Tommy Hall, and well, one of the two, I think it was the first one, um, you had mentioned something about his top-down approach. You remember that?
yeah, yeah.
And you said something, bro. You said you something to the effect that you're fine with a top-down approach if you're autodidactic, and then you're like, Tommy, you're not autodidactic. I was like, that's freaking brilliant because I do a top-down approach a lot. We've had bottom-up, okay, we've had some education, but it's still at my age, right? I'm a lot older than you, and most of us that have been out of this stuff for a long while, we do a top-down approach because we're looking at it from that aspect. And but many of us are somewhat autodidactic, but Tommy is just not. And the fact that you caught on to that was just a brilliant observation that a lot of people I think have missed.
Well, I
And I don't
think
know
a
if that
lot
was
of people.
intentional, but
Well, actually, I had a bit of an epiphany while I was saying it, and it wasn't something that I script. Like a lot of that stuff is really off the cuff. The last video, I actually had timestamps and I had little notes based on things that he specifically said. But that was just kind of me thinking, and then I went, wait. Tommy thinks he's autodidactic to some degree, and it's like, no, I do know people who are legitimately autodidactic, and Ace is actually very
oh
autodidactic.
yeah, oh I
Um,
agree.
I have no problem admitting that. He may be a little shit for some folks, that's fine. But one of his positive attributes is that he is actually autodidactic,
Yes.
and Tommy wants to kind of think that he is to some degree, and feel that,
What's up,
well,
Steve?
simply because he can have a cursory knowledge of things, that he can actually comprehend it well, and well enough to actually form refutations. That is going into the realm of being fairly arrogant about one's, I guess, knowledge level. It's like, no, you really can't unless you understand everything about that field. It's hard to step into that role, especially if you're not autodidactic. So, um, I'm not sure. It's something weird about Tommy. Well, that's that's an understatement, but
Yeah. Well, I could definitely agree with you on ISIS because dude knows a crap ton about nuclear reactors that I wouldn't expect any average Joe Schmuckatelli to know. And he's not just pulling it out of his ass. He actually has a pretty damn good understanding of it. I had to go through nuke school to learn this shit, and he's just kind of picked it up like, oh, yeah, I understand K effective. Oh, yeah, six-factor formula. No problem. Like, holy shit, dude. Yeah, so the guy is extremely good at being autodidactic and top-down modeling. Um, but Tommy, we were talking about before we went on air. Maybe he's done this to Isaiah too, but we were talking about Tommy backing people just because he has similar dogma. And I noticed he just did it again with NeoCloud when we all know NeoCloud to be a pathological liar. We've all dealt with him. I've had him perma blocked. I will not even be in a hangout with him. I actually left last time he actually was in a hangout. I don't know if he was on another account or I think I had to unblock him for something. I don't remember. I think I unblocked him once to get in EMK's room, and I just haven't reblocked him. But I have subsequently reblocked him now. But um, he would actually every morning about 6 a.m. message me, leaving this completely nonsensical rant about evolution, and then block me so I couldn't respond. And then Drag here was telling me he's done something similar to him. What was he doing to you, Drag?
well, I made a comment that said that there's something that Neil Cloud had done. I think he had crashed Shanny's hangout, and I called him bitchmade for doing that. And so he became irate and started coming back into the hangout because, of course, Shanny won't actually block him from it. She'll just sit there and giggle like a pig. And so after that, he messaged me like 2 o'clock in the morning, bitch made, bitch made, bitch made, bitch made. How does it feel being bitch made? It's like this tirade of just, I don't even know what you want to call it. And I took a screenshot of it, but of course he blocked me afterwards because he was upset. And so when it's terrible shit like obviously harassing shit like that happens, you won't see people like Tommy Hall or G-Man or somebody say, hey, my fellow brother in Christ, hey, maybe you shouldn't really do that. Maybe that's a little excessive. I tend not to see that from some of them. And it's just, I may be wrong.
I think it's more than 10 not to. I don't see it. I don't see it at all. And then we bring it up. And I brought this up in a hangout recently with Thank You Jesus and Antonio, where I explained to them why I will not be in a hangout with NeoCloud, and NeoCloud the entire time was trying to talk over me, going, "You're a liar, Steve. You lie. That's all you do is lie." And I'm like, Antonio, I'm just trying to explain to you what has happened, and I have verification of all this. I even explained to him that at one time that NeoCloud did say that he was a doctor and that he didn't like telling people about his qualifications. We've all seen that video. I finally refound it thanks to Fiona pointing out to me that it was Skylar Fictions. Had one of them, I think it was him and the doctor, or excuse me, her and the doctor that pointed me in the right direction. It was Skylar Fiction's video called The Clown, and I know you guys have seen it. It may have been a while, but we have documentation of NeoCloud actually claiming he was a doctor, and then he'll sit there going, "I've never said that. I've never said that." Well, it's on video. How do you say that you never said that? We have it on video, and then him saying that he doesn't like telling people about his qualifications. So, yeah, he is a pathological liar. There's no question about it. And that is not a medical diagnosis there, Ernie Deaver, who thinks that I'm just throwing out medical diagnosis even though I'm not a medical doctor, which is a claim that NeoCloud has made, not me. But in my layman's personal opinion, that means absolutely nothing. Yeah, I think he's a pathological liar. So.
Oh no, I have no doubt in my mind that there's something actually mentally wrong with NeoCloud. Like we joke about people being fucking crazy on the internet. There is something fucked up in his mind. If he's not on medication, I'd be fucking surprised.
Well, I heard recently somebody told me that he claimed that he got in an accident and now he's paralyzed, but he'll never go on camera to demonstrate anything. Have you guys heard that?
Something like that. It wouldn't surprise me. Maybe something from that accident just kind of rattled his brain, and there's something that kind of causes fucked up. I don't know.
Well, if there was even an accident, I have no idea. Again, I can only take principle of charity so far, and I don't with any of these people anymore. I don't trust any of them, especially when TrueEmpiricism and Nephilim Free are out there making these claims about me that are demonstrably not true. They have no evidence for it whatsoever, but they're trying to diminish my character, your character.
Oh yeah. Oh no, that's fun, dude. I love it. I love when they try that one, because it's like, you don't want me to dick wave, because when I start dick waving, you get, oh, Drag's bringing up this and that, and he's saying this, and it's like, come on now. Just Tommy is softer than fucking Charmin's toilet paper, and he's like, when he tries to insult people, you can, and anybody watching this, I don't know how many people are watching, look at when he actually tries to insult someone when no one else is around, and even when I think even when folks are around, the decibel level changes when he tries to insult, because he's trying to cook up something that sounds tough, but that's not his MO. And
yeah, he's not very hard.
He's not. You can tell he's not one of those rugged manly men. He's fucking soft as fuck. Like, I could punk him like by breathing hard on his neck, kind of soft. So, it's easy to kind of spot little things about Tommy, and little cute things too. Like when I was working for a casino doing security, you learn to pick up people's tells. And one of the things is people have noticed about Tommy is that you see that back left corner of that fucking chair start rocking.
Mm-hmm. And then he goes way back. And then he starts laughing. And then he goes off on tangents that have nothing to do with anything, just to kind of like throw people off.
Just kind of trying to ease the tension, because he starts getting like, he's just kind of laid back and relaxed when he first comes in. But when you start kind of questioning what he's saying, you just offer a little bit of dissent. You can tell he doesn't like it. He really doesn't like being put, and then I don't blame him, because who likes being put in that position? But he can't really hide it,
Well, like when he messaged you and he asked you for something that was just absolutely inane. You did explain where he got that from, so I guess he didn't pull it out of his ass, but still his misunderstanding was palatable, because he was asking you, if people read the comment to you, he said, provide documentation of changes of telomeres that produced a change in morphology between camels and llamas. And I'm like, what? What the hell does that even mean?
I think what he was trying, and it took me a while to actually figure out what the hell he was talking about. I was like, oh, he's talking about the two Excel charts that we were looking at, and where it said telomeric protein like gamma, telomeric protein beta, or something like that. And we sat and explained to him, Tommy, this is exactly what you're looking for. Like what you're asking for, the differences. There's literally on the first reference for the graphs. There's an Excel sheet for the llama, and I think the camel was a second one. And I pulled both of them up and I screen shared both of them and showed them a comparison with the identifiers for said genes, and then the phenotypical, what they correspond with as far as the phenotypical expression of it. And it's like, Tommy, this is literally the gold mine of what you want. And that's when it dawned on me that he's not actually looking for answers, because he can't. Even if we give him what he thinks he's looking for, he can't understand it, and that he expects that we can't find it.
Well,
because he thinks it's not out there.
They're the same way. I mean, they're the exact same way. They don't understand it.
And so it's funny because it's like, well, and I've had some people ask me, well, why do you even talk to these idiots like that? I said, well, here's the thing. True has actually helped me take tests. He is the best involuntary study buddy out there. He, like, the stupid shit that he says, I can remember it because it's funny, and I've actually started laughing during an exam because of, like, the DNA helicase. I remember what it is because of him like droning on and on about different shit, and then us going over what it actually is. And so, there it is. I remember exactly how it differentiates itself from, like DNA ligase, and I think of the RNA, exonuclease, and all the other different, proteins that have something to do with DNA, because there's lots of them. They have fucking lots of different names.
There's a lot. The transcription binding factors alone they have databases of this shit, right? I mean, there's a huge amount of these types of proteins. I mean, gargantuan. I think you would have to be an expert just in that specific genre to actually know how many of these types of proteins there are.
Oh yeah, you'd have to have a degree in like proteomics to actually.
Yeah, it's huge.
Memorize that shit, but it's hard to sometimes remember it. But it's like, well, what can I use other than primase? I wonder what that's for. Maybe primers. You can do stuff like that, but when you have different questions asking you, well, such and such discovered a bacterium and it lacks, DNA polymerase 1. Assume everything else is the same in the organism. What would change as far as how it replicates? So it's like, fuck.
Well, we know the classifications, and I think that's about the extent that I would ever delve into the topic, because, I know what nucleases are. I know what DNA polymerase 1 and 3. I know what they do. I know what transcription binding factors are. I mean, we know what transferase is. We understand the gist of it. You probably live more than I do because you're actually in it right now. But I am pretty fundamentally understand the concepts, right? But the exact ones that do what in what, whether it be eukaryotic or prokaryotic is completely different, and how many there are. Just even mammalia, there's actually a database just for mammals of these transcription binding factors and different proteins. Yeah, I'm never going to know those things because I have no reason to ever get into that. You will. When you get into cell biology, you're going to have to know the exact names of these exact proteins and what gene codes for them, and the whole process.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the prerequisites that I have to take in order to get into undergrad research, which is cell biology, which I look forward to since my prospective field is cellular biology. And
but you got to remember that Trummy doesn't even know any of that, Drag. I mean, literally, he doesn't.
Oh, go ahead.
He made some really awful mistakes, and then I realized that I don't think he even knows the difference between a genotype and a phenotype. I don't think he knows how they're related. I honestly don't. He was just not getting things about how phenotypes are directly related to the genome, and how natural selection acts upon phenotypical traits. He just wants to read these papers, and he brings up creationist things like water fleas and phenotypical plasticity, and he doesn't really understand what the papers are saying, and yet he thinks these papers are actually disproving evolution. And that's the most comical thing, that he literally thinks these scientific papers are disproving the most well-understood theory of all human history. Because in his mind eye, he's confusing them and misreading them, and he's like, oh, look, these disprove this. Well, if they disproved it, the person who wrote that paper would be famous. Hey, heretic.
Hey guys, how's everybody going?
Good, good.
How you
You
doing?
can pretend I'm a creationist because I know nothing about basic science at all. So you can teach me some basic science in plain English.
Well, what would you like to know about?
Well, how about we start from where Tommy fucks up when with his analogy about you remember the immune system and him trying to like dodge a question by comparing his immune system to the plasmids.
Yeah, and which, by the way, and thank you for pointing out on your video that I wasn't too off base by my thinking that plasmids are encapsulated. What I found out, I did a little research after that. I found out that plasmids can become encapsulated by different things. Generally, they're not even incorporated in centromere DNA. Transposons are, but plasmids generally aren't even incorporated into them. So they're not encapsulated. But every time I've ever seen them, they've been encapsulated by bacteria or they've been in some kind of membrane of some kind. That's where I got confused. So I wasn't too off base.
No, because it just so happens to be Fiona's field of study, and
She's going to be pedantic about it.
yeah, I mean, but she has the most accurate depiction, and that's why I was trying to kind of get in and say I know why Steve was saying that is because every time I've seen them depicted, they've always been encapsulated in some type of like a vesicle or a vesicle inside of a bacteria.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
Right.
And when I work with them, that is kind of the illustration that we use. Of course, when I'm doing the wet lab stuff, it's all in the fucking, micro pipette. So I can't actually, see what's going on. But yeah, no, I understand why you had made that assertion because of just the way it's illustrated.
Yeah, and of course, I certainly don't mind being corrected by Fiona. I actually doesn't bother me in the least because that's how I learn more about this stuff because this is specific stuff that I've never had to actually work with. She has, but I still think that between the two of us, we we pretty much can hold our own with any conversation with people that do know about this stuff. But anyways, heretic, yeah, no, the conversation with Tommy was just he was asserting that the human response system, the human immune system, and the lymphatic system, which he didn't even know what that was at one time, by the way, somehow contributed to the evolving of a single organism or individual, where he doesn't understand that unless something is on the germ line and is passed on to for future generation, then no evolution can take place. It doesn't matter what happens to a single individual. It doesn't matter what an immune system does. It makes no difference if something is changed in a person's phenotype or a genotype individually. It is not evolution unless those changes are passed on to a future generation.
It's like he's going back to Lamarckism.
It is Lamarck. No, he just posted
That's exactly
something.
what he's doing.
Yes. And he still thinks that's a viable model, which I don't get. There might be parts of Lamarckianism that we accept. I get that. There's neo-Lamarckianism. But the theory itself is shot. It's been shot forever. We know that's not how things are transmitted from one generation to the next. We know there's a mechanism for it now, and it's not Lamarckianism.
Yeah, and his wording on some of that, it was like, I don't remember the wording, but I'm pretty sure y'all caught it. It's like he was trying to say that genetic changes or whatever that are passed down to offspring is an act of will. It's a conscious thing.
Which is Lamarckianism.
Yeah, and his wording kept leaning that way, and of course y'all trying like no. He's he's like a record on an old jukebox. He gets stuck, so someone needs to kick him.
Kick the Tommy.
He's been corrected on numerous occasions on a lot of the stuff that he says, but he has this thing. I don't know what it is, but it causes him to be incapable of actually learning what's in front of him. And so what he tries to do is with his top-down approach is that it's a filtered top-down approach. He filters anything that he thinks doesn't, jive with his end goal of trying to prove that there's some mysterious black box within a cell that causes magic to happen. I'm paraphrasing something he's actually put on Google Plus, by the way.
That's Darwin's black box. Yeah.
Okay, you saw the black box thing? Okay, so he doesn't actually know what goes on inside of a cell, so he's going to guess rather than actually learn. That's just fucking lazy and stupid. But, you can't tell him, hey, Tommy, how about if you're going to go about that, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with him hypothesizing about stuff. How about you learn what an organelle is? How about you actually see what happens inside the cell first and then go from there? That would make so much more sense, because I guarantee, I'm going to call it right now, he's going to elaborate more on this black box, and it's going to align itself with some organelle that we already know about. I'm just going to throw it out there.
Well, he also just recently said, once again, that bacteria are little neurons that learn and are intelligent and have some kind of, I don't think he said this, but he said it before, that they have some kind of consciousness of will or something like that.
Wait, no.
Oh, yeah.
You take neurons, you take a separate neuron, it ain't got shit. It may have a charge, and that's it. But, you know.
This is what he claimed.
I'm sorry.
He claims that neurons are intelligent. He claims that bacteria are just little neurons. He just doesn't want to have to do anything with real science. He just makes this shit up and then says, oh, Darwinist, which, again, we've explained to him is not evolutionist.
Oh, that's his go-to word. That's his button he wants to push every time.
Sure. Oh, yeah, and he knows we're going to correct him on it because people listening, although by now they probably realize this is what he does, but we still correct him on it anyways. But he thinks that the Darwinists have been lying about this the entire time. And it's like, dude, that you're just going into conspiratorial bullshit.
And what kills me is, and I think I mentioned it, he gets these papers, and by these creationists or ID proponents, create proponents, or whatever that word was, from Panda.
Proponents.
So, but he gets these papers, and he says, well, here's what it says, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then like Fiona went into a lot of detail about why it's not so, and Steve and Drag and a lot of the other ones, Sam, and people that are really up on this stuff. And then you turn around and ask him a complicated question about, well, what was the test, or what about this gene, or that folding something, whatever. And he's like, well, that's not important. I don't care, And he just takes this huge step backwards or sideways, avoids any kind of answering anything. But he wants y'all to go into all this and give him the encyclopedia while we're in there.
Oh yeah, well, he hasn't realized by now that I ask him certain questions for a reason, and the questions have to do explicitly with what he's asking. And he has, for some reason, he has not caught on to that. When everyone starts laughing and face-palming, you would figure by now he would catch on to what I'm actually doing. It's the same thing I do to Arcane. It's the same thing I do to TrueEmpiricism. I know they don't know. Hold on. Hey, buddy. Oh, hold on. Hey.
Well, true. We all know that True loves to throw these buzzwords out, and it is the case that he does like the top-down approach. But as Drag had noted in one of his videos to Tommy Hall, that Tommy Hall's not autodidactic enough to do a top-down approach. Well, neither is True, and so True loves throwing out these words. And I noticed the video he watched the other day, he was throwing out words like motif and talking about protein folding. And again, most of us have a general conceptualization of how this stuff is, how there are different motifs for different structures, especially with proteins. We get this. But to actually learn about these things are complicated. You have to have like a master's level to even understand this shit, or be Daryl, one or the other. I mean, because it's complicated stuff, right? I mean, if you really want to get into the logistics of how proteins fold, and there's different motifs that could be for these quaternary and secondary types of folding, and the beta hairpin turns, and the zipper, and all this other crap that I don't even fucking want to get into. That's some complicated stuff, and True just throws it out there like, oh yes, he's a genius and all this stuff. Yeah, bullshit. He knows he knows how the words are, and that's probably about my level at this point. I'm not claiming to understand proteomics. I mean, it's just a very complicated field. Even Sam admits. It takes a lot of education just to understand that kind of material. But anyways, hi, Daryl.
Hi. So, do you really think that True only knows the words? Because I thought that for a while. I was beginning to think I feel bad kind of talking about him behind his back, but
we're not. This is open hangout, and he can come in, and this is what we don't talk about people's behind their back. This is live. If it was behind their back, off air.
While he's not here.
I want people to know this, and he can respond. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I started to think that he was just not capable of understanding the implications of the words, but there's been a few times just recently where I've kind of got the idea that he knows what the implications are, and when people start to go there, he's wise enough to work out that you should boot them sometime soon, or talk over, or change the subject.
Yep. He did that with John the other day.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I spoke to him recently, and obviously the way I talk is very gentle and soft, so I didn't get booted.
You got a soft touch.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of my experience is sort of interviewing people and trying to get them to talk and just have a conversation rather than this combative, let's kill them and quash everything they say kind of approach, which I don't think is very productive a lot of the time.
Yeah, and I agree. And I could do that with a lot of people. I've done that with a lot of people. But there are certain people, such as True and Neffy, that are just demonstrable liars. And I have no patience for them. I have, as Drag would say, I give them no quarter. I have no principle of charity with them because I don't trust anything they say. They've actually demonstrated to me their ability and propensity to outright lie and not even give two thoughts about it, a second thought. They've accused me of, one, saying that I had a PhD in biology. No one's ever been able to demonstrate that. They said that I was a practicing Orthodox Jew. Nothing against Orthodox Jews. Love Jewish people. But I never said that. And they said that I'm an atheist. Well, I've never said that either, so I don't get any. These things they just randomly come up with. But no, I think that True does just know the words, because did you read his statement in regards to the video with Troy DeWitt? And he basically said, quote, molecules break down to individual molecules for the DNA solution. Now, does that make any sense to anybody? And he said it twice.
Yeah, I think I read the transcript where was that one transcribed, but I remember sort of reading it or seeing it and just thinking, yeah, he really doesn't understand the difference.
Mm-hmm.
So all of these, he professes a knowledge of chemistry, and then he'll confuse the words molecules with atoms, and just thinking, wow, how can you be that basically wrong and still be convinced that you're an expert in chemistry? He
didn't know what a monomer was for DNA. I think he was thinking the monomers were the sugar and the phosphate, and not the nucleotides. And I'm like, you're a DNA expert, and you don't even know that the monomers are the polymer, the polymeric chain. I'm like, really?
I'll jump to his defense a little bit on that one. When you look at a chain of DNA, I think it's reasonable to assume that you could break it down into monomers, which are the nucleotides, then a sugar and a phosphate.
I can
put it all together
see that.
to be a polymer.
I will give him the benefit of the doubt on that one, but I don't think that's what he was really referring to. Because he actually said it would break down to constituent components, meaning the phosphate and the sugar. But that's kind of been talked to death. I was more interested in the human chromosome 2 fiasco that he's going through right now, because he's just digging himself another grave, and that he has like 3 people in his room, which would be Neo Cloud, who's a pathological liar, who he did say that he was a doctor. Then they had Antonio, who seems like a nice guy but just a sheep, and who was the other guy in there? Do you remember?
Emmanuel. I took all 3 of them to the side on a private thread and tried to explain to them why Ronnie was wrong.
Emmanuel, you're right. And then sometimes Remy comes in there. They don't want to know why True is wrong. They basically are just listening to him and spew this complete crap. I mean, Darrow, let me ask you, did you hear when he said, and this kind of stunned everybody, that the telomeric fusion would cause apoptosis and be carcinogenic?
Yeah.
Okay, can you explain to Heretic why that's kind of confusing about the difference between apoptosis and cancer, which is kind of the complete opposite? And I found out recently, I did not know this. I thought almost all cancers inhibited apoptosis, and I guess Hogtie found out to his new knowledge too that it's actually not all. As a matter of fact, it's not even most. That was news to me.
So, well, I've heard of the word cancer.
Well, Darrow explain it to you.
Apoptosis.
Explain to any creationist or people like yourself. So.
At first.
Okay, sorry about that.
We haven't missed you. Don't worry. Darrow's explaining to Heretic why one of the things True said about a telomeric fusion would end up being having both apoptosis and carcinogenic at the same time.
What?
Yeah. So Darrow's going to explain to Heretic why that just doesn't really make sense.
Apoptosis is cell death. So if you get a telomeric fusion, the cell instantly dies. Well, if it's dead, then there is nothing to create cancer from. You can't create something from nothing, to quote a popular phrase.
Maybe he's trying to say it releases some kind of poisons into the body or something.
But he's never, as with all of his arguments, he never actually finishes it off.
Well, see, I'll throw in something here. If he's going to say that apoptosis occurs and somehow it becomes carcinogenic, he would have to get past the fact that you have something called a lysosome inside the cell. And a peroxisome, which they serve some very interesting functions. So what within the cell that somehow escapes both of those organelles is getting out and causing cancer?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Dale, but apoptosis, when a cell does die and it breaks down, and the parts that do go into the system, there are residual parts of the system, right? The cell, and that does get absorbed by the lymphatic system at some point down the line. Some phagocytes
are going to come along and
clear them up, right?
Yeah.
And by the way, Tommy, that's not a homosexual reference. I want to point that out. Phagocytes.
Is he by any chance thinking that possibly the cell that has died putrefies or something and therefore produces bacteria which can lead to cancer?
Who knows?
Yeah, that wouldn't make much sense either.
No, I mean that's it. I mean cells die all of the time and they just get cleared away. It's bits of DNA and everything will be split apart and broken apart, but things are there. It's the way the body works.
If you scratch yourself and look at your fingernails, sometimes you'll see the dead tissue, dead cells, or you see it floating in the air in a sunbeam.
Yeah, but he postulated it somewhere along the line, and I can't remember what the video was in. But didn't he say something to the effect that when a cell dies via apoptosis, that it would produce a poison or toxin to the system? I don't remember the exact wording.
Is he talking about sepsis?
I don't know. Was he? I don't think I remember him saying the word sepsis, so I can't say that.
I mean, I'm trying to be generous here. I know we have a few thumbs down, so at least Tommy's watching. But what is it? Wait, what is there to thumbs down? We're talking science. My God. No, I'm looking at it right now on my laptop. There's already there's one thumbs up and there's two thumbs down. There's evidently someone's a little upset. So whatever. But I'm trying to really be generous, and I guess Tommy.
I'm gonna be right back.
Tommy's upset.
Yeah,
he doesn't like the fact that I criticize him, and I guess he thought I was kidding when I said this is me being nice. But
Ashton, one sec.
It's hard to work. Uh-oh. Hello there, you old broad. I don't understand some of these folks. Like G-Man last night said something very interesting. So evidently Jade and Fiona don't know that they're being used. And I was like, you know what? I am using them. I'm using them for their knowledge. Their knowledge has been indispensable to my personal edification. And so G-Man, you are completely right. I hope I can reciprocate in some way, shape, or form, at least in the form of humor.
Yeah, he should try using people like that sometimes. He might learn a little something.
Hey, sometime I might get out to that part of the country and you can take me fishing.
Oh, yeah. I have plenty of poles. Plenty.
I love to fish.
Hey, it'll be a date.
Excellent.
Daryl said something that, if I recall correctly, you had said something about when you begin asking them questions or leading them to, the correct answers or trying to get the correct answers out of them, and when they kind of almost start to agree, and then they kind of sidestep and they sort of back away.
Yeah.
Tommy was doing that because they were. I wish I could remember the questions that he was being asked, but he was agreeing to whatever this was, or he'd kind of go, well, yeah, because if he said no, it would have shown just how much of an idiot he was, because here it was right in front of him, whatever it was, and he sort of hemmed and hawed and fidgeted and said, well, yeah, but that didn't last long.
It was something that Steve was saying.
Yeah. I mean, that's what. I'm sorry. What did you say?
No, I know what you're talking about, Heavy. It was something that Steve was saying because Steve was kind of going over certain premises, and I really can't remember what they were. But Tommy was agreeing, and then Steve even brought up, was like, "Well, you've agreed so far." What'd you say, Steve?
I just sent him back. I gotta give people some control in case I crash and we fill up. They can kick somebody else so we can get back. Yeah. because I for some reason when I do anything with my Windows, sometimes it crashes, and so. But, hey, D, you popped in. Jade popped in. Wolf popped in. Wow, what the hell? Got a full crew.
Now, if from Isaiah the other day.
I'm here to be educated.
Yeah.
Well, you're not a creationist, but we'll educate you.
Yeah, well, the difference between me and those creationists is I know I don't understand this stuff.
Well, I mean, we got 2 thumbs down, so those people come in. I mean, this is a safe zone. We're not going to attack anybody.
Yeah.
We want to explain to them. So, Antonio, come on in, or thank you, Jesus, or Peter Vital, come in. We'll talk to you.
Well, see, D, at least you can admit it. You know, I mean, move on from there. Yeah.
Actually,
I will, however, assault.
There's a lot I don't understand too.
I never even heard of it.
I'm just looking at the people in the room and I'm thinking, who's the most dangerous that's going to put people off?
I mean, me.
We're all pretty safe.
Everybody's terrified of me.
Probably.
I don't. That character there that looks kind of bikerish, you know, that heavy hauler guy with that scary beard. He's probably the scariest. Actually,
to Tommy.
Yeah.
Drag's terrified of me. Aren't you, Drag? You're terrified of me. I'm so scary.
Yeah. Heavy looks like he's got a load of Skylanders behind him.
There's Power Rangers, Super Sentai.
Actually, I think he's awfully cute.
So does Tommy.
Yeah, I know.
I was about to say, let's not go down that route, but then I remember what Tommy's been saying about drag, so carry on. I don't have a problem.
Well,
you couldn't carry on if I did have a problem, I hasten to ask.
What do you say about drag? What do you say about drag? You all say he served in the military and he didn't.
No,
with the don't ask, don't tell thing.
Well, no, he said that I have a man crush on Sam, which is actually partially true. I mean, yeah, I am a sapiosexual. I am attracted to intelligence. So if he wants to say I have a man crush on Sam, I don't know, it might be reciprocated. I mean, that's something
romantic feeling.
That's kind of the low end of the spectrum of things that I've done. Like I've literally slept almost naked with a group of men in the back of a 5-ton truck in the middle of the desert. So saying that I have a man crush on someone doesn't even register on there.
I like long hair, so Daryl would be more my type if I decided to go that route.
Yeah.
Something to pull on.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, drag.
I'll tell you what. If I decide to go gay, man, that's the saying. There you go. Daryl.
Hey, drag. I caught part of your video. Well, not part of it, all of it, about Tommy's thing about you, and I'm like, why ain't you talking like us real Southern boys? Where's your watermelons and fried chicken?
That's that is so insane. Yeah, well, he thinks it's something that I'm afraid of or I'm ashamed of. I guess I'm not sure what he thinks about that. And I've actually told people the reason I speak this way, and you may hear me speak differently, is that because I code switch, so people will understand what I'm saying. If I speak in my actual native tongue from Southern Louisiana, you won't understand what I'm saying. So if I'm explaining how cell apoptosis actually works, using a lot of colloquialisms and deep slang, you can only comprehend maybe a third of it. That's if you've actually heard it before. So being able to enunciate my statements is evidently a bad thing. So
I love when Tommy accused you of having word salad. I'm like, okay, there's another phrase that you don't understand, Tommy. There was nothing in your videos that was word salad. I mean, nothing.
What does Tommy understand, though?
It was, but he just threw it out there like, oh, Drag's using word salad. I was like, no, we understand what he's saying. I'm like, how's that word salad?
It's like Tommy and some, they want to put people in a box, like with Drag. Let's use Drag as an example. They were trying to put him in a box and say, well, you're not really like this. You're not really smart and educated, and you can't talk properly because, this is the box you belong in. I'm surprised they haven't jumped my ass because I'm slightly gay. Yeah.
Slightly?
There's degrees on this now?
Well, there's a sliding scale.
There is a sliding scale, yeah.
But by saying, oh, well, why aren't you doing drag, or you're supposed to be doing drag, or talking effeminate or something and wearing eyeliner, You see, they want to put people in boxes and keep them in that box, and when they're not in this box they want for them, well, they get all upset and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I just finished watching I think I've watched all. Yeah, I did watch it all. I watched some of it last night and some of it today. The video with Tommy, and it just cracked me up because, like I say, I probably know just as much as he does. To be honest, I don't deny it. But it's just listening to him argue and then telling you, oh, true empiricism. I can't even say the bloody word empiricism. I just said it there. So if I don't think about it. Saying true's the best of knowledge and all this, and then saying he knows nothing about it. I'm thinking, well, how can you possibly know that True has got his facts right when you know nothing about it? I can't argue against True because I have no facts about it. I don't know if True's correct or not, other than instinct and listening to other people who do know far more about the subject than I do. So why is Tommy even, dipping his toe in this water? And I'm not saying he shouldn't talk about the subject, but why is he sitting there arguing with you guys saying you're wrong and true empiricism's right and blah, 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 while admitting at the same time he knows jack shit about the subject?
Well, see, it's all a big conspiracy against creationism. You see, we're denying the truth and unrighteousness by following our own minds and senses. So therefore, we're reprobates against the Bible because science validates its creation. I mean, it's all bullshit.
That's what it boils down to. I mean, it's a matter of dogma versus actual science, and none of them are going to actually ever want to learn proper science because it interferes with their dogmatic approach to things. Well, none of them will.
Oh, I know that. It's just I don't understand. Well, I don't understand a lot of things, but that's neither here nor there at the moment. It's just it's funny and frustrating at the same time. Is he's sitting there.
Was it Antonio or someone like that openly confessed that when it comes to making a decision between two things he doesn't understand, he just basically goes with the one that has the most in common with him, which is religion?
That was Antonio.
Yeah, that probably sounds like him. I didn't hear him say that. But
I mean, that's probably one of the more honest positions that I have actually heard expressed overtly for confirmation bias. And I will credit Antonio for being honest about that. Tommy, True, some of the others, they won't actually come forth and say that's what they're doing because Beckel knows jack shit about science.
He said he doesn't.
Just as much as Tommy, and he's even said that. But then you'll see him kind of go in their corner and say, "Well, yeah, you corrected them good." Well, now Beckel, how would you know that someone was being corrected unless you had the accurate information needed to discern that?
Yeah, they were doing that with True Hangout the other day in the side chat.
Yeah, I saw it.
I was going to say, again, with Tommy yesterday, he kept bringing up arguments and making claims. And then when he's questioned on it, or you guys are asking him stuff, he's like, well, I don't know anything about the subject. I was thinking, well, why?
Yeah, why even bother bringing it up if you don't know nothing about it?
Yeah. I mean, if you want to bring it up to learn, that's one thing, but to bring it up to argue against people who do know about it, and then when you're asked to back up what you're claiming, your argument is, well, I don't know enough about this subject. It's like...
Well, it's kind of something that I've noticed about Tommy. It's a weird combination of him playing the I'm a simple idiot card, but then also, oh, this is so simple a caveman can do it card. He wants to be on both sides of that coin, but he does neither very well. So someone's coddled him or enabled him to the point to think that everything that he approaches at a certain angle can be achieved through laziness or the minimal fucking effort. And I can't tell you.
Let's not forget that he also is an admitted troll. I mean, he sort of like goes in and out of comparison. I mean, like, and also whenever you talk to him, he'll either say horizontal dream transfers. Well, that doesn't refute mutations. Oh, I'm not denying mutations. Well, you're talking out two sides of your mouth, dude.
Yeah, well, he does troll.
Right.
But he does it when he's spent. He doesn't automatically come in and do it. When he has nothing else, then he trolls.
Yeah.
And I will give him credit. He's not a bad troll.
He's actually good at it. No, and I actually don't mind.
Give him credit for that.
I don't mind when he trolls that much because it gives us an opportunity to explain to people why he's so wrong. I mean, even that one time when I explained to him about allopatric speciation and the Ensatina salamander, he was trolling me. I know he was, right? You were like,
who now?
He's like, why are you letting him troll you? And I'm like, because I'm explaining to people why he's just so inept at understanding things like hybridization and post-zygotic isolation. Of course he's trolling, and I think he does now understand why he's so wrong on it, but of course he's never get to that because he just likes to troll on that.
It's funny
right,
watching. Oh, I'm sorry, Dee. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, sometimes I do learn more about this when you guys are explaining it to someone like Tommy, even though they're trolling. I'm kind of like, oh, I see.
That's why we do it. That actually segues into the point, because I've gotten messages from people like, why do you talk to Tommy and True? They're fucking idiots. They're not on your level. I'm like, well, here's the thing. People are genuinely curious, and I'm going to sit here and toot my own horn and stroke myself off right here for a second, figuratively speaking.
Yeah, not on video.
For some reason, when I tell people I'm doing something, there are a few people out there who get inspired. When I first joined the military, or I was talking about joining the military, I had to lose some fucking weight. And there's a guy I worked with at Home Depot who lost 100 pounds because he saw me losing weight. And so he said, hey, man, you actually inspired me to do this. So I'm like, that felt pretty good. So I said, well, if I can do something positive for other folks, let me use these situations to my advantage and to the advantage of others, because science is very interesting. I love watching Bill Nye the Science Guy. That's what got me hooked into science. And there's really nothing like that around to kind of, talk to folks on a layman level so that they can understand. But making fun of these idiots who currently 6 of them have disliked the video, talking to them and explaining this shit helps people understand how the world at large works and how their own bodies work. And so they are a vehicle for the education of others. So they should be thankful that there are people here to correct them.
Yeah, and the rest of people go ahead and like the video. I don't mind when people do the whole thumbs down, because I expect that from the creationists that don't know what the hell we're talking about, and they're not willing to come in. Those are the fruit of the ground. I know we're never going to be able to deal with them. But the other people, like the 6 people that did the thumb down, one of those 6 has got to be able to want to learn something, and got to want to be able to come in and say, hey, okay, explain to me why True is wrong. Explain to me why Neffy's wrong. Explain to me why Tommy's wrong. Does not one creationist really want to learn something for a change, rather than just go by the crap that True is putting out there, claiming to be scientific? I mean, any of them? None of them even mention anything in the side chat. 6 of them. And yet not a single word from any creationist or anybody who disagrees in the side chat.
There's times when I'll be talking about something or bringing up a point or trying to correct somebody, and I'll make a mistake, and y'all correct me on it, so I learn from that and go on. Then there's other times when I'm listening to y'all, and like I was asking about the DNA is a molecule. Well, when it breaks apart, like in the sections or whatever, what would you call it then? And like Fiona was talking about, it's a group of nucleotides or something. I forget.
Yeah.
It's not. You don't call it little bits of DNA. You call it this other word. What it is. But things like that.
You're not alone. When she said nucleosides, that threw me off.
Yeah, and because
for specific things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's so much I don't know. I know some, but when I don't know, I ask a question and try to find out.
You hear these terms all the time, like nucleotide and nuclear side, but do you know the difference? I mean, it's minor differences. They're not. There's only one actually, but I mean, it's not that complicated. And people, they hear these words and they never feel like they can ask, what the main differences are. A nucleotide is just basically a nucleoside with a phosphate group, and a nucleoside is the sugar and the base. So it's not that hard. Think of nucleoside as a sugar and the base. Then you have that phosphate group, and you've seen pictures of the DNA. We've all shown those pictures. If you add that phosphate to that group, then you have the sugar phosphate backbone. That's called a nucleotide. Okay?
Careful, that kind of explanation will get you the reputation of having a PhD or something.
I'm trying to keep it pretty simple there. Yeah, I mean, one thing I definitely am, I'm a simple layperson. I make things very simplistic. I don't feel the need to get too complicated. True does for some reason. I don't know why. I think he does it to confuse people rather than explain.
Yeah, Steve, how dare you be scientifically literate of the subject?
I know.
Well, I got accused of that earlier but then it's funny because then Tommy went back in his video and not acknowledged the fact that I said extron instead of exon.
I noticed you said that too, but I was like, it's no big deal. I know you know what it is.
And that's fine. I have no problem with him acknowledging that. He didn't say it in the hangout for some strange reason, but it's not like it's a big thing for me to point out 1 or 2 things that people get wrong. Or actually mispronounce, because actually the context of what I was saying was still right. It's just I added a T in there for some strange reason. But if I'm correcting someone
that you don't know, the list of things that you don't know grows ever longer every day with True.
Yeah. Oh God. Just it's not a fact that True like mispronounces shit. It's the fact that he is just fractally fucking wrong.
Fractally wrong.
Like fractally wrong. Like you want to.
Even I understood that.
Heretic, are you back? Do you want to answer that question? It's a good question. We've been asked it many times that you put in the side chat, but I don't know if you're back to listen.
I can't see the side chat.
Heretic asked, I have a question for someone to explain in simple terms to me. It's about the start of evolution and why do amoebas have so many genes and was there a possible role of amoebas and their direct ancestors in starting off evolution? It's a good question, poorly worded, I think, as far as the end. But we didn't come from amoebas. But
no.
That's a good question. Why does amoebas have more genetic material than even we do? And what does that help them with the biodiversity? How does it help them adapt?
Some don't.
Well, let's talk about the one that does.
I know. But I just wanted to mention there's a variety, and I don't know with amoebas. But it's possible. Does anybody here know with amoebas?
Well, why
I don't have it in front of me, but there's not really a core. Well, I think we need to dispel something. The more the complex or
he's not back yet.
Oh, he's not even back. I'll briefly go over it.
He's got to put his kids to bed.
Yeah.
He's going to be back in about 5 minutes. So.
You know, it's funny when they talk about complexity, too. A long time ago, I've only read one really place that would actually define complexity in terms of biological meaning. And I don't know if it's even consistent, but they were talking about, and this was a scientific text, that the amount of introns were directly related to the complexity. So if it had more introns, it was considered to be a more complex unit. Now, again, I've only seen it in one place, and it was a very long time ago. But it made kind of sense that if it has more introns, it has more protein coding functions. So I could get that as far as complexity, but I don't really think that these intelligent design advocates or creationists use the term complexity appropriately.
Yeah, I would like to definitely see that paper because I mean this is the mass of genetic information something has doesn't necessarily correlate to the supposed complexity, whatever that measure is. First we have to get that measure and then see kind of how we can actually apply it in a manner that's actually consistent because we have flowers with more genetic information than us as humans. So
yeah, I mean what is the standard unit of measurement for complexity?
Yeah, that would be my next question because I have no problem with actually defining something like that, but it would have to be consistent, biologically speaking. And I take microbiology in 2 weeks, my summer course, so maybe I'll get a little bit more information after that.
If I understand correctly, when they did start learning the genome and all that stuff, all that highly technical stuff, and they were estimating like how many millions of genes or something we have, and then it was like. The number was like small compared to a lot of other things. It was rather surprising.
Well, as Jay points out, polyploidy plays a big portion of amoebas and microbial genetic diversity. I mean, the whole genome duplication, multiple genes, multiple chromosomes.
Okay.
When you have a whole genome duplication, you have basically a set of genes creating a new set of genes, or you're going to partial, like one chromosome actually creating an additional copy of itself, or even partial copy. But polyploidy base means you have more than one duplicate set of genes in your system. We're diploids. Okay.
I do wish you spoke more slowly, Steve.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I'm working on it. I've been chastised.
No, sorry, it's a subject I don't understand.
Actually curious about this stuff, I have slides, and if you want me to give you a slideshow that I use for my courses, I can give them to you. I'll send some to Daryl.
Yeah. Sounds dodgy.
It's going to get good when Drag pulls out the PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, I love PowerPoint.
I'm nervous.
Just think of it
the fact that he is prepared with it.
Well, yeah, he actually used one of my PowerPoint presentation slides the other day. I was proud. I was happy. I was like, yes, he used something that I came up with.
I actually was trying to figure out where this came from. I was like, DNA,
that was mine. No, I
was looking at the background. I was like, wait a minute. I was like,
that was the video that never came to fruition where I was going to explain to people central dogma from start to finish. And I'd only done part one, which was basically just getting up to the construction of DNA from RNA and building it up step by step and showing people what the monomers were. And I don't know why I didn't finish it. Maybe I will someday. I don't know.
It somehow found its way into my Bio 130 folder.
if you could finish that, that'd be great. Because in a few weeks' time, I'll be putting some kind of summary together for my coursework.
It's pretty well done. The slides are done. I mean, I basically just have to do a narrative for it. But one thing I can tell Dee, just remember, polyploidy is not the same as polydactyl. Okay, that's critical because Nephilim Flea will try to tell you otherwise.
Nephilim Flea?
Yes. Nephilim free. Nephilim free. This is what happens when I talk slowly.
I'm excited to take notes here.
I think that's more psychologically speaking because he is flea-brained. But let's not forget that.
No, he literally tried telling Jade and I in a hangout one time that polyploidy and polydactyl was the same thing.
Oh, God.
I know what poly means.
Polydactyl means more than multiple fingers. Polydactyl is when you have an additional finger.
Oh, right.
Okay, and he thought they were the same thing. And I'm not making this up. Jade, did he not actually say this to us?
Well, I wonder if he knows the difference between...
Yes, sorry, I was muted.
Yeah.
I wonder if he knows the difference between...
Yeah.
I wonder if he knows the difference... Sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Heavy. Go ahead.
I was just making one more thing. I wonder if any of them know the difference between... oh, my goodness.
Probably not.
Oh, gosh, I lost it.
Oh, no. Okay.
No.
But one of the reasons I mentioned that there are different numbers of chromosomes in amoeba is that if you watch certain creationist videos, they have this thing where they say, look, the amoeba has only so many chromosomes and we have, or so many genes. I don't remember how they put it, genes or chromosomes. But the amoeba has only so many, this little tiny amount. And then look how many humans have. Where did the information come from between the amoeba and the human? They're ignoring the fact that some amoeba have a whole lot of chromosomes and a whole lot of genes, as do a lot of other forms of microbial life. They pick one amoeba, and I don't know which kind it is. I was actually kind of looking for it.
It's on Wiki. It's on Wiki if anyone wants to look it up. I don't remember either.
Yeah, I don't remember. It's there somewhere. But yeah, so that's the disingenuousness of a lot of creationists. They pick that one rather than the other one because they could have picked the other one and said, well, see, look what everything's lost since then. That's how we got it. But no, it's very careful selective picking. But yeah, it looks like a lot of polyploidy.
Yeah, it's just their narrative. I mean, seriously, where they never even explain the correlation to anybody. Why does it correlate the number of chromosomes to do with complexity? And this is a mistake that I noticed that MG42 Pillbox makes, and Arcane Logos I think did once too. They think that because of the fusion site, and we had lost the chromosome. Well, we didn't lose the chromosome; they fused, but we went from a diploid 48 number to a diploid 46 number. That made a different species, and we've explained to them multiple times. No, that's still a human. I mean, well, it wasn't back then. Well, actually, it was, but no, wasn't it? It was primate. I'm sorry.
3 million years ago.
Yeah, 3 million years ago. But they think that event somehow made the human species, not realizing that was just one of many events that eventually gave rise to where we are now. So they think that the change of diploid number constitutes a change in species, and that's not necessarily the case. It can happen in sympatric speciation that way, because there is a biological reproduction of isolation, but they're not even at that level to even understand why the diploid number change in sympatric speciation will allow for that. They just think that, oh, well, if you have 46, and therefore the guy in China that's 44, he must be a different species. It's like, no, he's still a freaking human.
Oh, I remember what I was going to say was, you was talking about the dactyl thingies. I forget the words. I'll learn them one of these days.
Polydactylism.
Okay, yeah. And I said I just wonder what they would make of digigrade and plantigrade. You know.
I think they know the difference between those two. I mean, they do understand. One is, digigrade would be the hands, and the plantigrade is the feet. But I don't.
No, toes.
Toes
is digigrade. Plantigrade is walking on the whole foot.
You're right.
Yeah.
Does walking on the toes up for a digigrade. Plantigrade would be flat-footed, where they actually have the whole foot on the ground, right?
Yeah, that's it.
So yeah, I mean, I think they do grasp it. I don't know why I was thinking fingers. I was back on the polydactylism.
You can
But-
see it in the way the
Because
knees.
Neff doesn't get the difference between polydactylism and polyploidy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as D points out, digigrade can be on fingers, right? I mean, digits or toes, right? Yeah.
Yeah, fingers.
Yeah. So I wasn't
Yeah.
too
Fingers,
far off.
toes.
Yeah.
But I didn't point that out. I just happened to have a link. I don't want people.
So I mean, I should have been more clear. Digigrade is on the actual fingers or the toes, and then plantigrade.
The actual bones that end up being used to walk on.
Yeah, it's like
The
the
number of bones are the same, but it's the point at which you connect with the floor.
Oh my God.
it's like the heel in plantigrade animals is actually way up high. That's where that extra joint comes from, because when they walk on their toes, you got that extra joint where the heel was once upon a time.
If you look at our knees and the way they bend, if you see something that's digigrade, the knees appear to bend the opposite way. That's pretty much how it kind of works out in real life examples. Think of a dog or anything like that, and its knees are more, its knees are the opposite way around.
Technically the ankle.
MMA wants to rant, but I got no room for you, MMA. And where's all these creationists, man? Where's all these guys that want to learn science? We're offering people to learn, to explain to them science by people, and yet nobody's taking us up our offer. This has been like a couple of days we've offered people.
Yeah.
Well, I got that.
About chromosome fusion, really.
I would like to get more into that. Actually, I listened to the hangout that Fiona had, the most of it, and I loved the data they had on the fish data. I then listened. We listened to TrueEmpiricism hangout, and I don't think he watched any of that video. I don't think he understood what the data was indicating. Because he certainly never really talked about the fish data. He didn't really understand, I think, what telomeres are. I don't think he really grasped what they are, how they're produced, why they're produced, what their function is.
No, I've been and posted a link to that hangout under the YouTube video and the G+.
Did Dragnot leave, or did he have to go?
He fucking left.
Yeah, he said he left.
He better not have left on my account.
He did, yeah.
I mean, but did he leave on your account?
He better not have. No, he said.
Are you like chewing on something? What the hell is going on there?
All right, Fiona, Heavy said he's going to drop to allow you, and thank you, Heavy. Please be in the side chat because I will be watching it, so you can make comments.
So she is coming. Okay, I'll go ahead and drop out, Fiona. Get ready.
She said it's full.
Okay.
I'm just waiting for my other half to finish watching Dance Mums, and then I shall be out of here.
Because I want to talk to Fiona.
I don't even want to know what that is.
Dance Mums. It's a bunch of mums that live vicariously through their children, forcing them to do dancing.
Oh my God! I thought there were mums who went out dancing. I didn't realise mums who make their children.
That would be healthier for the children.
Yes, it's like whipping children, and the dance teacher is a horrible bully.
Fiona, hang on, Fiona. I wanted to mention something to you, Fiona, about something that that True said, that I'm going to give him principle of charity right here, because I didn't know what thing you were talking about as far as the thread relating to your son's hand and his fracture of his fifth metacarpal or finger, whatever it was, his knuckle. And I read it, and TrueEmpiricism said something to the fact that if that was true, blah, blah, blah. In colloquial speak that I'm aware of, a lot of times people do say that, and they don't mean to imply, as Hogtie was pointing out, if that is necessarily true, but if that be true, that I'm aware of it now. I don't know how True was mentioning in it, but there is instances that I would have actually used that the same way and not meant it to apply that I'm questioning the validity of that actually taking place. So I wanted to bring that up.
Well, I'm not prepared to extend any charity to him on that one.
I know.
None at all, because he's called me a liar so many times. Why should this time be any different?
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, with him, I wouldn't give him charity either, but with anybody else who said that, then I wouldn't be bothered by it.
Yeah. By the way, are you lot aware that after all this whinging to be given all these links, etc., he has now criticised us for citation bluffing because we gave him the bloody links?
For what? Citation?
Bluffing.
Bluffing?
Oh, can I say something about that briefly? I've got food in my mouth, of course. I've got to stop eating during anything. I did a post. I did a post today where I put together all the links that Fiona had gathered, and then Sam added some more, and then I added some more. So I did a link today where I think I've got most of the resources that we used in your Hangout all in one place.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question.
Yeah,
No, of course you're the one to do that.
What is citation bluffing?
Yeah.
What it is trying to bluff your position, but just citing stuff.
Sorry.
Right.
But didn't he demand citation?
Well, no,
Yes.
but what that means to you is basically we throw out a bunch of links that really have nothing to do with demonstrating that we're right, but he's too incompetent to understand. So he calls.
Yeah, and the thing is, if he actually went and looked at the Hangout, he would see us explaining those links.
Mm-hmm.
There was a screen share of certain images. The data was all explained, so it's not been citation bluffing. He's the one that's refused to watch the Hangout and demanded the links to all the resources that had been used in it. He is also the one who was demanding the links from the people who hadn't been using them, because he admitted to share his post with the two people who were the ones that had the links. It was CRISPR and Rational Mind. He didn't include them in that post. He only included Hogtie, Steve, me, Jade, and it was one other. But Rational Mind and CRISPR were ignored. And they were the ones that had actually got the links.
And during his Hangout, he kept saying that they didn't explain this, they didn't explain that, what about this, what about that? And I kept typing in the live chat, if you'd bother to watch Fiona's Hangout, that was explained, or that was explained in Fiona's Hangout. That was in, I started typing it in all caps, I was shouting. That was in Fiona's Hangout. Everything he freaking asked for.
Yeah, he specifically said he didn't watch it. And
Yes.
which was ridiculous.
He said he didn't have time to watch it.
Yeah, he was criticizing people, and yet he didn't even watch the exact data he was asking for.
Yes, and he would have been able to get the links if he'd watched the Hangout, because you can see them on the screen. But the other thing is, and I think you'll all appreciate this, he's made a bare assertion that chromosome 44 man is refuted. I don't know what he means by that. All he did was say 44 chromosome man refuted.
What?
Him saying so doesn't
I think I do. I think I know what he means by that, by the way.
I'm not sure. I honestly don't know.
I think what he means by that.
I think it doesn't exist.
No, I think he agrees it exists. I think what he's saying is that the 44 chromosome of man was not some kind of balanced Robertsonian translocation. It wasn't similar to the fusion event in human chromosome 2, and it was basically just some kind of mutation.
No, it is. He's got chromosomes 13 and 14 are fused.
Right, but I'm telling you what True.
Fusion.
I'm telling you what I think True is trying to say, that it wasn't a telomeric to telomeric fusion, and yet he's wrong on that. We know that, but that's what he's trying to imply. That
I don't get what he's trying to imply. You can't just make a bare statement saying this is refuted.
Right. No, I thoroughly agree with you.
But he's saying that. But I've been asking him, well, please explain the fish data. The fluorescent in situ hybridization. And I was in the live chat of his Hangout last night, and I asked to explain the fish data. And I was very careful to capitalise the letters. And I had somebody come back saying there's no evidence we evolved from fish.
Well, that was Robert, who's he's just a troll. That's all he is a troll.
I suspect he's thick shades.
Yeah, I think he is. You know what? I think you're right. I think he's thick shades as well, because if you here's a video about me and he mentions you in it. Did you watch it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you seen the one about me? Have you seen the title of it?
One moment here, Fiona. Can you swim?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, of course, can.
You're evolved from a fish. Thank you.
Exactly.
Well, he thought the fish.
That would make
the guy is a troll.
That would make Jay a gay fish.
Yeah, but he may be a troll, but he has a video on his channel. He's mirrored it entitled Fiona Robertson is a lawyer for child abusers.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Well,
that's why Thick Shades does shit like that, though. That's why I think you're right.
It's Thick Shades that made that video.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not a lawyer. Everybody knows I'm not a lawyer.
Well, I just haven't blocked. He can't even. He's purple blocked from my side chats, or external chats, because I don't even want to deal with him. Robert is just a total troll.
Even Rand Campbell has sussed out that Thick Shades is a con artist and a dishonest person.
Yeah.
So.
That really says something for you when Rand.
Yeah.
You're a troll.
you know the shit just got real when Rand Campbell calls somebody a troll.
Yeah, especially if they're a Christian.
He was in a hangout the other day, and I think it was in True's room or Antonio's, and they were just lapping up what he had to say like it was manna from heaven, and I was like, oh my god, it was pathetic.
Okay, so bring it back to the science for a second. The 44 chromosome families in Finland and China, and do we absolutely know for sure that it's a telomere to telomere fusion? Because I sure remember reading that ages ago, but I've not been able to find a good reference.
Well, I think you have to ask yourself, what other type of fusion would result in this decrease by 2 the number of chromosomes, but no loss of genetic information? And they know that it's 13 and 14 that have fused. So if you try and work out all the ways that chromosomes can fuse without any loss of genetic information.
Yeah.
According to, I'm going to citation bluff here.
Okay.
I just put a link in the sidebar a moment ago, and it says here, in this case, he has fewer chromosomes, blah, blah, blah. More specifically, his chromosomes 14s are stuck to his chromosomes 15s.
Oh, so that's it, 14 and 15. Yeah.
14 and 15.
Right.
Yeah, that's it. But I've not found that specific description of how they're fused together. I mean,
I haven't either. But I've been trying to work out what other ways.
A different way that they could fuse and still be balanced and healthy.
Well, they describe what's happened to him as a balanced Robertsonian translocation. If you read that article, that's how they describe it. It's a balanced Robertsonian translocation. But if it was just swapping chromosome arms, then you wouldn't get a reduction in chromosome number. And I've absolutely no idea how else chromosomes can fuse and still remain functional.
No.
Because remember, he's got full complement of genes and he's normal.
It says here, this is a story of close relations having children together. A balanced translocation is when one chromosome sticks to another. Because no genes are lost in this process, it usually doesn't have any effect until these folks try to have kids.
Yeah. So how else? What apart from end to end? How else can you fuse the chromosomes and lose nothing?
I can't think of a way. I mean,
neither can I.
No.
They can't exactly go side to side.
I can look at it. I can try to look into it more in the beginning. In a minute here. I'm just. William is actually listening to us, and he's a creationist. I don't know if he wants to come in, but it'd be nice if he did. He's. I like talking to him. I know Isaiah has issues with him, but he's a creationist I don't mind talking to. Just throwing that out there, by the way.
He's a shithead. He's a shithead.
Well, I understand why Isaiah might not like William.
This is a safe zone, Isaiah. This is a safe zone right now. If he wants to come in,
I don't even like the term safe zone. Fuck that term. I like the.
I'm parroting it. Okay.
I know. I just prefer the. I prefer the term civility. We'll offer. We will tolerate your ignorance, but we will inform you why you're wrong, basically. I mean, that's the nicest way I could put it.
I'm catching up on my things here. What are you guys?
No.
I don't have a problem with him coming in here. I just, he's a shithead.
Well, I wouldn't mind getting more into the human chromosome number 2 stuff. With now where they got, we have, Fiona and we have Daryl here. I mean, CRISPR would be awesome too, but I'd like to get into more of the fish data. I wanted. You had a picture, Fiona, and I don't have the link, but you had a great photo of the actual site, the telomeric and subtelomeric regions, and at the fusion site, it actually showed the individual nucleotide sequences, and it showed that it had to be a head-to-head. And I don't know the link for it, but it was really, really good.
I honestly, the data that I think is beautiful is the fish data. And for anybody who's watching, we are not talking about the swimmity swim fish. We're using fish as fluorescent in situ hybridization. That data, that is lovely.
Anything with fluorescence is just beautiful to look at. It really is.
Yeah, and it's so clear.
The one where it shows the 2 telomeres in the middle.
Yes.
It's been chimp
and the
DNA.
different colours as well.
Bits on,
They use a different tag.
Yeah.
So from one colour for the chimp 2A and one colour for the chimp 2B. And then both of them hybridise in the middle of human chromosome 2.
Yep.
Beside each other. Telling you that there is a sequence very, very similar to the telomere of chimp 2A and a sequence very similar to chimp 2B. Bang in the middle of the human number 2 chromosome. And this is what we keep asking Ronnie to explain. Explain this fish data without a fusion. How did a human chromosome get these very similar sequences to the chimp telomeres bang in the middle of the long arm of the chromosome? Please tell us.
Reason.
We're all ears. We're all ears. Please explain it. And he hasn't done it.
No. He keeps giving examples of fusions which occur which aren't at the ends and sort of claiming that they're the only ones that exist. And of course they all result in sort of deformities of one kind or another. Or apoptosis.
But then he's got to, if he says that they always do that, then he has to explain why is 44 chromosome man healthy? Why is the family in Finland healthy?
I just crashed. I'll be right back. Don't let somebody else in. I got to get back in, but it's crashing. Let's do it.
Oh dear.
Quick, somebody block him while he's still here. Bugger. Oh no, he's frozen.
So how is he going to explain that?
In ways that will be incomprehensible to a normal person.
It's, I don't know. All he does is he just says it doesn't show anything. That's all he says.
Yeah, it's impossible to extract an argument out of what he says.
Yeah, just like saying 44 chromosome man's refuted. That's all he said.
Refuted in what?
Yeah.
That's all he said. It's refuted.
I mean, does it?
When? So, from now on, I mean, can I just turn around and say, anything that he brings up is refuted? Yeah, that's refuted. Oh, yeah, that bit's been refuted as well. You see? But that's all we get from him. And having said that, I think the post was 3 sentences long, and the second one was incomprehensible. And no, I'm not prepared to extend any charity at this point. None.
No, I can understand that.
I mean, I've just gone back and listened to that hangout, the one that Hogtie Champ linked to, when Ronnie started all his accusations of racism against me last night.
Oh, I've not seen that one.
It's called Main Thread. He started all sorts of accusations about racism, and we're going way, way back to November last year, when I changed the banner on my channel.
What was the banner in question?
Had a feather on its head.
Yeah, Ronnie was in it, and there was a feather in his head, and Ronnie wasn't bothered about it. Thick Shades wasn't bothered about it. Veckel was. And I immediately changed the banner.
Wait,
and
a
put
feather?
feather.
Apparently, it's a racial slur that means nothing in the UK, but means something really significant in America.
It does.
Possibly Canada as
So
well.
as soon as I pointed that out to me.
Sorry, would completely miss it. A single feather.
Yes.
It's a reference to his Native American heritage, supposedly. Just like my big lips.
Talk about feather in your hair, and I think hippies.
But it was done by
I just got back and I'm reading Jade's thing in the side chat. Did Ronnie really say that? Jade, where's that? You're shitting.
I'll link you. No, I'm not. Hang on a minute.
Did you guys read that out already? Because I just got.
No. Just getting to it. I have no idea.
Bad grammar.
It doesn't understand that what we're talking about with these fusions is they are a type of Robertsonian translocation. They are a type of.
Yeah, I was reading about Robertsonian translocations earlier, and I'm just sort of floating this out there so I can be corrected. But normally, I think it's a reduction of like one chromosome. But then you get, like you say, other kinds of Robertsonian translocation.
I thought a Robertsonian translocation was only a specific type. It had to do with a specific chromosomes. There's like 5 or 6 different ones. I didn't know it could be any of them, and so that was my conceptual error. But I understand now that it could be any of them, and as long as a balance, it just means a P is switched with a P arm, a Q is switched with a Q arm. They're just basically. That's all it is. It's just a switch between, and if it's balanced, there's no. It's reciprocal. And a non-reciprocal type of translocation, there's a loss of genetic information there.
No.
If it's non-reciprocal.
No. It's either the reciprocal ones are Robertsonians.
Right. Well, I'm not meaning to imply that it were. I'm saying that a non-reciprocal translocation, it's not just a direct switch. I'm not implying that it's Robertsonian.
But because remember you've got your balanced and your unbalanced Robertsonian translocations.
Yeah, I'm saying in a balanced one, it's reciprocal, right? It's just the Q is switched with the opposite Q, or P is with P. Basically, they're just switching one arm with the other arm.
That's one type. One type.
Right, and that's the type that we're referring to in this particular situation, though.
Well, in this one, we're not switching the arms; we're actually fusing the chromosomes, which is why it is a subset of the full set of Robertsonian translocations.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I understand now. Yeah, because there's a fusion, it's called a Robertsonian translocation, but it's a subset of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's what he
there's no loss.
Knows about.
There's no loss.
No loss at all, and that's why you end up with someone who is normal. They don't have extra copies of genes or missing copies of genes.
Okay, that makes sense.
But as I say, a fusion event like this comes under the heading of a Robertsonian because it is one of the subsets of Robertsonian translocations. But it doesn't get that, obviously. But yes, what's this fish nonsense? Ronnie's comment in G+, Jade posted it. I know about this fish nonsense. It's all in lowercase fish. All you guys are doing is mixing things up like you did with the Robertsonian translocation. It doesn't explain how talking about the fish data is mixing anything up.
Yeah, what does he mean? I don't know what he means by that.
Yeah.
It's by fiat. It's wrong. By fiat. It's Ronnie Fiat.
But I wonder if maybe he is thinking of the swimmity swim fish as well.
Sorry. Okay, Fiona, if it's not the swimmity swim fish, what is this fish data or fish detail?
Fluorescent in situ hybridization. It's an acronym.
Okay.
Take the initial letters.
Yes.
Fluorescent in situ
So
hybridization.
unless you write it out for him, he hears the word fish and then looks at a goldfish.
I've written it out in capital letters. I've written it out with full stops in between the letters.
Yeah, I don't know how to get confused.
Talking about that. He has got the papers talking about it after he's sung and danced about. Give me the links.
That he's just dumb or he's just not paying attention.
Or a bit of both.
Both.
No, I think he knows now what it is. I don't think he understands it. I mean, I don't. I'm not even that familiar with the process because I've never done it. I understand conceptually they use a fluorescent type binder or something like that to go in there and attach to it to actually in situ, meaning in place. But the actual process, there's different ways of doing it, and it's very complicated. That I've never studied it, but I think it's really pretty. But I don't know how to read fish data. But I like
Right,
to go
I'll explain it. I'll give you an explanation. Right. Okay. DNA. Everybody knows double-stranded. One strand is the complement of the other strand. Okay. And what you're able to do is you can use a strand that has the complementary sequence to the one you're looking for. And if the one you're looking for is there, it will actually stick on. Because it's complementary.
So the bit that sticks on has got a marker on it that fluoresces.
Yes. And so if you wash your prep and you wash all of that stuff away, you wash away everything that's got the fluorescent marker on it, except that where it has actually bound. Okay? Now, I think MM wants to give better details than that, but that's what it's all about. You're detecting a sequence using a sequence that's waving a wee flag. So
it's just,
you send in your labelled probe. So you're sending in all these wee probes that have got flags that they can wave at you, right? And those that actually find somewhere the place to bind are then able to hang on while the flood passes when you wash them. And then when you look at it in the right wavelength of light, everybody who's managed to hang on because they found their site, they're still there. They've not been washed away in the flood. So they're still there, waving their wee flags at you.
Where exactly does the fluorescent molecule attach? So it's basically a complementary strand that it attaches to the DNA. But where does the marker actually attach to physically on the ball?
Right. Okay. What do you mean? Where does the marker attach?
The fluorescent marker. Where does it actually attach?
It's going to be attached to one end of the probe.
Can you be more specific?
Yeah, I was going to say, can you confirm whether this is right or wrong? So you get your DNA.
Yeah, check it because I might be thinking it's one with the wrong probe.
Yeah, so you split it into its two halves. You've then got sort of other bits of DNA floating around with specific sequences on it, and they marry up to one of the halves of the DNA. So you get like a completed strand. But your markers that join up to that completed strand have a fluorescent bit on them. So then when you look at it under the right conditions, those fluoresce for the bits that have joined together with those bits on. Does that make sense?
So when you have the telomeric repeats, when you're looking at the fusion site, and just the part of it that has the telomeric repeat, not the other end, but it'll bind up to the T, TA, GGG by being the opposite, the complementary to it, and then that'll have a marker on it that'll fluoresce, showing that there is telomeric repeats in that fusion site. Is that correct?
Yeah. So you've got that known sequence, so it'll only join to the bit which matches.
Mm-hmm.
And because that's kind of what they were showing before, yet all of a sudden we got TrueEmpiricism saying where there's no indication of a fused telomere there. There's no indication that there's telomeric repeats in the middle of that
well, what they did with the fish data that we're talking about is they made one probe that was specific for the chimp 2A telomere. And they labelled it with one colour. Independently, they made a probe to the telomere of the chimp 2B chromosome. And they labelled that with a different colour. And then when they used those probes that they'd made against human chromosome 2, they find two spots of fluorescence. One of one colour corresponding to 2A telomere, and one of the other colour corresponding to the chimp 2B telomere. So that single site in the middle of the long arm of the human chromosome, it's hybridizing with a sequence very similar to the chimp 2A and a sequence very similar to the chimp 2B. So it's like a double probing experiment. You've sent in 2 bunches. And remember, you've got rid of the excess unbound stuff. Only the bound stuff can remain. I think it was CRISPR that actually had that.
Yeah, CRISPR had some great stuff.
Yeah, he has a lot of good links.
It was one of his diagrams was absolutely fantastic. I'm just having a look.
It made me feel romantic towards him.
I'm trying to see if I can actually find that. I'm trying to find the actual diagram he used because it was a lovely diagram.
Yeah. That was in your hangout where you got to discuss it, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Which I posted a link to.
If somebody was able to just go to the hangout and find the still where he's screen sharing it.
Which one are you looking for?
We're looking for the one that shows the probe for chimp 2A and chimp 2B both hybridizing in the middle of the long arm of human chromosome 2.
Let me look.
I've got it. I've also got the little. Right, here we are.
That was fast.
Yeah,
I took screenshots of as we were going through the hangout of stuff I didn't want to forget, and so I've got some of those. I also got some of the chat, which was nice because it helped me find certain links that other people didn't have.
I'll do a screen share, okay? Because this is coming through from YouTube, it's not the actual diagram itself. You'll need to look really closely to see it, and I've now got to find it in the tabs again. Oh, dash.
And
where is it?
Isaiah just put a link in the external that I've just copied and pasted in the sidebar. He's asking if that's it.
That's the one, right? If you look at that very carefully, right? Look at the diagram. Not the diagram. It's actually a photograph on the left, and you can see that they've labelled they've got a label that's a sort of greenish yellowy colour, right, for a chimp chromosome. They've also got the one that's labelled with red for the other one, for the chimp. Okay, and this is showing what happens if you probe the chimp chromosome with that probe. So the 2A probe sticks to the top of the 2A chromosome, and the 2B probe sticks to the top of the 2B chromosome. Then you take those probes and you use them against the human one, which is the far left long one, and look. The probe for the 2B has stuck, and the probe for the 2A has stuck in the middle of the human chromosome 2. That's telling you that in there is a sequence for the chimp 2A and a sequence for the chimp 2B.
So
has
True, because I haven't watched any of his videos in recent, has he dealt with fish and so forth? Like there's a probe specifically, well, with fish, there's a probe specifically to highlight the region, right? And so how does he get around that?
He hasn't brought it up.
Does he just say accurate, or?
He hasn't brought it up.
That's how you get around it.
He hasn't addressed it. That's how he's dealt with it. He hasn't addressed it.
He has not mentioned it once. He has not mentioned anything about.
Well, he has mentioned it once. Jade put the comment inside.
Just now. But all he says is, "I know about it," but you guys are all wrong. He doesn't talk about it. Yeah, okay, just now, about an hour ago we did, but other than that, he's not talking about it.
God damn it. I have to go my other account on this account. So
Yeah, I know
see what
about
it says.
this fish nonsense. All you guys are doing is mixing things up like you did with the Robertsonian translocation. That's how he's addressed it.
What is he thinks people are mixing up?
No idea.
Does
I have no idea.
Does he not think...
Can I just say, Fiona, when you read that out, that was very kind of you to put in the comma that he had missed out of that sentence.
Oh yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Does he not think that the fusion site is a Robertsonian translocation? Is that his argument? That is that
he's saying that we don't. He's saying we don't know what a Robertsonian translocation is. It's not a Robertsonian translocation. That's one thing he's saying. But he's also saying that we're making the same type of mix-up with the fish data, but he's written it as fish all in lowercase. So I don't know if he's making the same mistake as Robert did in the live chat last night when he thought we were talking about swimmity swimfish.
Well, maybe that's why he's not talked about it. He doesn't want to admit that he doesn't know much about it. Like, again, I don't know much about it. I'm the first person to admit it because I've never worked with that kind of data. I leave that up to MMA and you, but I learned about it. I didn't know what it was. I have heard of it for decades ago. Well, maybe not that long, but I mean it's been a while. But there's various techniques they use in this type of situation, right? There's various ways of making this stuff multicolored.
Yeah, tons.
Yeah. So I mean, it's an in-depth process. But I don't think he even understood that. I think he really thought when we were talking about fish, we were talking about swimmity things.
Well, Steve mentioned a very important word, data. I call it data, whatever. This stuff y'all are supposedly mixing up, you have the data to back it up. You have the test results. You have the experiments to show this, what you're talking about. What do they have? What does Ronnie have? What does Tommy have? Do they have any data at all, period?
Yeah,
we
have
don't
data
have
they
it. We have
can
citation
take out of
bluffing,
context.
And the accusation about
Sorry.
link bluffing, that's what they do. They get all these links, oh, well, here, look at this.
Yeah.
What y'all trying to do is show them what's the facts about stuff.
Yeah, and he keeps going on about transcription factor binding sites. He's yet to point out why he's talking about them.
About what now?
Sounds good.
He mentioned them the other day, and I'm not seeing his argument of why transcription binding proteins or sites, in this case, have anything to do with it being a functional gene located inside the region that's fused.
Because the other name for that would be a promoter.
Yeah, well, transcriptional binding site is a promoter region, right?
Yeah, but he hasn't actually gone that far to state that.
And then a transcription binding factor would be something like a polymerase.
It's a sigma factor.
But a polymerase
is a sigma factor. The sigma factor is a subunit of the RNA polymerase, and there are a number of different sigma factors with different affinities for different promoter sequences.
But a polymerase and a nuclease are still considered transcription binding protein, right?
Don't even get into nucleases. They're the ones that chomp up DNA.
Right. I know that, but I'm saying they are under that transcription, right? Or that's
No.
Excuse me, not transcription. Wait. The polymerase is under is a transcription binding protein, correct?
The actual right. You've got a promoter region on your DNA.
That's the binding site.
Right. Now, when your RNA polymerase comes along to transcribe it, the enzyme, the RNA polymerase, has a subunit called the sigma factor. And it's that sigma factor that recognizes the promoter and binds to it.
To where to attach, okay.
Right? And then the enzyme gets to work and transcribes the message. Remember, we're talking about the first step of protein synthesis here.
Right. The DNA binding site is the promoter region. The DNA binding protein would be the polymerase.
Would be the sigma factor of the polymerase.
Okay.
It would be the sigma factor of the polymerase.
Sigma factor of the polymerase.
Yes, because the polymerase enzyme...
Keep it simple for us.
I'm trying to, but remember, the polymerase is what polymerizes It doesn't just bind. Binding is only the start of it.
Right. I
You see,
got.
right? Yeah. If you think of it this way, there are a whole bunch of binding sites on DNA. They can bind all sorts of different things. One of those sites, a subset, are promoters. They bind RNA polymerase, specifically the sigma subunit.
Okay.
But you have other DNA binding sites, as in there are sites on DNA that bind things. So that's a great big group. And then part of that would be the transcription factor binding sites.
What about regulatory binding sites?
Sorry?
Things for like DNA regulation of the binding sites.
Yeah, but we're actually talking about the fact that he is bringing up these transcription factor binding sites. Now, some of the regulation, what happens is that the promoter itself is blocked by a protein that's sitting on top of it.
Like a lac operon would be a case in point, right?
The RNA polymerase cannot bind to it.
Mm-hmm.
It just can't bind to it.
But my example, the lac operon has a very similar thing, right?
Yeah, if lactose is present.
Right, if lactose is present. Yeah.
Then the lactose will bind to that protein that's stuck on the promoter, and it will cause the protein to change its conformation so it can no longer bind, and it will fall off. And therefore, the RNA polymerase now has access to it.
Yeah, the lactose will come in and it'll attach to the repressor and take that off of that so it can bind to it, right?
Yeah.
So how does True's argument that this somehow disproves the?
I have no idea. That's what I'm saying.
That's the leap I can't make in my head.
He keeps bringing it up, but he hasn't explained why he's bringing it up. He says that there's an RNA transcription binding site there. Well, you expect that at the start of a gene, a promoter region. You expect there to be a promoter, and nobody has denied that there is a part of a gene there. Where the argument is coming is that Tompkins claims that the gene actually spans the whole fusion site.
Right.
Yeah, but Tompkins is a PhD mega biologist that can't possibly make such simple mistakes.
Yeah.
Because he couldn't possibly be dishonest either.
Well,
being employed by, what's it, ICR or whoever it was.
Yeah, True's just saying, oh, this guy's a geneticist, therefore he knows this stuff left and right. But that doesn't preclude somebody from being dishonest. And we've all watched videos of Tompkins being dishonest. We've seen that video by Rational Mind. We know that he put dogma instead of science.
Yeah, but the fact that he also made a really bad mistake with the gorilla sequence by running an ungapped alignment
on the BLAST program.
Yes, yeah, he did an ungapped
parameter. Yeah. Well, didn't do that because he did that because he wanted to get close to his older number of 70, and he gave him like 80 to 85 using the ungapped parameter. But
no.
88. 88. No. Okay, some of that ballpark. But I mean, the initial one he did with 7, and that was because 70 he got because that was just because of a bug in the BLAST program, correct?
Yeah. There's all sorts of reasons why he got the wrong number. This is why that video is now no longer available, because he finally realised that he had made a howler.
But people are still saying, like True, that he was correct in whatever that was.
Oh, I had Wayne Fillmore bring that up to us not too long ago, and we pointed out to him, and he did the research, and he's like, "Oh, you guys were right. Tompkins did retract that, and he was completely wrong in it." And I was impressed that somebody actually did the research.
Yeah. You gotta like Wayne. You gotta like Wayne. He does get in there and dig a little.
He's one of the very few that will actually look into what we were telling him, and he looked into it and said, "You guys were absolutely right. Tompkins did make a mistake, he revoked his paper on that or his blog, whatever the hell it is.
No, a good analogy.
I don't.
No, I was going to say a good analogy.
I don't want to call it a paper because it wasn't a paper. I don't know what he wrote. What do you call it? What do you call when he writes something that's not really a paper, that's not formalized? What do you call that? Is there a name for that?
An essay.
An essay? We'll call it an essay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a good term. I like that.
A good analogy for like the fusion, telomeric fusion, what y'all talking about. Like you have two necklaces, you hook them together at the class. There's nothing. There's a good analogy for the what I was thinking was like a good analogy might be when chromosomes fuse, it's like taking two necklaces, you join them at the class, so that nothing happens to either the links and links there. They're just joined together.
Now I thought that on the human chromosome, wasn't there a part of it that was left? I mean, some telomeric repeats that were shortened at the time, though. Something. It wasn't like exact.
Yeah.
It wasn't like it was two strands that were complete. That there was something that was actually excised from it, but I don't remember.
They wouldn't be able to, if the telomeres were complete, you wouldn't get a fusion, because that's what telomeres do. They prevent fusion.
Oh.
But if the telomeres are damaged, if there's bits missing, if there's been deletions and all the rest of it, then they can't fuse.
And that is that.
Now, Tompkins' argument is, but in human chromosome 2, it's not full telomeres you're finding. Well, no, because if they were full telomeres, you'd never get a fusion anyway. You would, if there is a fusion, you would expect to see truncated, damaged telomeres in that region, and that's what we see.
But the genes would be intact.
Yeah, right? On either side.
Yeah, okay.
The telomeres are right at the end.
He was claiming there was a functional gene at the fusion site, though, Heavy, and that's the problem.
Yeah, he's
like it joined in the middle of a gene. Okay.
So
no, he's claiming
that necklace analogy. Sorry. Yes, bring it back to that necklace analogy. It's almost like the two halves don't fit together, so you smash one up a bit to get them to connect. Without that breaking them apart, they won't connect.
Well, it's like male, female in the hook.
Yeah.
Okay. Two males.
Bend one round and mash it up a bit. If they're in perfect condition, they don't connect up.
Well, is okay? Again, not my area, but isn't it on the germline, Fiona? You have telomerase, which is a protein that actually adds these telomeric repeats, and that if it's missing or somehow not correctly adding or keeping the telomeres from fusing, that's what happens on the germline that would allow for telomeric to telomeric.
Oh, happen in any cell.
But it can happen in any cell, but more in the germline. That's how it's passed on.
Well, we need to be in the germline to get passed on, obviously.
But is that what it is? That the telomerase just isn't functioning. Something's wrong with it that's preventing it from preventing these fusions things from happening. Correct?
No, it doesn't have to be a problem with the.
But it can be.
It could be, but then again, if there's a problem with the telomerase, then you are going to have a problem in all of the cells. Remember.
It can't be just that one cell that has a problem with telomerase?
No, if you have a problem with that, then you're going to have problems with all of your cells.
Okay,
if you've inherited that.
What would be the main problem that allows for a telomeric to telomeric fusion, though, on the germ level to be passed on that's not due to a problem with telomerase?
Right. There are all sorts of reasons that you can end up with a little bit of damage at the very end of a chromosome. So you're sort of asking me how long is a piece of string, and all I can tell you is twice as long as half its length.
So anything that damaged the ends, anything that happened to the telomeres could actually lend to a telomeric to telomeric end-to-end fusion.
Yeah.
Okay.
And remember, in somatic cells, every round of replication, the telomeres shorten.
Right. Each time the cell divides, it shortens a little bit.
Yeah, and that's what they think is responsible for cell senescence. As in cells, individual cells dying of old age.
Right. Yeah, 40 to 50 times on the Hayflick limit, if I remember right.
Yeah, and that's why in labs, when you're using cell culture. You can only keep a cell line going for so long unless it's a transformed cell line, an immortal cell line.
Like that lady that still have cancer cells that are still
Henrietta Lacks.
Yeah.
Henrietta, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're looking to use basically it's tumor lines. Use tumor lines because the problem with tumors is that they undergo uncontrolled replication, uncontrolled cell division. They just keep going and keep going and keep going and don't stop.
Well, according to Ronnie, these things cause apoptosis and carcinogenic. Yeah, not quite.
Well, you see, he says it always causes apoptosis, but then he says that it causes tumors. If it always causes apoptosis, it can't cause a tumor.
Where is his data?
Well, they said they put.
It's not a matter of data. It's just contribution.
They said they put a link, or they found something. We did a certain search, but they never actually provided it. And when I did the same search, I didn't get what they were claiming to get.
Well, y'all caught them up on stuff like that. They will provide a link saying, here's what it says, here's the argument, here's why evolution is wrong. Y'all read it and go, that's not what it said. Did you even read this thing?
And then they accuse people like Fiona and CRISPR of doing bluffing, of site bluffing.
Citation bluffing, yeah.
Citation bluffing, yeah.
That really does my head.
Would you guys say that? Would you agree with that? These are the kings of projection to a degree I've never seen before. It's like everything that these people accuse other people of, they are themselves the kings of doing. It's projection at its finest.
Yeah, Aaron Ryle had mentioned that a good bit a while back in some of the videos that certain people like creationists or certain people like that, they project their own thoughts onto others.
I noticed that an awful lot.
It's like a chronic thing, you know.
I mean, we first started talking earlier about Neo being a pathological liar, and yet he projects that upon everybody else. And then you have True, Nephi, and the rest of them actually claiming that we're all here liars, yet when have any of us ever been demonstrated to be a lie about anything? I mean, we go out of our way to make sure that we're understood, we make a mistake, we correct it. We're not trying to manipulate it or trying to confuse or influence anybody. We're trying to actually get the actual information across and do it correctly. That's why we, can only do so much. That's why Fiona actually corrects us on the technicalities, because we have a general overview. She has a specific overview, but we're not trying to mislead anybody.
I actually re-listened to a hangout I was in just because I was worried I misspoke.
Hopefully you didn't.
I hadn't made a massive blooper.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate the sound of my own voice. It's the worst thing in the world.
Well, should we check it out?
I just had somebody message me about providing evidence against Hovind on one of my comments that was on Thunderfoot's video. And I'm like, throughout the thread, I'm like, look at it. Go to my channel. If you want evidence, watch my videos. Come to our hangouts. I invited this guy to this hangout. They keep on saying they want evidence, but when you absolutely give it to them or want to give it to them, you never hear from them again. This is amazing.
Yeah, we have evidence. 1 and 1 is 2. Here's 1. Here's 1. That's 2. They don't see that.
If you do hear from them, they don't want to go on air. They're like, no, you tell me here. I'm like, no, I'm not going to sit here in a comment thing to go back and forth with you on stuff that I've done a billion of times before.
Yeah, I was worried that I said that primates didn't exist in the Cretaceous. And then when I checked it, I found out I was right. I had said that primates didn't exist in the Jurassic. And if they could find an example of a primate in the Jurassic, I'd accept that as evidence against me.
Well, even in the Cretaceous, they were more like rodents or something, weren't they?
Please use
I can't think exactly what
that's another argument I don't get from True about his Precambrian, Cambrian, whatever. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Did he say that vertebrates were actually?
Yes, he keeps saying. This is another one.
He said that, didn't he? I'm not imagining.
Cambrian. At the Cambrian explosion, that's the start of the Cambrian.
Yes.
Vertebrates definitely were not at the start of the Cambrian.
He said that they were, and I got that.
The Cambrian, you get some. but not at the start.
He said at the beginning. He said at the start of the Cambrian explosion there were vertebrates, and I think he was talking about notochord, but I don't think I think he conflated the two. But
there were no fish.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No.
Well, then, I'm not the only one that caught that then, because I thought, whoa, what the hell is this? And it was...
No, but I've taught him a new word. He now knows the word Ediacaran.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Well, you watched the... Well, who provided the video? Somebody was... No, it wasn't you, Jade. Somebody...
No. I provided a link in my Google Plus to where you can find a whole bunch of pictures of... I always want to put the I in the wrong place. You'll have to excuse me if I fumble. Ediacaran fossils.
Well, somebody
I
actually
want to say Ediacarian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, right,
yeah. I have a link to that.
Well, actually, I like how True watched the video first and then determined whether. Oh, it was John that actually showed the video.
Yeah.
He actually watched the video first to see if it was worthy enough to put in the hangout. And as soon as they started talking about this stuff and Sam came in, that's when he just conveniently had to go off air.
Right.
Oh. Well, the thing about the Cambrian explosion, they go, well, it was an explosion. Suddenly, here's all this stuff. But, and there's nothing before or something. Well, you've got all these soft-bodied organisms. They don't leave that much evidence. But they have found gradual steps in some lines, I think, going to, like, trilobites, stuff like that, intermediate steps.
But I don't get True. When True talks about the flood, yet he claims he never says he's a young creationist. He actually seems one or times to actually accept an older model, but it's very confusing his actual position.
Yeah.
He's Schrodinger's creationist, isn't he? Simultaneously accepting the young and old Earth.
Yeah, it's like whatever collapsing of the wave function he wants for the day. Because how do you have a flood? Because you sit there and say, well, the flood demonstrates the way we view the fossil record and the sedimentation layers, and yet nobody agrees with him, right? And yet then he'll be like, oh yeah, but the Earth is old. Well, how can it be both then?
Oh, he's just trying to pick up the thing for the day to make people pissed off. It don't have to make sense.
The Cambrian explosion, he's quite happy to accept it took place over 30 million years, but then he wanted to accept the flood as well. It just doesn't
No, the flood took place over 30 million years.
No, but he does accept conflicting kind of mental states at the same time, and by thinking that way.
Yep. The epitome of doublethink.
If anyone,
go ahead.
I was going to say, if anyone is interested, I'm putting this link here. I linked this before. This is a talk by the Royal Tyrrell Museum in Canada, Tyrrell or whatever, and they have a really great YouTube channel. Everybody should subscribe to it. It's honestly fantastic. Royal Tyrrell, Tyrrell Museum in Canada. Anyway, this is where they are giving a talk, and I realize that some people aren't going to watch it because there's certain people in this community that can't watch something for 45 minutes. But it's a great talk on the Ediacaran fossils and the state of the research today. It's just fantastic. I've researched it before. This is the talk where they mention some creatures that may have been something we don't know about yet. Not plants, not animals, not fungi, not prokaryotes. Yeah. Well, actually, maybe.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe these
things similar conceptually wise, although they're not plant animals.
I know.
Conceptually.
But they're just. It's a fantastic talk. If somebody could post it in the outside chat, that would be great. I'm going to post some Ediacaran links on my Google Plus because I have a little group of them. But honestly, this is fascinating. It's really good talk, and subscribe to this channel because they do incredible stuff. I'm totally in love with the Royal Tyrrell Museum now. It's in Canada, and Hogtie has talked about it, and it's like my idea now is if that's one place I want to go visit because they do such great stuff.
Yeah, weren't there some critters in the early Cambrian, and they have the fossils of them? They're looking at them like, what the hell are these supposed to be?
Burgess shale.
They've got them, but then they look at them and try and study them, and they're like,
that's That's the Burgess Shale.
Okay.
Yeah, and they were just very, very strange. As a matter of fact, when they were first looking at Animalocaris, I tend to mispronounce things, so apologies here. Because I'm dyslexic, I tend to have letters jump around in my head. So and I don't necessarily know I'm doing it until later. So, but anyway, when they first got this thing, they thought it was like 3 different animals.
Yeah.
They had this part that looked shrimp-like. Remember?
And then fern, then the thing part looked like ferns.
Yeah, and so it took them a while to realize this is all part of one animal. It's one of my favorite animals now because it's so complex. And then they had the one, is it Wewixia? I don't remember.
Looked like it was toothpick stuck in a sausage.
Yes. Yeah, but the thing is they couldn't figure out which part walked on. Did it walk on the toothpick type thingies, or did it walk on the little other part which looked like little tentacles? You know, they couldn't figure out which way it walked. Which was upside down, which wasn't. That's those are the Burgess fossils. They're utterly fascinating, and there's a lot Burgess for anyone watching.
It's like there's a lot of these layers apart, and here's these little things squished down in there.
Mm-hmm.
You just pick up a whole piece, like, oh wow.
And it's some of the strangest stuff you've ever seen. There are like dioramas you can find online of Burgess life.
Yeah.
And it's just it's a world that completely disappeared as far as we know.
Yeah.
It's like
when life started, it began going in all these different directions, things happening naturally, things happening and adapting and changing and evolving,
right.
and then all these bizarre forms, but the things that survived, led to what we have today.
Right. So these were all sorts of experiments in life during the Cambrian explosion, and as I said, there are lots of videos about them and links, and they're just, wow, they're incredible. But you're right, that's the crazy stuff. Absolutely.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, but I remember that about the whatever that word you couldn't pronounce, and I can't pronounce it either, but then you finally see the whole thing, and he's got these 2 long things on the front that are coiled, and they have those teeth or fronds or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Like for snatching and stuff.
Oh, and they later were able to match those together with bite marks on trilobites.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I saw Daryl's smile there.
That's stuff that True and all the rest of them lack. There's evidence.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, Jay. Did you ever hear Pillbox telling people that trilobites were? Oh no, what wasn't trilobites? It was Tiktaalik. I'm sorry, but anyways.
Oh, Tiktaalik salamander.
Yeah, whatever. I'll change the subject.
Oh,
Tiktaalik. I thought it was trilobites, but actually you said that Tiktaalik was salamanders.
Yeah, because it has a head very much like a salamander.
Yeah, but he was telling people that it's still alive today, the extant salamander. I don't know why I came that for trilobite. They both start with a T, but hang on one sec. I gotta go.
Yeah, I do that too.
Yeah.
What he's doing is he's talking about
our ADD.
Yeah, it's he's talking about the giant salamander, I think. He thinks that's Tiktaalik. I mean, how crazy is that?
Yes. He doesn't understand the concept of convergent evolution.
No.
Things. I mean, it's almost TrueEmpiricism's argument. Things that look the same aren't necessarily the same. It's like, yes, we know that. We already accept that.
Right.
And we differentiate between convergent evolution and evolution.
And we can do that by looking, because one of my favorite examples, my personal favorite example, is looking at weasels and mongooses. I always think it should be mongoose, but it isn't. It's mongooses.
Yeah.
I know.
Mongai.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to call them mongoose as well.
Yeah.
I know. So, but if you look at them, they look very much alike. They have similar habits. They have live in a similar ecology, and that's because certain body plans fit certain lifestyles.
Yes.
But weasels are canids. Mongooses are felids. And the thing is, so, when they're saying, well, you just guys say it just looks alike. No, because when you get down to it, it's not just an external, we're going to look at it, because you're going to look at a mongoose here and a weasel there and go, oh, well, they just look alike, so we're going to put them in the same thing. No, even back in the early early period when people were classifying things, you looked at the bones and the bone structure and how things fit together. And when you do that, you go, oh, canid, felid. Same thing with hyenas and dogs. You know, you got these people going, oh, those look like dogs. And they're the ones who are arguing, well, they look alike, so they belong together. No, when you start to actually look at their structure, their structure, their body plan, that's their morphology. You look at their physiology, the way everything works, and then you look at their embryology, the way everything develops in embryo. That's the old-fashioned way of doing it, even before genetics. There are a couple other things they looked at, too, that didn't quite fit into those categories. But when we look at all those things together, that's how you classify stuff.
Yeah, Ronnie made an announcement about the hyenas being closely related to warthogs.
Oh God, I love that one! Oh my God, yeah.
It was a cat that thought it was a pig.
Oh. The best comment I have ever seen was from Isaiah saying, "How the fuck does anybody confuse a cat and a warthog?"
Are you talking about hyena being like a warthog, related to warthog?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was funny.
Well, you're talking about convergent evolution. Like you could say fish, ichthyosaurs, dolphins, and some prehistoric crocodiles were headed that way, I think.
Yeah, there are a lot of prehistoric, between prehistoric reptiles, mammals, and fish, Yeah, and even within fish,
similar body plan for this lifestyle.
You've got sharks, right? Yeah. Exactly.
Sorry.
Go ahead. No,
I was going to say this was something R&R brought up. I bring his name up. I just love his science stuff and evolution. But he was talking about Jay, like you said, there are certain lifestyles in nature that the animals have a certain form for, like ichthyosaurs, dolphins. Similar lifestyle. We always talk about and in some niches or whatever, there is a almost perfect body or configuration, like crocodiles and alligators have hardly changed at all from the Mesozoic era. I mean, some changes, but they're still very similar. And sharks haven't varied too much since, oh gosh, when did they first pop up? Was it the Devonian?
They're fairly early.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
But when they settled into a certain body plan, they just pretty much stayed the same throughout the millions of years.
Sharks are the ultimate predator.
Yeah.
You don't get better
There's an ultimate form or shape for them in their niche.
And the thing is, if nothing challenges them, if their environment doesn't change, or they are supremely adapted in such a way that they can withstand the change in environment, they're not going to change much.
Yeah.
But other animals might not. Well, if you're talking about the shark, look at all the eras that the shark has gone through. Look at all the different periods the shark has gone through and remained largely unchanged.
Yes.
Well, for one thing, it's in the water, okay? And the water is more, adaptive isn't the right term, but it can, when changes occur, like temperature and things like that, you've got this big body of water that can absorb it, and there's a lot of different layers in the water. So animals like sharks can move to places where food is available and the oxygen level is appropriate and things like that much easier than other animals can. A lot of benthic animals that live in the bottom of the ocean, if we get oxygen depletion, they might be gone. And it's same thing with animals in the upper levels. If we get things like that, or they might be gone. But sharks are able to adapt. Also, they are predators, and because they're an ultimate predator, like you said, they can eat carrion. So as things are dying around them, they can still eat.
Yeah.
But things like changes in temperature, changes in oxygen level, changes in the amount of light and how deeply the light penetrates, all of these things can challenge ocean animals. And some species aren't going to survive through that. Other species are going to go extinct because, well, they're tasty. If you're the tastiest thing in the ocean and the easiest to catch, you're not going to last very long. You might have a success for a while, but your predators may outbreed you, and suddenly no more whatchamacallits, because the whatchamacallits were slow and tasty.
Yeah.
just a very scientific way of putting it, whatchamacallit, slow and tasty. Be free to quote me on that one.
Well, Steve said something about something. He was talking to Fiona and said, "Could you make that simpler or whatever?" And I think I put in the side something about for some things you can't use crayons.
Yeah, you did. You did.
You know, it's kind of hard to dumb some things down because it's so complicated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But as I said, one of the things, as you mentioned, the classical, taxonomy, using morphology, embryology, and physiology, and a couple other things in there. When we got into genetics, it pretty much held up.
Yeah.
But surprisingly so.
Mm-hmm.
They were actually surprised. I remember, I'm old enough to remember when they started doing all the genetic testing of animals, although it took forever and was incredibly expensive, so it's really only fairly recently we've been able to expand it. But people were excited because there were some things moved around a little bit, nothing really drastic, but they were surprised at how good it was.
Well, this is something like, all right, Carolus Linnaeus. I may have messed up the first name.
Carolinius Linnaeus.
Yeah, or Carolus Linnaeus or something.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Homie's called Carl.
Yeah. he came before Darwin. There were naturalists before Linnaeus, and like you said, Jay, they're using morphology and similarities and this and this and this. Looking at all these different features, and he was already working on the tree of life. He was already getting it started. But he was using boxes and boxes and boxes, but not really connected. But they were boxes and boxes. Well, you know about it. And this was without studying fossil forms. This was just comparing living animals using morphology and anatomy and stuff. And then they started finding the fossils, and more fossils they found. They started seeing similarities from living forms to forms that had died out, and they started working on that too. They're using morphology. All they had was bones. Or the fossilized remains, and they started mapping it, laying that out.
Mm-hmm.
And then genetics came along, and so, like you said, in most cases, the one using morphology, like Linnaeus was doing, and then studying the fossils and starting the branching and familiarities and family trees and stuff. Then genetics comes along and looks at living animals that came out of these different branches of the tree, and all three started matching up.
Yep.
Except for, like you said, there were some differences. Some mistakes and errors or whatever. But see, you've got all these are three different sciences, or three different huge sources. Living things studying by morphology. Then you have the fossil record, and then you have DNA that comes up, and here these things start matching up. I mean, that's so freaking beautiful. I mean, it's like.
Right.
It's like here is the evidence here. I mean, if you can't see that or understand it, oh well.
Hey, Willie.
Hi, Willie. Yeah, I wanted to say a little something about that too, because one of my favorites is Iguanodon. I'm sure a lot of you are probably
Watch your mouth.
Iguanodon, and
that's your cursing.
He got them big thumbs up.
Yeah. Oh, thumbs up. Yeah, that's pretty good. I like that, because when they first discovered Iguanodon, they completely had it wrong. They thought it had the body plan of something like a rhinoceros, and then they realized, no, it's upright, but then they thought it rested on a tail, and they went, oh, nope, that's not right. Then you can go trace the history of how they depicted Iguanodon. There are those famous, and I can't think of the name of them now, the
thumb
famous
spike on
statues.
its nose. That was a good one.
Huh?
The thumb spike on its nose.
Yes, that's why I said like a rhinoceros. Yeah. And because those are the famous. Who was the famous artist who did those statues in a park?
Oh, in the glass thing.
England.
Oh.
In England, and I can't remember where it is, but I remember Aaron Ra actually did a video of that, and he snuck past the ropes so he could go over. Those are beautiful, beautiful pictures. But the thing is, if you trace the history of that, you learn how they discovered how to look at fossils.
Yeah.
Well, no, that doesn't fit quite right. No, this fits. So yes, there are mistakes in the past, but they refined their techniques. And as I said, Iguanodon to me is a classic example of, if you look at it, you can see how they learned to look at fossils.
Yeah, and in some of the more famous or old mounts that you might see a lot of pictures of, if you notice, he's biped, kind of leaning forward, tail goes down, and then the tail breaks. to go out across on the ground. Yeah. They had to,
The other thing I just want to mention
go ahead.
about that, I know I'm talking a lot here, but one of the things you'll see some creationists do is first of all, they say, well, you guys keep changing your mind. Well, as I said, the iguanodon's a really good example of how it's not a matter of changing your mind, it's a matter of examining and questioning and looking at things. Because even as this was going on, people were discussing, was this correct or not? But what I've done, I've mentioned this before, I like to spend a lot of time in the 19th century. And I do that via Google Books. You go to Google Books. Google is fantastic. It's scanned a lot of stuff, including things like the proceedings of the Royal Society of whatever. You can find it on Google Books. There are things like the Strand magazine. They have the entire magazines, like from the 1800s, which has all kinds of interesting stuff in it. It's not complete. There's stuff missing, but as far as what Google scanned. But you will hear people comment about how, oh, well, see, scientists thought this was something else altogether. Or, oh, scientists didn't know what it was. Well, in several cases when I've been confronted with that, I've actually looked in the 19th century and looked at books and articles and scientific, journals. I also have access to Nature and Science, the journals, Nature and Science, so I can look back in their archives. I do that too. And what you do is you go back there and you look at these, these fossils, these animals, where the creationist is saying, oh, no, you creationists, you don't know what you're talking about, you completely changed your mind. And what you discover is, well, no. When you actually read what's being written, you will see there was a great deal of discussion about, is this or is this that? Toxanodon was one, which is a fossil, and I looked that one up, and you will read the discussion, and it'll say, okay, these parts look like a tapir, these parts look like a rhinoceros, these parts, and you will see different people go, well, when I look at all these different parts, I'm going to assume that it probably belongs in this classification because of this. Someone else might come along and go, well, you know what, that's okay, but I find it closer to the hog because of these things. So it's not a simple scientists made the wrong decision. It's a scientists had incomplete and sometimes conflicting information, and they made their best guess at the time. And they're quite honest about the fact that they made the best guess. But creationists don't bother to actually read the literature.
Well, so that's one of the big things about science that they don't get. Like, maybe 100 years ago, scientists thought this was true, or here's what explains this, whatever. And then 50 years later, they discover something else. Go, oh, wait a minute, no, we were wrong. And as more discoveries come in, you get closer and closer and start narrowing down things. They said this was fact 50 years ago because going by the evidence we had then. We have more evidence now. Yeah.
But they might not have even said it was a fact or it was a thing. They might have said, most scientists think it was related to pigs, but some scientists think it's a tapir, and then there's a couple that think it may be a rhinoceros. And that's the way the science actually is. So the majority of them might have said, oh, well, we think this is related to pigs. So what you'll hear creationists today go, you stupid scientists thought it was a pig. And not bothering to realize that, no, even the scientists that decided it was related to a pig knew that there were features that were not pig-like.
Yeah. I guess the best way to say...
They admitted that their information was incomplete. That's the other point. The scientists back in the day admitted that their information was incomplete.
Yeah, and I guess the best thing to say was the evidence shows this. New evidence comes up, may change that. And I think Steve or somebody was wanting to jump in and say something, or somebody was.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to add that, we got to make a distinction, modern scientific theories and things back then that were they were called theories, but they weren't scientific theories. We know the difference because we understand the difference. When people talk about, oh, well, there's been a lot of scientific theories that were disproven, so this is like spontaneous generation, something like that, that's not a scientific theory under what we call a scientific theory. That was a conjecture. A scientific theory in modern science is a complete umbrella of a system of explanatory power that has laws, has explanatory power, has predictive power. Spontaneous generation was never like that. So we have to be careful when we use the word theory to creationists, because they really like to harp on the difference between, well, they don't know to be a difference between scientific theory and the colloquial term theory. They're so bad at it, I don't know why. They just don't want to actually see that there's a fundamental difference. Even though we call things theory, that is when we say a scientific theory, we mean a very specific thing, which is the height of science. That is the highest thing anything could ever get. Because I had an argument with somebody, well, not an argument, but I had a discussion with someone the other day who was doing this wall of text. That's why I even had this hangout the other day. And one of the things he put on there was a paper, or a blog that I've read before, that the guy was saying, well, the theory of evolution would never become a law. And he explained why, and his reasoning was flawed, although his assertion was correct. It would never become a law because theories don't become laws, but in his reasoning, it was never be proven because it was wrong. That's why it wouldn't be a law. So it's one of those things that, yeah, he got the assertion correct, but his reasoning for it was completely invalid. Does that make sense? Because, yeah, a scientific theory will never become a law because they're two different things.
Well, a theory is composed of laws and facts and other stuff and whatever. So, yeah. It's like it's like one of the creationists thing are saying, like, evolution doesn't meet all the facts or can't meet all the facts if it wants to go from theory to truth. What?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense because in order to be a scientific theory, it has to be adequately able to describe observations. So it has to be true, or it wouldn't be a theory anymore. It wouldn't be a scientific theory because theories have to be confirmed. They can't just be ad hoc. They can't just be arbitrary. They can't just be unsubstantiated hypotheses or conjectures. But they don't want to realize that it has been confirmed multiple different times, more so than any theory in the history of humankind, including gravity. So they just completely going to blow that off, saying, "Oh well, that's a scientism." Well, no, it's not. But
every day I've mentioned this over and over. Every day in my feed, whether it's Google Plus or Facebook or Twitter or stuff I get sent to me by email, I see more research that confirms the theory of evolution, or where the theory of evolution is being used in other areas because it's solid. Medicine is more and more dependent on evolution. So the idea that people who say, "Oh, it's just so funny listening to some of these creationists think that evolution is going to disappear."
It's like that video I made a while back where I just did a quick search. I went evolution laboratory and pulled up. I showed a few of the links that I found, and there are thousands, of all this stuff about research being done all over the world. Where's the creationist laboratory?
Well, it was funny because yesterday you guys listened to True Empiricism Hangout where him, NeoCloud, and Emmanuel and Antonio were all kind of bobbing their head in agreement. Oh, well, yeah, we expect that evolutionary theory will just die out, and it's becoming more and more not accepted. And I'm like, what planet are you guys living on? Where are you getting this data from? Because I'd love to see this. And I'm literally thinking that one of them, I think it was True, was absolutely lying through his teeth, and the rest of them are just bobbing their head in agreement, not asking for any validation of this whatsoever. Because I dare anybody to go find anywhere where there's in any academic circles where evolutionary theory is somehow being diminished or somehow is not going to be accepted, because it is more accepted than germ theory. Mm-hmm. Literally.
Yeah, well, I can tell you the one big promoter of that is Neffy. And he does that by his rapid list, the list of quotes that he has at hand, that he just shoots out rapidly. Look what this evolutionist said. Look what that evolutionist said. See, evolution is dying because of what this evolutionist said. Or how about this other evolutionist? See what this evolutionist said. The problem is that what he's saying is mostly a bunch of quote mines. And in other cases, it's from 50 years ago or more. And in a few other cases, these are people who are outliers. So yeah, but he has this huge list of quotes that allegedly show from evolutionists that evolution is dying.
And I want to punch my computer screen every time I hear about Darwin's quote about the eye.
Well, that's what he does. Most of his quotes are related to Darwinism, not modern evolutionary synthesis.
Right.
And I think Jay hits the nail on the head. They are a combination of being antiquated, irrelevant because they're dealing with Darwinism, not modern evolutionary synthesis, or they're just way statistical outliers. And these people are usually people that suffer from some kind of cognitive dissonance.
Well, there are always going to be outliers, and there should be, and that's another thing I don't think they understand. we expect there to be outliers. We expect there to be people like Alan Fiducia, who is a legitimate outlier because he's a real scientist who does real work, publishes real papers.
Yeah, he's not a cognitive dissonance. He actually there's a difference there.
But chatter, yeah.
But hang on one second. He's hanging on by a thread, though. Eventually he will capitulate.
He has been losing for so long that it's just really bad. Or Chatterjee with his Proto-Avis. He's just hung up on that thing. But you expect things like that, and there should be things like that. There should be challenges. But then when you get to Tompkins, he's not even an outlier.
Yeah, he's just fundamentally factually wrong.
Yeah, he's playing in not just a completely different field, but a completely different universe.
Yeah, when I say outliners, I should be more specific of that I understand there's outliners like Fiducia that are legitimate scientists that do have legitimate concerns that are losing in the scientific arena. You're always going to have that. We need that in the sciences. But then you have these outliners that are so far out there, they're not even in the playing field anymore. They're not even in the stadium. And that's what it would be the Tompkins or the Humphreys or the Austins. Those guys are no longer scientists, in my opinion. They've thrown their credentials away in order to follow their dogma rather than following the data where the science leads.
Hey,
Go on.
One thing that all of you seem to forget, especially Heavy Holler, is that even Darwin himself knew that the eyes are too complicated to have evolved on their own.
Oh, Brony, shush.
Read the next paragraph.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see if he would actually punch his computer.
Did you guys ever watch the video where Richard Dawkins was talking to that creationist about the eye, and he was explaining in very baby steps how the eye came to be? And this guy was I don't remember the guy's name, but he was just not accepting any of it. And he's like, well, we don't really see any of that. And it was like, well, yeah, we do. This is how it actually we can show. And the guy was just oblivious. It was classic.
Well, and we can point to animals today that have every single one of those steps. I mean, you can look at planaria with their eye spots, for example. And that's just it. And that's what Darwin knew. He knew we had all those different kind of steps or something similar in existence today. So what's so difficult? Just like when you talk about multicellularity or the evolution of complex tissues and organs and things like that. We have examples of things along the way already.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that True rejects regularly because you can't work backwards from what we see today to work out what happened in the past.
Yeah, but what we see today, like very primitive animals, that's where we should look because, like I say, they achieved this point in evolutionary development where they survived really good. But then maybe one other branch of that might have went off and took a slightly different turn, and another one took a different turn, and you end up with all these other things.
Well, that's it. I mean, you look at the fossil record, you can see the intermediate steps. You say, well, if this is true, and this is what survives in this environment, we should be able to find that today. And then we find intermediate steps today, and it lends more weight. And then you find the genetic relationships that connect everything together, and eventually you build a big picture where you say, this makes a lot of sense, and it all ties together. At that point, someone like True will turn around and say, yeah, but we don't see it actually physically happening in real time today at a speed that we can see, so we can reject it.
No, True would never go that complex or intellectual. He'd just say you're lying and then mute you and boot you.
Well, Daryl, you make a great point, and I see this a lot with a lot of the clown car posse, is that when they ask a question, they're not only just loaded questions or malformed questions, but sometimes they're questions such as they want to see things instantaneously. They want to take a small portion of like evolutionary theory, and that's what they want to hone in on. And if you can't give them that exact thing, they dismiss all the rest of it. And they don't seem to understand that evolutionary theory is a coherent model. It is comprised of a lot of things and a lot of data, and there's no one expert in that entire thing because there's just so much to know, right? Yeah, I mean, even an expert in evolutionary biology still doesn't know everything because it's probably one of the most complicated fields out there as far as if you add in the molecular chemistry and you add in all these other factors, it's complicated shit, right? and they want to see like one piece of Lynch evidence.
Yeah.
Looking at it as an overall coherent model, and that's what I see a lot.
And also, with evolution or the process, there are all kind of different selective pressures. You know, there could be changes in temperature or acidity in the water or this or that, all kind of different things. I saw a list and I can't remember them all. But one of them was sexual selection. Females may go, ooh, look at this, like peacocks. Look at the peacock, he's got this big-ass tail. They go, ooh, daddy. But you got one that's got a smaller tail, and they go, no. You know, sexual selection is also one of them, but I just can't remember the other one. I remember that one because I thought that was funny.
Yeah, Tommy gets that confused a lot. He doesn't understand that anything that prevents two things from breeding prevents two things from breeding. They don't have offspring either way, whether it's sexual selection, whether it's mating ritual differences, whether it's...
You're trying to explain that to him, too.
He doesn't get. He refused to understand that sexual selection is just as much as important as biological reproduction of isolation than anything else.
By the way,
thanks for dropping in. Thanks for dropping in, William. Find us some creationists, man. We like to talk to you as well. Maybe. Anyways, he actually is a creationist, but
yeah.
One of the best examples of sexual selection, though, is the birds of paradise. I don't know if you've ever looked into them at all, but
yes, I mention them a lot.
They are gorgeous.
By the way, if you like the birds of paradise, have you seen the Cornell Bird Labs? Are you familiar with that? You know, Cornell University.
No.
Cornell University has a bird lab that's fantastic. It's been around for ages. Even back when I was in college, you could send away for their cassettes. Yes, cassettes. Remember cassettes of bird sounds? I think if I'm correct, they finally have pictures of every single bird of paradise on their site.
Ooh.
But you're right. It's not just their coloring; it's their dances.
Yeah, and it can also be the odor that comes from them.
And Tommy was saying one time that if they got horny enough, and I was like, no, they've actually demonstrated that it doesn't work that way. They will die out in some cases.
These are a great example of a speciation involving behavior, because it's their mating ritual that is most important, because theoretically, I think all of the birds of paradise could mate with each other, biologically.
Right.
And probably have fertile offspring. I forget. I'd have to double check that. But the thing is, they each have, not only do they look really different, but even more important for reproduction is they each have very exclusive mating rituals. Each have a very different mating dance. And if a male from one species were to try to seduce a female from another species, she'd just look at him like, what the fuck? It wouldn't work. Maybe there are rare instances of hybridization amongst birds of paradise, but a lot of them live pretty close to each other, and they don't cross because their instincts are too strong for them to cross. So they're different species. Yeah.
I won't sleep with a girl from New Jersey. It's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm kidding. I actually will. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Anyways, I've been messaging people. William came in, but he wasn't able to talk, obviously. But he was the only creationist that actually bothered to even come in and listen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it is. I'm asking for people to come in, and nobody wants to yet. We are not going to mute people. We're not going to boot people. They've all said they want to engage with me. Thank you, Jesus has. Antonio has. Remy said he would. I mean, they all like talking to me. But when I have these hangouts, I can never get them to come in, and I don't know why. I mean, anyone want to explain to me what their issue is? They can't say that they're going to be outnumbered because we're not going. We're actually here to explain things to them. It's not the same as me going into True's room where I'm booted and muted within
minutes. Maybe they're afraid
they don't want to look stupid on air.
Yeah. They're afraid they'll get lost in Heavy Hauler's beard.
Talking
about going into
Go ahead, Fiona.
Talking about getting into hangouts. Last night I was busy watching TrueEmpiricism's hangout. I was in a live chat, and somebody asked me if I was going to go into the hangout. Well, he hadn't put the link out anyway. But I posted a comment saying I'm in no mood to talk to him after his nonsense about my son. Now, everybody else understood that to mean, no, I won't be going in. In the hangout, TrueEmpiricism said, Fiona's in the live chat saying she wants to come in to talk about drama.
I read that. That's exactly what he said too.
Yes. And yet my comment was, I am in no mood to talk to him tonight.
Yeah,
It seems either he seriously cannot comprehend the written word, or lying is second nature to him, and he can't help himself.
Or both.
Or the spoken word.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a combination of both, but we've already kind of determined that I think he does have some kind of reading comprehension issues. Not trying to be disparaging, not trying to be mean, not dogging on somebody for has this kind of a disability, but he definitely indicates to me some type of issue, both in comprehension and I'm sure that he probably scored very low in these abilities growing up, and he probably was recognized it, but nobody took the time to give him recommendations of how to overcome them.
Yeah, I've experienced similar things with other people, and I've raised it as a question with certain people in this community about what they think could be the cause of it, and it just seems to be that his ideas in his own head are so concrete and so fixed that whatever you say to him goes through that filter, and then he reinterprets it in his own sort of, with regard to his own predetermined understanding of what he thinks you're going to say.
Yeah.
And the worst part, though, is he's dragging down other people with him, though. Because he does have a little following. Now, I don't care about people like NeoCloud, who's a pathological liar anyways. But thank you, Jesus and Antonio.
Dr. Neo. Don't forget Dr. Neo.
Dr. Neo, who, by the way, actually said in this one hangout, "Oh, I never said that. I've never claimed to be that. You're just a liar, Steve." And he was rambling on forever, and basically left in a huff. And yet I'm like, go watch the video. It's on Scholar Fiction's channel. It's called The Clown. NeoCloud on camera is demonstrating himself to be a false flagger because he's flagging. I think it was Christopher Hitslap's video, or him actually. His person flagging him, and at the same time saying that, well, I have a medical degree, but I don't like talking about my qualifications.
He said, I'm a doctor. Yeah, he did say that. Because I'll be back and listen to it again, and yes, he did say that.
Yeah, and then he claims that he never said that. He never false flagged anybody. I mean, the guy is just an outright liar. I mean, there's no way you could watch this video and not think that the guy is just full of shit. And then earlier, Drag and I were explaining that he would come, in the morning, he would come on our channel, or that sounded weird. He would go on our videos and leave comments or send us an instant message at like 6 o'clock in the morning to me and 2 o'clock to him, saying something about evolution or calling us some names, evitards or whatever, and then blocking us so we couldn't respond. And I'm like, okay, this is getting old. And so I just outright blocked him. I had to unblock him to get an EMK's room, I think, one time and forgot to reblock him. But I have subsequently reblocked him. But yeah, he's perma banned. I don't want to have any hangout that he's in. I will not go in. And then he's just there and calls everybody else liars, and it's just amazing. It's just ridiculous.
He blocked me at one point, and then he unblocked me. And I went into one of Nadia's rooms, and I was only getting in for just a couple of minutes to wish her well. I think she was moving or something. So I was just, going in to say good luck with the move, sort of thing. And Neo immediately went off in a rant, and he couldn't be in the same room as that satanic woman, and quit. And I thought, wow, I'd only been in to say good luck, Nadia.
Yeah, he's just not all mentally there. I mean, the guy's just weird. I mean, he never even shows himself on camera. It's just like this weird thing on his screens, and then he claims that he's I think got in an accident, and he can't walk, and I don't know. I just don't trust anything the guy says.
No, neither do I.
What?
I've got to get off to bedtime. So
you know what?
You take care, Daryl.
Thank you, Daryl, for popping in.
Be good.
Yeah.
Yes, be good, Daryl.
Bye.
One thing I wanted to say, because I was looking at something in the chat, and it reminded me of what Steve had said earlier, what Hogtie had said about what Ronnie said, and I realized that it's a great sentence, isn't it? The thing is, first of all, Steve, just like Fiona, I took that if the way Fiona did. I'm not used to that usage. But what some people don't realize is that Fiona's or maybe aren't remembering, Fiona's been through this before when her son was attacked.
Mm-hmm.
And all of the fundies were insinuating that she was lying about that just for drama. You don't lie about your son being attacked. They wanted police records to prove it. And you can't give police records for juveniles attacking another juvenile. It doesn't happen. Plus, they shouldn't have them anyway. But this is how bad this group of people can be. So, you know, this isn't Fiona's first rodeo with these folks and their, you know, accusations of lying and, oh, you're just trying to create drama or something.
And to expand upon that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, that's why Fiona posted the x-rays, because she's been here before.
And True Empiricism claimed he was going to make a compilation video of me with my contradictions and lies. Where is this video? I want to see it. I'm looking forward to it.
No, really, Steve, think about it. Even though you may be very handsome, you know, if you told lies and stuff like that and did half of what they said you do you think we'd want to hang around with you that much?
Well, that's what I don't get with these people.
You know,
it's like you know, scientists eat their own, okay?
Yeah.
and I'm not a scientist, but I mean,
but that's only in peer review.
You guys would kill me if I was disseminating false information.
And
right?
if you did have contradictions, you'd want to know about them.
Yeah, I want to fix the shit.
Yeah, I would too. And I have one of the funny things is they don't know what they're talking about, because I have misspoken or mistyped a time or two, or 3 or 4 or 5, and they never catch it.
I see that a lot with a lot of people. I mean, like, for example, I noticed that Drag had misspoken. I didn't make a comment about it, but Tommy actually picked it up, and I was actually kind of surprised. But yeah, most of the time they don't know this difference. You could be fake saying all kinds of shit. They have no idea whether you're right or wrong. And I could do that until I understand better. Sorry, I was gonna
say one of the famous ones was I was in a hangout where people kept saying, well, show me a dog turn into a non-dog. And I kept saying a dog will not turn into a non-dog. And show me a dog will turn into a non-dog. A dog will not turn into a non-dog. And then someone said, show me where a dog came from a non-dog. And I said, a dog will not come from a non-dog.
You said what?
I said a dog will not come from a non-dog.
Oh, I could see that mistake, right? I mean,
yeah,
you're focused on one thing.
Well, I think I've told you the story. I think I've told you the story about my last name before when I was in 6th grade. Didn't I tell you that?
That was fine. Yes.
That's the same sort of thing. I was so used to saying no that when I said no, a dog, I was wrong, and I was like, wait a minute, I caught myself, but the conversation went on and I couldn't correct it.
Well, do you remember when I was telling Hovind that? And I mean, he can always invoke kind, but it's like Hovind. Look, there's dogs that you agree came from wolves. Are wolves dogs? No, they're not. So dogs came from non-dogs. Of course, Kent's like, be like, oh, it's the dog kind. Well, I'm sorry, but a wolf is not a fucking dog, Kent.
Speaking of Hovind, I'm working something out right now.
You're wearing something that Hovind wore? What'd you say?
No, I'm working something out. God,
which one?
I wouldn't touch anything Hovind wore.
Kent or Eric?
Kent. I'm working something out with Kent right now.
A lot of people want to see Thunderfoot debate him, and I have a comment on Thunderfoot's video about this. I guess it's one of the top comments because I still get feedback on it. Hovind's not really doing much as far as like debating. He'll come into some hangouts, but he's really laying low lately.
Here's the thing about dogs, and this could apply to cows and cats and other very domesticated animals. Left alone, wolves would not have evolved into German Shepherds and Chihuahuas and Dachshunds, and that was very selective, whatever stuff. Dogs would not exist as they do now, except for us.
Right.
Doing the forced selection.
And one of the things they comment about is they'll say, well, look at they try to use dogs as an argument against natural selection, although dogs are artificial selection.
No, it's forced selection.
Yeah, I know, but the thing is, they try to think, well, see how when you keep crossbreeding them, they get so that they like to bring up the bulldog that can only give birth through cesarean section. And by the way, if you look up the history of the bulldog, wasn't that long ago that they look quite a bit different.
Yeah.
The point they're missing, though, is there have been studies about this where dogs go feral. What happens when dogs go feral? The later generations start to look like what?
Wolves.
Right. Or coyotes or something along that line, yes. So if you were to take a bunch of dogs, you can take German Shepherds, Poodles, Collies, what have you, and, let them go feral and watch the generations. Not that that would happen because there are always ethical problems with things like that. But if you were to do that over the generations, they start to look like, well, wolves or something.
Yeah.
I mean, look at all the mutts in the world. If you go to a pound and you look at mutts, what you'll probably see is a certain amount of traits from whatever dogs have been popular.
Right.
At one time, everybody had German Shepherds, so a lot of the mutts look German Shepherdy. Nowadays, a lot of people have pit bulls, so a lot of the mutts look a bit pit bully. But they do get this sort of generic kind of doggy look. And an example could be, the dingo. That was a domesticated animal that went feral and created a new species.
Hey, did you guys read Sam the Scientist just put his post just right now? Because it's really good.
I was just about to read it.
It's really good.
Go ahead.
It's really, really good.
Is it in Google Plus?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's in tons.
Yeah, listen, and if you guys want to go over a little bit, I invited him in here, but this is like really worth talking about. He really makes some good statements in here.
Yeah, there was someone actually brought up dogs. They was trying to say that evolution, if things keep evolving, they're going to start getting sick and they're going to start developing mouth deformities and start dying. Wrong. What they use dogs as an example. Dogs did not evolve.
Yeah, the problem with dogs is that there's when you're breeding dogs, you sometimes get negative traits as well.
Yeah. It's like to get a certain specific look to a dog. The baggage that comes with it could also be something harmful to the dog.
Yes, and you also have
just undesired.
Yeah, and you have also genetic diversity as well.
Those traits start coming out.
Well, the problem is they're operating from the they're starting at the point that all mutations are negative. So
yeah, they're starting with
that's not true because dogs. I mean, this stuff is not mutations. This is forced,
inbreeding.
Very hard selective.
Right.
Yeah, inbreeding. Yeah,
inbreeding,
and it's forced on the animals.
I know that.
If they were left alone, if they were left alone to evolve naturally without any intervention, they wouldn't have the problem.
We know that the difference is, the problem is True doesn't know that.
Sam is listening in the lab, and like I said, I'm reading Sam's response, and it's just brilliant. Do you guys mind if I read this?
Oh, please go ahead.
No.
Yeah,
no,
it's good. It's good.
It's really fucking good, actually. And I'm probably going to mispronounce this word too, even though I know what it is. But I think I got it right. But he writes on various things that in regards to TrueEmpiricism hangout last night, and that one of the first things he says is, "You don't know how to pronounce tumorigenesis." Is that how you pronounce it?
Tumorigenesis.
Tumorigenesis. That's what I said. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know how he pronounced it, but tumorigenesis. More importantly, an important aspect of tumorigenesis is that cells evade apoptosis. This is why apoptotic pathways are frequently mutated in cancer. For example, check out the various capsids that are frequently mutated. However, the tumor suppressor genes may catch the rearrangement and induce apoptosis if the cell's tumor suppressor genes, oncogenes, is that the right word? Oncogenes? Anybody? Oncology, onco is cancerous.
Yes. Sorry, I was
oncogenes.
So oncogenes, okay, so that would be obviously with cancer, aren't too damaged. This is a fairly deep and technical topic that Ronnie should stay away from. Amen on that one, because this is like beyond most of our levels. But I know enough to know that if you have apoptosis, the cell dies. Therefore, you're not going to have this uncontrollable splitting of the cancerous gene, cancerous cells, right? It's not going to be a runaway. It's not going to become cancerous growth. They're going to be apoptosis and die, right?
Yeah. I pinned him. I pinned him on that to explain how is the telomere fusion going to give us apoptosis, and then he said started to ramble on about cancer. I'm like, wait, what? If it's going through apoptosis, it can't be cancer. You fucking knew.
And we should note during that apoptosis is not necessarily a bad thing. Apoptosis is a good thing. I mean, we need programmed cell death, and even information in embryology, apoptosis is what causes like the webbing between your toes and your feet and shit.
Yeah.
And so you can actually have that.
He's without excuse. He's without excuse because that evidence of anatomical features and functions that I gave, the PDL1 with cancer, that's a classic example of cancer evasion from the immune system. So,
yeah, he's never explained what he's meant by this at all. But I agree. We all agree that Ronnie should stay away from this topic. I completely.
Well, now that you said that Ronnie should stay away from this topic, prepare for his video.
Oh yeah, he's gonna show Sam the scientist up and explain to Sam about cancer research, and I'm gonna love this video. And the next one he writes, Ronnie doesn't seem to understand. I'm gonna throw in the word anything after that, but Ronnie doesn't seem to understand that telomere-telomere fusions isn't hypothesized to be responsible for speciation. Rather, it is a vestige of our split with other great apes. This is very basic evolutionary biology that he screws up. The basic intuition is that we cannot lose a whole chromosome because there are too many genes on each chromosome that are necessary. Instead, a fusion event will allow us to go from 48 to 46 chromosomes without losing any genes. How does Ronnie not get this? Ronnie thinks that loss of a chromosome, that's what it is. He thinks there's an absolute loss, which would be detrimental to the life form. You cannot lose a chromosome and survive because there's just too much genetic information on it. He doesn't realize that the chromosomes aren't necessarily lost, so they're fused together, so all the genetic information is still there. He does not understand that at all. I've listened to him say this numerous times. He calls it a loss of a chromosome.
Well, I could give a metaphor for the fusion here, but he doesn't understand grammar, so referring it to it as the equivalent of a contraction wouldn't help.
And I suggested two necklaces hooking together.
The flip in the side thing puts there's a tumor suppressor gene and oncogenes. Oncogenes are gas pedals. Tumor suppressor genes are brake pedals. So oncogenes contribute to cancer, and then the tumor suppressor genes try to inhibit the cancerous growth. Would that be a fair assumption?
I think basically what they're saying is that, I mean, genes that were classed as oncogenes are those which, when the regulation of them is lost, results in oncogenesis, as in tumour formation or cancer causing. That's how they first classified certain genes as oncogenes. And one of the big misunderstandings is when people ask, why on earth do we have oncogenes? What do we need with tumour-causing genes? And it's not that the gene is there to cause a tumour. It's when the regulation of it is lost.
So if the regulation of the gene is lost, that's where it becomes carcinogenic of some type?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, some of the tumours will require a number of mutations in a certain sequence for a cancerous cell to arise. And that's why tumours tend to arise in cell types which are rapidly dividing, and the more rare tumours are in those cells where you don't have rapid division, because the mutations that occur are occurring during division, as in replication. So it means that replication is all tied up in tumorigenesis. And when you lose control of replication, if a cell, for some reason, if there's something within a cell where normally the control mechanism is going to say, right, we've got enough, stop. And if that cell is able to ignore that signal and just keep going, that's when you run into trouble.
Okay, so the cell signaling to telling it to where to stop is either no longer there, or it's not able to interpret the cell signal correctly.
It can be a number of different ways in which it ends up not responding correctly.
I like what he puts here.
The control mechanism.
I was gonna say real quick. I like what he puts here because this is the same thing I've heard him say. Sam says Ronnie doesn't seem to understand the telomere to telomere fusion isn't hypothesized to be responsible for speciation. MG42 Pillbox, Arcane Logos, and TrueEmpiricism NF all think that this fusion was a speciation event. And I don't know where they get this from. Under what reading do they ever interpret this to be a speciation event? But they all do it. I think one person says something stupid and then they all kind of follow it.
Yeah. It'd be good if Sam could come in, actually.
He's in the lab right now. He can't.
Is he? Rats.
Yeah.
Because he is... Yeah, he is certainly more informed when it comes to the various genes that are involved in tumorigenesis.
It's too technical for us to get into. No, I'm just kidding. I'd love to hear it another time, but he is in the lab right now. This is why I'm just reading.
And one of the biggies is P53. I do know that.
Well,
I only know that because when I was working doing my research in the lab, certain members of my research group were working on P53, and they were looking at breast cancer, I think it was, and head and neck tumours.
Let's see.
And also, colon cancer as well.
Yeah, I'm sure Sam will have another hangout where to talk about this more directly. And I don't want to butcher what he's commenting on, but he writes good stuff, obviously.
He does very good stuff.
If you could take, if I swear to God, if Sam and Hogta ever decided to do a collusion together and write something, it would be just brilliant. Because I like the way both of them write. But anyways, he goes on to say, Ronnie ignores the telomere fusions that that have been documented in humans, even though I provided a peer-reviewed reference that showed that they have been documented. We all notice this. CRISPR, Sam, you, Jade, I pretty much everybody has given him examples of observed telomeric to telomeric fusions. And yet he says they're mythical still. He says they don't exist. So what is up with that? Just by fiat say that they don't exist, even though we have papers that say that they're observed and we do see them?
I keep going back to, where's the data?
Yeah.
He's never substantiated any of these things that he says. He just says by fiat that it just doesn't happen. And he gets that from because Tompkins says it doesn't happen. And he says, well, Tompkins is a geneticist, therefore I trust him. Well, where's Tompkins' data then? You know?
True just started a hangout if anyone's interested.
Oh, goody.
Yeah.
Oh, for goodness sake.
I did find a creationist take on chromosome 44. And I'll give you the link to it.
Please.
Because I was looking for one. Now this doesn't deny the fusion. However, I think it may clear up where some of the confusion comes from. Let me read the last. Let me read the last paragraph. It says, "The study of the 44 chromosome man is a fascinating look at the way chromosomes work to pass on genetic information from one generation to the next. Evolutionists have used this as an argument to support their theory. However, because the lack of physical differences in the man with the genetic mutation, the loss of genetic material, and the reduction of the probability of viable offspring, it provides more evidence against the theory of evolution than it does to support it."
Huh?
Yeah, that's what he said. Anyway, I've given you the link.
Who wrote that one?
Some guy. It took me a while to find it because everything for Phil Maxwell. I have no idea who he is.
I'll read it another time.
Yeah, read it another time. But I think this is what they do because it took me a while to find it because everything that says 44 chromosome man supports the 44 chromosome man. So, but one of the things that I think is that I got from this is that what he's saying is, besides the fact some of the stuff he's saying is wrong, and he's got it from an article. He does link the paper, though. I don't know if he's read the paper, but he does seem to be referencing an article rather than the actual paper. Is that he's arguing that the 44 chromosome man is not an argument for evolution, as evolutionists say it's an argument for evolution. And I think that may be where some of our people are getting the misunderstanding. We're not arguing that the 44 chromosome man and the other people with 44 chromosomes in Finland, and probably around the world, we don't know. One of us here could have 44 chromosomes. We haven't a clue if we haven't had our genes done. A lot of people haven't had their genes done. It's going to be in the future. We're going to find a lot of this stuff out. But we're not saying that the 44 chromosome man in and of himself is an argument for evolution. What we're doing is we're using the 44 chromosome man and the 44 chromosome family as examples of how gene fusion takes place and how gene fusion took place in our ancestry between what is now called chimp chromosome 2A and 2B, creating our chromosome 2. Yeah. That's where the argument is. They're missing the argument. They're thinking we're arguing for evolution by arguing the 44 chromosome man, when no, well, we're not directly arguing for evolution because he has 44 chromosomes. We're showing that he and this other family and other people, because I know of at least one other case, that have 44 chromosomes are simply examples of how this fusion could have taken place.
Yeah.
And that's what they don't get. They're just examples.
There's a woman in Turkey as well.
Yeah, I was looking at this. It said, now I don't know how true this is, but he says there, it was only discovered that the man had this anomaly because of his family history of infant mortality rate and the occurrence of miscarriage in his family. So I don't know how true that is.
You see, the thing is, it depends. We've also got the family in Finland where they've had this 44 chromosomes, and individuals with 44 chromosomes arising over 9 generations.
Well, the reason the reason they have to debunk this is because not so much that it enhances the evolutionary theory, it's because it was predicted. This type of fusion or something along those lines, they didn't know exactly what it was, but they knew that somehow we ended up with 46 and all the other great apes 48. So they knew that something happened along the genetic lines. This was a prediction that was made, that they would discover something that would explain this. They did. And that's what they don't want to have out there. They don't want to say that evolutionary theory had predictive modeling capabilities like this. That's the point that they needed. They have to try to disprove because it doesn't fit their paradigm.
Yeah. Darwin made a prediction. Archaeopteryx proved him right. Or was on the road to proving him right.
Let's go on a little bit here. Let's see here. The main function of telomeres is not to protect fusions. Telomeres are there to protect against gene loss and replication. As any introductory biology student in university learns, because DNA polymerase only goes in the one direction, 5' to 3', you end up losing DNA off the lagging strand during each replication cycle. Telomeres provide protection against this because they are large, repetitive regions that do not code for anything. That also happens to protect against fusions, but that is not their main function, as you seem to imply, which we talked about earlier. You know. So we mentioned the same exact thing there, Sam. That telomeres are just repetitive non-coding regions that will tend to prevent fusions, but if there's a problem with them, they're shortened or whatever, they can actually fuse together. The fusion site does have the repetitive markings of telomeric sequence. You really can't miss this when I reference the comparison of the complete chimpanzee genome and the human genome. We've seen the comparison on that. He just basically ignores all that. I'm just going a little bit further, but sorry, I'm getting messages. DDX11L2 is not located at the fusion site. This is totally BS made up by Tompkins. In fact, on most genome browsers, it flanks the site. It is a pseudogene and comes from a family of genes ordered telomeric sites and other great apes. Yeah, he says DDX11L2. Ready? DDX11L2 is not located at the fusion site. This is total BS made up by Tompkins. In fact, on most genome browsers, it flanks the site. It is a pseudogene and comes from a family of genes that bordered telomeric sites in other great apes.
Wait, it's not. It's not. Say it again.
He's just saying that the DDX11L2 is part of a family, and all of them flank. All of them are telomeric.
Yes.
And this one is not actually in the fusion site as Tompkins claims.
Oh, yeah, it's not in the fusion site. No, it flanks it.
Right, but Tompkins is claiming that it's actually in the fusion site, if I remember correctly.
No, Tompkins is claiming that there is read-through.
Oh, okay.
It starts outside the fusion, and it reads right through the fusion, and the way Tompkins worded it, he was suggesting that evolutionists were saying that the fusion created the gene.
Is that the alternate transcript that he has? Is that what it is? The alternate transcript read through?
Yeah.
Okay. So
he's saying evolutionists seem to think that the fusion created this gene. It couldn't have done so, but nobody's claimed that the fusion created the gene.
Yes, I've never read anything that claims that.
No, neither have I. But that's what Tompkins was trying to say. This is what evolutionists claim, and there's no way it could create this gene.
We've all read that paper, the fusion thing. It mentions nothing of that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's only 4 pages wrong. Anybody wants to go read it? It's not. It's a little complicated, and most of it's drawings, like the 3rd page. But it's not a long read, but it's worth reading. But it mentions nothing about that. So I don't know what evolutionist he's talking about.
No, neither do I.
You've got the fusion point, half a gene here, half a gene there. That's what they claim. That's what he's claiming.
I thought this, and I think it was Jay that
wouldn't happen.
I wasn't aware of this. I knew DDX11 was a family of genes, but the L2, I think Jade had said it means like to, because I thought it meant...
That was CRISPR.
Was it CRISPR? I thought it meant something else, because if you look at the gene right next to the fusion site, it'll say like what I'm trying to think of, PTER. PTER 11.2, and that is the P arm. It's 11th band, subdivision, subregion, or whatever the hell you're reading the gene. I thought that's what the 0.2 was, but then I'm finding out the L2 means it's like it's like another gene, a similar gene, a homolog.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I didn't know that. That was news to me. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah. The point is that all of the genes in this family are found near telomeres. And so by finding the part of this gene near the fusion site, that's just more evidence that it is a fusion.
Yeah, because there's no other explanation. I mean, they have no alternative explanation of how that sequence got there, correct? They don't provide any. They don't provide a single mechanism of how it has occurred, except for God done it or its appearance of design. That doesn't tell us a damn thing.
Yeah.
There has to be a physical reason why these things got the way they were.
Yeah, and the fact that that's the only instance where we are finding that gene not close in to the telomere of the chromosome, but in fact in the long arm. It's just more evidence that it is a fusion, a telomere fusion.
Yes,
and I think Tompkins missed that.
Well, I don't think he did. I think Tompkins outright lies about things. I just think he's outright dishonest. And I'd love him to come in one of these days and talk to CRISPR.
We do that thing about. He claimed that Miller had conceded. Well, somebody claimed Miller had conceded. Casey Luskin wrote the article. Don't know where he got the information from. It's supposed to be in private correspondence with Tompkins. Miller had conceded that Tompkins was right, and Miller has said, no, I did not. That is not true.
I know Isaiah was actually trying to get a hold of Miller at one time to see if he would join us and hang out. I don't know whether it came to fruition on that, but...
ooh, that would be fabulous.
Oh, yeah, wouldn't it be
That'd
awesome?
Be awesome.
I know True is having his hangout. He's talking about us. I don't know what the hell he could be talking about.
Evolutionists need to quit while they're ahead. That's
yeah. It's just science is taught in every university in the entire planet, accredited university, and yet everything that True says is not taught anywhere. That's what it boils down to.
I mean, I'm sorry we're so far ahead, Ronnie.
But think about it.
Well, he could have come in and had a chat with us if he wanted.
It's open. It's an open hang.
But he wouldn't be able to keep, as he does in every hangout, is mute and boot.
Yep.
There is space open.
If you haven't answered his question in 6 words, he immediately tells you you're avoiding the question.
But he won't answer y'all's questions.
No, no. He still hasn't addressed the fish data.
Well, I can think of 6, 7 things he hasn't addressed. But again, nothing he's ever stated is taught anywhere. Moving on here with Sam's thing.
Yeah.
He says the sad thing is that Neil Cloud and Antonio Fletcher act as if it hasn't been established in the literature that fusions happen when there have been dozens of articles on it in prominent journals. Hell, I provided them Ronnie. Oh, hell, I provided them to Ronnie. It is a settled issue. What a crock of shit. And yes, everybody's provided him literature on fusions happening. Anybody right now who's listening can go to Google Scholar and type in telomeric fusions, and there's papers that pop up.
Yeah.
And that's all, you know. But
yeah, and the thing is, he says that this does not happen. We provide him with all the links that he demands because he wants to see the evidence. And once he gets them, oh, and he also puts on an arbitrary deadline. Don't forget that.
Oh yeah.
5 p.m. his time yesterday. And then the only response we get from having provided all of these is your citation bluffing. So we're damned if we don't provide them with those links, and we're damned if we do.
He's got 2 people in there, and it's Antonio and Tommy. Go figure.
Yeah.
I mean,
I invited Antonio into this hangout. I even sent him a message. I don't know what his issue is. I'm losing faith in him. I thought he was smart enough to actually want to you know, have a dialogue. He says he does, and yet every time I invite him, he doesn't. And then Tommy's just Tommy, so.
Tell him to bring the data.
Yeah, there's something for you, Steve. Did you see Tommy's comment about your hangout the other night? And
I saw one of the drag.
No. This was a written response. And he claimed that I was, when he wrote up the article about the repeated Lenski experiment, first of all he says I was speechless.
Oh, I did read that. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But then in his hangout he said that I went daft. No, I asked him for the paper because I really wanted to see it. And here's the thing. It's really hilarious because he says that I had no response to it and I basically stammered through a bunch of stuff.
That's what he said, yep.
Yeah. Now, do you remember that I explained to him after, I mean, it was only the abstract of the paper that he'd given me at first, and I had to read it, obviously, because I hadn't seen it. So I had to read it first. So that would account for some of the silence. And then I brought up this thing, wait a minute, one of those strains they used was an RPOS mutant. And I went on to explain what an RPOS mutant phenotype would be like, in that it wouldn't do what it's supposed to do when it gets into stationary phase.
Yeah, you went into
survival.
You actually confused even us. Maybe Isaiah fully understood it. I was confused by what you were saying as well, but that's because I wasn't getting into the depth you were, but I think you were so far over Tommy's head that to be in the stratosphere, and then he took that to be that you were confused.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Here's the irony of this. Now, I hadn't seen that paper before, right? And Tommy has popped it up in the middle of a hangout, live on here, so I come to it absolutely cold. I have a look at it, I see the RPOS mutant in it, and I explain to him that if you're using a cell that is unable to elicit the proper starvation response when they run out of nutrients, you know, as in shutting down the metabolism and all the rest of it, if they're not able to do that, and they're still trying to chunter on without a carbon source, they get into real problems and all sorts of nasty things can happen to them. So in other words, it's like the genetic background of the strain that you use in that experiment is going to play a role in the outcome, right? The following day, Sam put up a link, and it's to an article by Lenski. I'm talking about this paper. and pointing out, and this just struck me as so funny, pointing out that the genetic background of the cells that you use in the experiment affects the outcome, which is exactly what I was attempting to explain to Tommy the previous evening. Now, I'd come to that paper cold. I hadn't seen it before. But I still was able to explain to him exactly what the problem would be, certainly with that RPOS mutant. Exactly the same as Lenski has written about in an article. And I hadn't seen Lenski's article either. So that isn't where I was getting my information from. I just looked at the paper that Tommy provided, I looked at the mutant strains, and I saw the RPOS mutant listed there. And straight away it was, bingo, there's a problem if you use that mutant.
Yeah.
But apparently I had no answers, I stuttered and I stammered and all the rest of it. Tommy doesn't realise that, and I'm seriously not trying to blow my own trumpet here. I'm not. One point now is that having come to it completely cold, having never seen it before, and certainly having seen Lenski's response to the paper, I still ended up coming to the same conclusion.
Well, that's because you got prior experience.
Yeah, you got enough background in this stuff to go, oh, wait a minute, no, that's not right.
Because my PhD thesis was on carbon starvation survival in E. coli. And when you've got a bacterium that cannot utilize citrate in an aerobic environment, and you put it in a growth medium that's only got citrate, and you put it in an aerobic environment, it is looking at carbon starvation. If it cannot utilize the sole carbon source in the medium, the only carbon source there is there, citrate. If it cannot utilize that citrate, then it has no carbon source. So it's going into carbon starvation. RPOS mutants can't do that. So yeah, so much for not having any answers for Tommy. Tommy just didn't understand the answer that game.
Yeah, and that's why he just thinks you're just so confused. It's funny in the outside chat they're talking about Ronnie's thing, and they had posted in Ronnie's freaking video. He actually has a link to AIG, right? And he has a link to AIG's take on the human chromosome 2 fusion site. And I've read it before, and it's a mixture of fact and fiction, right? It's one of those things where they use actual citations to confuse people. Because I mean they make a big case about it being a degenerate region, which the paper that the thing came from states it's a degenerate region. They make a big thing about the transcription binding site, things we've already gone over, and yet it just seems like one big trying to confuse people, and at the very end what it says is, let's see right here, the last statement is, combined with the fact that no valid evidence exists for a fossil centromere on human chromosome number 2, the evolutionary idea of a chromosome 2 fusion in human should be completely abandoned. No valid evidence for a fossil centromere, yet you've shown the fish data that shows the telomeres. Now, I don't know if there's
that was for the telomere.
That's what I said. But is there anything out there for the centromere itself that show that?
I have two. I have two papers I'll post in the external chat.
Okay, because I mean I'm assuming that they do have same kind of thing for these cryptic centromere.
We're talking about so many telomeres, this, telomere, that. There would be 2 centromeres in there, wouldn't there?
Right, but TrueEmpiricism said there'd be 2 functional ones, which makes no sense. But there is a vestigial one. There's a cryptic one in there that is evidence of that. But this is saying here on Answers in Genesis that there's not a valid existence for a fossil centromere.
By the way,
I don't get the term fossil centromere.
I don't know why they use the word fossil either. I think it's kind of.
I don't understand what he's talking about.
I would say wouldn't vestigial be a better word, or cryptic, or degenerative, or something along those lines? Why do they use the word fossil centromere, Fiona?
Sorry, say that.
They say combined with the fact that no valid evidence exists for a fossil centromere, and I'm thinking, wouldn't a better word be like a cryptic or vestigial or degenerative?
It would actually be a better way of doing it. I think some people have used that term, but
yeah, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying I think when they try to do stuff like this, though, it tries to like imply there's something wrong with the fossil record as well. It's like something, even though they were not related, obviously. I think there's some kind of subliminal shit when these people write this stuff. They try to confuse things, just like in the other version, the what was it, on creation.com or ICR, I don't remember, but they talk about 44 chromosomes in gibbons and how gibbons can go up to 50, which has nothing to do with great apes to begin with, but they throw it in there just to confuse people.
You know, one thing I've seen is I don't think it had to do with creationist claims. It had to do with something else, maybe. But anyway, it listed sources that they used in this paper, you know, to try to debunk whatever, you know. And so I went to some of the sources and I looked at them, read, you know, read, and I don't see anything in there about what they're talking about.
Well, I mean, some of these sources. Okay, first of all, we all know that AIG is the worst possible site.
Yeah. Or they may, like you said, they may take part of it, say, well, this says this. And we're going to go way over here and get this other part, and way over there and get this other little snippet. We're going to put them together and come up with something that debunks evolution.
Well, the worst thing I see, Heavy, is that they do is they actually use correct citations, but then they use these citations to somehow imply that the model or what we're saying is incorrect. It's not.
Yeah.
I mean, they basically use correct information to try to mystify people. That's what I see the most.
I think they don't expect people to track this stuff down and look for themselves.
I posted a link to the vestigial centromere in humans, and to add, the vestigial centromere, the alphoid sequence of it, has a functional ortholog in chimps.
I have an idea. What I'd like to do, we all need to create our own original creationist website with its own unique claims, and then put citations and links to papers that are completely unrelated and irrelevant in every feasible way.
Oh, we could probably make some satire thing. It'd be funny.
And see if they still go along with them.
Well, here's the question I have to ask. Given that we provided all those things to Ronnie, all those links to Ronnie, and he hosted his hangout about, what, 2-3 hours afterwards, had he read everything that we gave him?
I have
you bothered?
Not even the title.
My question is, has he read anything that you've given him?
Ever.
Has he read anything, period?
I think he has. Has he understood it?
I think he's read Hop on Pop once.
No,
Rational Mind is in the side chat of TrueEmpiricism right now.
From what he said, I missed the very beginning of Ronnie's last hangout, not the one going on now. But it did sound like he glanced, just from what I could guess, he glanced at some of the papers that were referenced, doesn't have a clue what they say.
Probably like look for certain keywords.
I think he used certain words or catchphrases from them without understanding what they mean. I wanted to go back and listen to the beginning of his hangout to verify my, this assumption I have. I don't know if anybody else here who saw the beginning of the hangout did, because by the time I got there, he was mostly talking non-science stuff. I mean, because I asked, "Where's the science?"
Yeah, but almost non-science.
And yeah, because by the time I got there, he only mentioned a couple of things about the centromere and I think the telomere or whatever, and was basically on to complaining about how awful we are.
Of course.
Which is okay. We talk about how awful he is. The difference is we do it with references to actual scientific data.
Bingo.
And that's why we're talking about how awful he is. We're not talking about how awful he is personally. I understand he raises dogs, and he had a little puppy who was quite rambunctious with him last night. And I think that's fantastic. He seems to really love dogs, and that's a good plus for Ronnie that
So long as he acknowledges cats are better.
Yeah, but I thought ponies were best.
I was gonna say, wait, yeah, Brony, you're gonna be kicked out of the Brony Club.
But we don't really know much about Ronnie, other than the person he puts here on YouTube, and a lot of us don't know much about each other. So when we're criticizing him, we're criticizing his bad science and his very poor use of language. He still is trying to argue, again last night, that Dragnot he actually said that Dragnot learned from him. Dragnot learned from Ronnie. Yeah. And his example was that Drag didn't know anything about Le Chatelier's principle. And I put in the chat, of course he knew about Le Chatelier's principle. You just bollocks the name up so bad, Drag had no clue what you were talking about.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah, I remember his name, but I don't. What do you say? Like Shitley, the shitter or something? I don't know what it is.
It was just weird, and I didn't know what he was. I saw that one, and I didn't know what the heck he was talking about either. I was going, the what? What?
Yeah. Well, like I mentioned, scientist Isaac Netton.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, didn't he invent mittens? I mean, isn't that guy? Yeah.
We get Halsoy is saying in the side chat that he's looking at the link that Ronnie's given. It's to Tompkins' paper. I'm assuming that's Tompkins' paper about chromosome 2 fusion. So Halsoy, if you could clarify that in the live chat, is it the Tompkins' paper on chromosome 2 fusion that you're talking about? Because Halsoy's saying he's not understanding that.
Yeah, I was trying to listen to it. I couldn't listen to it that much to do this. One thing, Sam, I don't know how long I'm going to be able to do this more. I've got stuff I got to do here in another hour or so, but I'm going to keep it going for a little while. What I saw in TrueEmpiricism, he was posting pictures of the Human Chromosome 2 site, and then somebody was explaining that basically him and Tommy are giving Antonio complete bullshit information. So.
Of course they are. Yeah. Should have been another laugh a minute. But I'd like to find out if it's the chromosome 2 paper that Halsoy is actually talking about. Because then we can attempt to explain it for them.
I've got it. It's the actual paper, quote unquote, paper by Tompkins. That's it right there.
Oh, you've got the link, so we can.
All right. Yeah, that's the one.
That's it.
He's doing the answer in. It's right from. Answer Genesis copied it verbatim. So.
Exactly.
Is that one then? Right,
that's the one. He links that in his hangout. That's the one he linked.
And that's what I was saying. I was reading. I've read it before, and it's a little bit different from ICR and creationist.com. But he cites a lot of actual papers. But again, he does so to confuse people because these papers are not saying what that Tompkins is saying. They're saying, or in any way letting any credibility what Tompkins is positing. At all.
Well, one thing is that the title of the paper, alleged human chromosome 2 fusion site, encodes an active DNA binding domain inside a complex and highly expressed gene, negating fusion. Right. Well, number one, that particular gene there is not highly expressed.
It's like the very title itself was like.
Yeah, I told Ronnie that. I left a comment to him. I know he's seen it.
And that's what creation.com takes away. It takes two things away. One of it's a highly expressed gene, which nobody agrees with Tompkins on, and that it it encroaches upon the fusion site, as you said, the alternate transcription or what word you used? I call it encroaching. What is it? When it extends to the fusion site, I think you said. I can't remember the exact term you used, Fiona. But those are the things that creation.com takes away. But where does he actually demonstrate that it's a highly expressed gene anywhere in that paper?
Nowhere. He just says it and expects you to believe it.
Well, Fiona, take a look at it. Do you see anywhere where he actually shows it's a highly expressed gene? Because I've read this before, and I know everybody else has too, and I don't remember that ever being in there.
No, I'm just busy reading it. Sorry, I'm reading something here.
I'm letting my tablet charge a little bit, but I'm kind of having on his thing right now.
By the way, did anybody take a look at that image I posted up above?
The parachutes?
Yep.
Yeah, I like that.
That's
Freddie.
Pillbox.
Freddie, I'll feed you in a minute. You have food, you just don't want to eat it.
Does he want to lounge on
sorry,
the keyboard?
thought I was muted. No.
By the way,
Go ahead.
Heavy Holler, I noticed a disturbing lack of ponies in your toy collection behind you.
Absolutely.
You need to get a few.
No, wait. I'll be right back.
I can't believe we have 21, well, minus me, 20 people watching minus myself, and he had like 11 at max, and yet one of them was me. So, and he only has 2 people in the room, and it's just basically an echo chamber of him, Tommy, and Antonio.
Yeah.
Weird.
He wants an echo chamber.
Well, it says 9 watching. Well, it says 9 watching now, and I'm one of them.
And I'm one. I have 11 watching, and I'm one of them. So we'll go by your number. So basically, he's got 7 people, and he's probably watching his side chat too. That's 6.
Yeah.
Rational Mind, I know, wants to tear him up, but I invited him to come in here. But
yeah, that's about as close as I'll get to Pony. But I do have a lot of books on horses, which are stored away right now because I love. They're beautiful animals. They're so amazing.
I still think you could use a good Pinkie Pie in your collection.
Oh God!
Yeah, if you're gonna say it's Japanese, that'd be
that's just wrong. Don't even say that in my hangout. That's just scary. Oh, stop it! You're killing me. I'm gonna have to go watch a football game now. All right, I'm passing out controls. I'm gonna be gone for about maybe half hour to an hour while you guys talk about shit. So I've got to get some stuff done before Ryan gets home because Lyrical gets mad if things aren't done.
I have no idea how to do controls, so don't give them to me.
Yeah.
Everybody gets them. Doesn't matter.
Get your chores done.
Yeah, I know. I'm like a housemaid. It's great. Seriously, I'm a house mouse.
Oh.
I don't mind.
Hey, listen, that's handy.
It's actually pretty cool. It's a nice place. It's definitely better than when I was at. So. All right, I'm going to leave you guys to talk about yourselves. So if anybody needs me, I'll be on my tablet. I will be probably listening while I'm doing housework, but I won't be able to really respond except for the side chat. Jade, you have dominion over everything, so anybody gets up a hand. you have the ultimate authority right now, and then Fiona. Okay, I'll be back.
Okay. Did anyone notice that? Yeah, goodbye. Did anyone notice the tags to Ronnie's video?
Yes, those tags are on every single video he puts out. Every single one of them has that list of tags.
I've also noticed he can't spell misinformation.
I made a comment. All he left out was New World Order, Illuminati, and the reptiles from wherever that place they're from that are in control of the government. So,
yeah. Nibiru? Are they supposed to be from Nibiru? Nibiru or whatever it is? I don't know.
By the way, I have a question. This is a real question. I'm not quite sure. It might be a thing I just haven't heard of. What's an agnostic?
Ooh, I can't. I've heard of it. I can't remember.
I think that's the idea that God has no meaning as a concept.
Yeah.
That's an atheist, but I
see. Yeah.
I'm wondering if he'd meant to write agnostic, but just agnostic is in the group elsewhere. Never mind.
I guess, if you're talking about agnostic, then that's like theological non-cognitivism, which is close to it, I guess, but not exactly.
Scandal, pagan, aliens, supernatural magic, UFO, NWO. Well, he'll get some '90s wrestling fans in there then.
I mean, this is the thing. What have those tags got to do with any video that he has made in the last year? That's it.
Maybe he ought to put in Power Rangers and
we mix.
Yeah. I also, how could he leave out the Jesuits?
Well, quite.
I mean, really.
The Jesuits like me?
Yeah, like you.
He even managed to put in God TV Radio, so he'll get to leech.
You're kidding.
Brett Keating.
No, he did.
Did he put nudity in there too?
I actually thought there was something in the terms of service about misleading tags.
There is. You're not supposed to do that.
Want to flag his video?
No.
Oh no, I wouldn't bother.
Oh, he gets enough grief already.
No, it's actually funnier to actually see all those tags underneath one of his videos.
It is.
Sorry, I'm lagging badly because I've got while I'm on my Chromebook here, my laptop's busy doing something online.
Okay.
But it's nearly finished. Please hurry up.
How's your son doing today?
Not bad. Hand very swollen still this morning.
Yeah.
Did you see that photograph of his hand?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
And in the X-rays, you can actually see the two fractures.
Yeah, you can.
Oh,
I looked at the X-rays.
So, I mean, it's not actually broken; it's fractured.
Not the same thing. At the top of the bone, there's a compression fracture, and then halfway along the shaft of the bone, it's fractured all the way through.
Seems like I've heard that fractures take longer to heal than or something.
A fracture in
you have to be real careful.
Yeah, they're basically the same thing. So he's all done is strap his two fingers together.
Yeah.
And elastic bandage to try and keep the swelling down a bit.
Yeah,
and he'll be seen at the.
Yeah.
No, it's broken. It's broken. The bone is broken in two places. That's what fracture means.
Yeah. Well, sometimes Fiona, at least here, I've
the
heard.
Bone here. The bone.
Yeah.
Here.
Oh, when I say
bone,
fracture,
yeah.
I mean like there's a crack. It's not a break. It's
Yeah, that's kind of what I was.
When I say fracture, I mean it's a break.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that is colloquially here in the United States. That is colloquially. I can't even say colloquially. Anyway, you know what I mean. Fracture. Colloquially, fracture means a crack, but not broken all the way through.
Yeah. Well,
excuse me, is this supposed to be the hangout where creationists are allowed to ask the evolutionists questions? Because I have a question for Dr. Robertson. Dr. Robertson, if I could please ask you a question, please. It's been bothering me. If it's true, really true, that the current DNA theory is that the monkeys man come from monkeys and monkeys come from men, then how come monkeys can usually travel better on a ball in a circus than men can? How come that is a question? Is that a question, please?
We'll get back to you on
that. Might I ask, do you have a lot of personal experience in this?
I have never played with my balls in front of large crowds of people. That is not something my mother will permit me to do.
Oh, do you still live with your mother in a basement, perhaps?
No, I am consigned. I mean, I'm relegated. I mean, I live in the attic.
Oh, okay. Are there any flowers there with you?
No, because my mother tells me I have a bad habit of consuming them. I don't know why she's upset, but it happens sometimes.
Well, maybe she read "Please Don't Eat the Daisies" and that affected her.
I have read my holy Bible from cover to cover, and I have seen that Jesus says he saves, and that's all that's good enough for me. So I don't understand what all this other stuff is about.
Yeah, but don't you understand that Moses invests? Doesn't that sound like a better idea?
I don't know about Moses invested. No, I don't know. I just wanted to ask the nice doctor lady a question because I'm supposed to ask the doctor when something's wrong with me.
Mm-hmm. Do you go to the doctor often?
Yes, sometimes they administer large quantities of electricity, which I find to be rather spectacular.
Yeah, have you ever heard of the term Thorazine?
Yes, I believe that he's a pagan god of thunder.
Yeah, very good. You're quite the clever lad, aren't you?
Thank you very much. Yes.
Hey, do you want to hear? Do you want to hear the latest in scholarly arguments?
Yeah, I don't know. I had no idea. Go ahead.
It's just a post that's been made to me. This is scholarly arguments.
They say good things come with your morning post. That's what they say.
And it's Fiona, you look like a fossil. Is that it? Is that it?
That is the height of repartee. If you're five. If you're five.
It comes from that well-known intellectual and devout Christian, Mr. Rand Campbell.
Oh
my.
That one. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Brilliant, isn't he? Oh, so cool.
Yeah.
Tell him that next time you talk to him, tell him that he wishes he was a fossil, because that's the only time he's going to get a date.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Absolutely hilarious.
Hey, Heavy Hauler, Heavy Hauler, have you heard the rumors that there's a live-action Power Rangers movie coming?
Yeah, and there's a lot of mixed feelings about it.
I bet they will have Zords. They will probably have Zords that you can collect and put on your shelf. Even.
Oh, the Rita looks too pimped out or something.
She looks too pimped out.
Or something, you know. They're going for the TNA in this one, I tell you.
She looks too pimped out.
That actually works.
Hey,
well,
wait,
yeah.
who's that coming? It's Rita in her Pimpmobile. Pimpin' ain't easy. Boom, 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 boom. Well, Steve, I see you've hosted another fine circus here.
Oh, he's doing chores.
Actually, it was a respectable conversation till I came in.
Yeah, see, that's
talking
it.
about ponies. I declare.
Let the little round ginger in here, and all sorts of fucking shit happens. See, this is what happens.
Only a ginger can call another ginger ginger.
Yeah,
didn't you hear that song by Tim Minchin?
Yeah, no, because it's Tim Minchin, and I find him about as funny as a hemorrhoid. But that's all right. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, if you find Tim Minchin funny, that's your thing. I find I've had painful eliminations more funny than Tim Minchin. So I tell you though, if you haven't seen that little video where the little Scottish girl's telling her daddy she's gonna have a boyfriend, but you haven't looked.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna break his legs. No, you're not.
I'm going to break his legs. No, Daddy, you're not. Like,
yeah, it doesn't.
The one I love is when she's, Dad, listen, just like that.
That's so great.
Dad, listen. I want a boyfriend. I'm going to have a boyfriend. No, you're not. No, you aren't. You're going to work for Jesus.
Yeah, I know.
You're going to be a nun, and you're going to work for Jesus.
Yeah, I know. That's so funny. She's not buying any of it.
The thing is, see, I can imagine a little Fiona like that. It's like, no. Well, except in Fiona's case, there'd be a smoke, right? And they're like, no. And a PhD. And her daddy said, no, you're not. I am.
Oh,
well, I wonder if they were both really Scottish, because I didn't see anybody headbutting anybody else, so I don't know. Or anybody go, oh, I lost Miss Fax. That's right. That's right. The cat knows.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the job of headbutting has been taken over by French soccer players.
Oh, like the French would know.
Well, haven't you ever seen the clip of that a couple years ago in the World Cup?
I couldn't watch for all the vuvus.
It's one of the it's one of the most ridiculous, nasty headbutts I've seen in my entire life.
You don't watch a lot of hockey, then, do you, son?
No, but this guy, they went full bore right into the guy's chest and just knocked him cold.
That's what I'm talking about. You like that? Try getting hit with a fucking a forward that's the size of a Pontiac doing fucking 20 kilometers down the ice on a set of skates, cross-checks you into the board so hard your DNA unravels. That's right. You catch the unscrew flu from that hit, boy, I'm telling you.
I can't watch hockey, I'm not Canadian.
And anything that cross-check doesn't do to you, the water bottle will do later on. I got it on good authority.
Oh, that's it. The water dissolves your DNA. Right? Of course.
Oh, no.
Like, it's got to be more nuanced than that. Like, it has to be. Like, true empiricism...
No, it degrades.
True empiricism, honest to God, doesn't think that every time he takes a shower... Like, he can't think that. That's got to be the alcohol talking.
Maybe every time he gets out of his shower, he's all sort of, protean.
Like I can
to tuck himself back in,
Yeah, I can understand fucking G-Man being that blooming stupid, but not even true empiricism. Like,
well, it seems that he is.
I love Fiona. Well, sure enough, he's not stupid.
Well, we also have Schrodinger. We also have the a variation of Schrodinger's cat called True Empiricism's cancer cells, where they are both dead and alive at the same time.
Yeah, that's really quite amazing.
I'd love to put G-Man in a box and play Schrodinger's moron with passers-by. There might or might not be an imbecile in this box until you open it.
No. You got to change that around. There might or might not be a starving Christian in this box.
It's not even.
Yeah.
Yeah, lock him in a room, and every now and then knock on the door and go, "Are you hungry? Can't be. You're Christian."
I love
Sup on that manna from heaven.
I love the response he made when he said, "I didn't say there were no starving Christians. I said there was no Christians that were starving."
Backpedal much. I'm pretty sure someone had that audio or video clip.
Weren't there a couple of experiments done in the Soviet Union back in the 70s that came up with the result that if you beat somebody, you made them smarter? Can we recreate those experiments?
I think they failed.
Yeah.
Well, that's Guantanamo Bay like material right there. You're smart. We're gonna beat you to your values. Train.
Well, they were smart enough to stop yelling Allahu Akbar every 10 minutes, so that must have smartened them up pretty cool.
You beat them mentally. That works better. Like Iron Man versus Captain America. Iron Man's got the science. Captain America, he just got the old values. And he's going to have to learn that the future's coming. It's coming, brother. Coming at SummerSlam. Rah!
Oh, boy.
Sorry, but Iron Man, Captain America, that's not SummerSlam. That's a WrestleMania fight.
I know. I was just playing with it.
You know somebody in the audience will get that shield in the head. You know it. Well, it won't do anything to them, but they'll get that shield in the head. Oh, that's some pretty heavy breathing there. I'm excited.
I'd be waiting for someone to spill their Coke on the Incredible Hulk and get him pissed.
Yeah.
Probably wouldn't even
That's pretty good.
You know what's baffling me? When we've had Tommy in these hangouts, talking to him about this, whether it's about DNA or chromosome 2 fusion, he always says, "I don't know enough to comment. I don't know enough to comment. I don't know anything about this. I don't know."
But he'll bring up papers showing that it's wrong.
No, it's not that.
Oh, sorry.
But when he's in a hangout with True Empiricism, suddenly he appears to know all about it.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, stupidity. Stupidity. Listen, the amount of raw stupidity in a room is the square of the number of people who are in it, right? So.
Well, I do feel a need to be a little bit fair. I mean, let's be honest. When in a room with True, everyone does feel a little smarter.
Yeah. Well, when you get 2 idiots in a room, there's 4 times the stupid. When you get 3 idiots in the room, there's 9 times the stupid. Right?
Shut up, Freddie.
Oh.
Oh, you heard that. I thought I was. Did you hear Freddie?
Freddie.
Yeah, we heard.
Poor Freddie. All Freddie wants is a cuddle, and big old mean Jade is like, get hence from my sight.
I've got to feed him.
I wish I had a piece of pussy.
I'm gonna go feed him right now, and I'll be right back.
How do you like my friend?
Feed him to what? Gonna feed him to what?
How do you get with my buddy?
Oh, well, I mean, if
loud laugher.
I mean, I love dogs, but your dog looks like it's got a perm. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure he's a nice dog. It's not really my favorite breed.
And here's the obligatory puppy.
Oh God, my ears. A friend of mine just got a brand new German Shepherd puppy. It's all ears and nose. It's at that stage where it's all ears and nose. It's got ears like a bat sticking straight up off the top of its head. And it cocks its head trying to understand everything you do. He wants to know everything.
Oh, yeah.
That's a sign of intelligence in a dog, by the way, the dog that cocks its head like that. That's a sign of intelligence.
Well, yeah.
The news came in about an hour ago. The evacuation convoy leaving Fort McMurray has been suspended.
Why?
Because of the fire on either side of the road.
Holy fuck. I hope the fuck we don't have to send the military in there to airlift those poor people out of there. You know, I'd be surprised.
It's looking really bad. It says the only evacuation convoy leaving the Canadian city of Fort McMurray has been suspended due to 200-foot flames flanking the road.
Well, the Canadian authorities have said that barring the introduction of rain, there is nothing humans can do to fight that fire. Nothing.
Yeah. Seems to be really, really bad.
Like, when you know, like, they don't even say that shit in California wildfire season, you know? That's right. Welcome to Canada, where everything's bigger, including the forest fires. We don't get many forest fires up here in Canada, but part of the problem is that not that many.
Well, in the prairies we do. It's just that a lot of them are pretty well maintained and are generally far up north where it's not really a threat to anyone. Like last year, we had that huge fire where the smoke was visible all the way down in the States.
Well, this is apparently getting close to an oil facility. They're worried that it's going to explode.
Oh, that's lovely. If that happens, the environmentalists will go fucking ballistic.
Well,
I mean, I'm just
tell them to get up there and start putting that thing out. Sorry.
I'm just looking at an aerial view of it, and it's absolutely horrific.
Didn't the Russians do some experiments where they were seeding clouds to make it rain?
I think everybody's done some experiments with that.
As a matter of fact, haven't the Russians done just about every type of fucking nutty experiment imaginable?
Well, I do know that Stalin tried crossbreeding humans with gorillas to make super soldiers.
I bet that was really fun when it came time for fucking mating, eh?
Do you want to know what one of the headlines is in the UK at the moment? Cheese collapse, man freed from wreckage. A worker trapped by a huge amount of cheese when metal shelving collapsed at a food warehouse is freed after 8 hours.
Did he eat his way free and now he needs a whole bunch of kaopectate or what?
Well, I was actually thinking that you couldn't exactly send in the sniffer dogs, could you? Buried under cheese for 8 hours.
I wonder what kind of cheese.
Oh.
I wonder what kind of cheese. Imagine being buried under gorgonzola, the fate worse than death.
Oh, no.
Or Limburger?
Nah, you want to be under. Fuck you! You beat me to a Limburger.
Yeah.
Because that's immense.
Yeah. You just die. That's a war crime. Burying somebody in Limburger cheese is a war crime. You'll see the
There-
inside of the egg for that.
This is kind of tragic, but when you hear what it is, you may kind of grin. Trucker spilled 50,000 pounds of potatoes on I-77. That's the interstate down here.
Yeah.
I mean, he's okay. He's okay. Yeah, no one else was injured, but it really tied things up.
50,000 pounds of spuds, eh?
Yeah, mashed potatoes everywhere. But
Mashed taters everywhere. Hey.
50,000 pounds. Good.
You just know they're out there with what state? What state?
North Carolina.
Oh, you just know they got chain gangs out there picking them spuds up and.
Oh, we don't have chain gangs anymore.
Oh, sure you do. You get them someplace.
That's
Florida.
bonus buckets.
Yeah, in Florida, yeah.
They can import them from Florida, yeah.
Oh.
So what was this heavy? I missed it.
There's a trucker in North Carolina who was carrying 50,000 pounds of raw potatoes, and he had a spill, and there were spuds from there clear to perdition, apparently, all across the I-50.
I mean, he's okay. I was on I-77, I think yesterday. I mean, he's in the hospital. No one else was. I don't think anyone else was injured. But
how long did it take them to get the potato out of his ass?
Oh dear.
Doc, I got a problem. What's the matter? I got a potato where my left testicle is, and I'll be concerned if I can find a testicle at. I'll keep my. Okay, I was in one of Nadia's. I was in Nadia's hangout this morning, and she said to me that she wished that after she'd gotten her orchiectomy that they had let her keep her testicles so she could barbecue them. That's right. Oh. I said it. That's right. She said it. I just about fell off my fucking chair when I heard that. I thank God. Awful. I thank God for the Ontario Tissues Act. We have in the province of Ontario, we have something called the Tissues Act that says that if they take it out of you, okay, and it's not a baby, you don't get to keep it. If the doctor takes it away and it's not crying and looking for a booby, you don't get to keep it. You ain't going home with it. It becomes property of the government and medical waste, and y'all can't have it. So your gallstones, your appendixes, your pituitary stones, your spleen, whatever the hell they take out of you, it goes right into the incinerator. Thank you kindly.
Yeah, I asked for my gallstones. They said no.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see why.
Make a necklace out of them. Make a necklace.
I mean, I can see why they would do it. It is medical waste, and you don't want that, you know.
Oh, you don't want some nut walking around with his balls in a jar going, "Hey, do you want to see?" He's showing it to little kids on the bus. You don't want that. You don't want that nonsense. Hey, did you see what the doctor took away from me? You don't. No.
You know, every once in a while they come up with like a finger or toe or something like that, and people think it's a crime scene, only to discover that in moving somebody lost their little precious souvenir.
Yeah.
From when they
Off the coast of Vancouver a couple of years ago, they found a human foot with a shoe still on it. It just washed up on the shore. You know, can you imagine you're walking along the shore and some killer whale is like, "Hey, did you see what's over there? I think that belongs to you guys."
that periodically happens. And you know, it's somebody dies on a boat or, you know, falls overboard and then pieces wash ashore. The part where they get really worried is when the pieces wash ashore one by one and they apparently belong to the same person and there are bullet holes involved.
Oops.
Yeah, I guess this one wasn't a great white, or, you know, either that or they've gone totally, you know,
that one about the gonads in a jar?
Yeah.
You make that to a song real easy. I'm not half the man I used to be.
They came and take my balls from me. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Why they had to go, I don't know, the doctors say. In the jar marked Jiffy peanut butter they stay. Hey, you know what though? You can be a flasher. You don't even have to open your coat, right? You just reach into your pocket and pull it. Flash! Ah! My balls in a pickle jar.
Oh no. That sounds like the title of a really great.
Flash! Ah! Eyeballs in a pickle jar.
I was going to say that sounds like the title of a really bad movie. My balls in a pickle jar.
That's right. Stands for
welcome. This is what D. This is where you came in.
Stands
No,
for
you were talking
one
about
of us.
potatoes when I came in. Talking about loads of mashed potato.
He's
And
a
then I
man
went
you can meet in a bar. He's got his balls sitting in a pickle jar. He's Flash.
Yeah, you were talking about mashed potatoes, and I was like, what on earth is this? When I went for a pee, I come back and you're talking about chopping testicles off. So
You see, that's why you should never leave. Never leave.
Yeah, we have a thing for oval objects apparently. I don't know. It's just...
Well, isn't there a Jimmy Buffett song? Is it? No, that's Margaritaville. What's the one that's if you got testes in water?
Pina colada.
But when they went to remove them, you weren't in a lot of pain. If you carry them in your pocket, or to show other folks.
If Steve is listening to this or listens later, he'll be probably going, why didn't I close that when I had to
I am never leaving a video live again. And he's going to come after me, too. He's going to come
Steve is actually
I was going to say, Gus, when you sing that, when you get to the chorus, you have to raise your voice.
I tried, but it just didn't happen. I used to be able to sing Aha's Take on Me, no problem. Oh, dear God.
You can actually take your balls off.
Somewhere there's a Chinese radar operator going, what the hell was that?
Oh, I could hit higher notes, and I didn't even
It's a good thing.
hit that one properly.
It's a good thing your kitty is a kitty and not a dog. It's going to be howling growling.
The dog would be like, barr, barr, barr.
But you could
Ready
just,
to go out.
you could just think about having your nut chopped off, and then you might raise your voice at the same time.
You and Fred have colitis.
Wait, Fiona wanted to say something. God damn it, I can't talk.
No, she doesn't.
Yes, she does.
Steve has been commenting in the live chat. You know, he's away doing some stuff. But he's listening to Ronnie and True, just talking shit about him.
Why?
No, not Ronnie and True.
Yeah.
No. Nay, Tuesday, Huffling.
But I bet what they're saying is really original and they've never said before.
Well, what has amazed me is why does Ronnie not bother to actually just come in and make his case?
Because we can't
Seriously.
understand it.
By the way,
exactly.
Remember, do y'all remember seeing Drag and Ronnie having a real long discussion not too long ago, where Dragnot was very calm, very patient, and he asked Ronnie a lot of questions. What do you mean by this? What do you mean by this? Could you please tell me what you're trying to say? Let's get to the bottom of what is your case. Make sense. And Drag was asking him questions about this, clarify that. Do you mean this? Do you mean that? And Dragnot was very, very patient, and I think he finally kind of sussed out, is that a word? I think I heard someone say that, or figured out what Ronnie was saying, even if it didn't make sense, but he finally got kind of halfway straight thing from it. But and Truth, Ronnie talks about how we're on him and dog him and everything, but there's times where people really honestly try to say, dude, what are you really trying to say? You're saying this stuff and we don't understand it. Help us understand where you're coming from, and then we can talk better about it. But he has his own scientific jargon that's beyond everybody else apparently.
well, somebody was asking me, well, have you heard? I think it was a hog tie earlier today. It's like, well, did you hear Ronnie's latest scientific outrage? I'm like, I don't need to, because Ronnie has never been right about anything to do with science once. Not once. And that's pretty powerful stuff. Like when you can look at somebody and say, okay, G-Man's not right about anything to do with the Bible. And, there's Steve. There we go.
Oh, who let him in?
One second, go finish your train of thought. Yes,
So, Gus, did you know that?
Steve.
I can't dance. White people should never dance.
Steve on.
This is my home right here. Like.
That's right. He dances in the box. He's a box dancer.
I was doing some stuff and I was listening to True's Hangout, laughing my fucking ass off. Jade was in the side chat, so
yeah.
I'm
not listening. I'm just commenting on the side chat.
I was listening. I'm gonna have to do a response video. It's just so classic. Because check this out. What's the name, Gus? What is the name of my Hangout? Open Hangout to explain to any creationist, right?
Right.
Okay. Tommy's he was saying that I'm only trolling for to be uneducated fruit on the ground creationists. And I'm like, wait, I've already got a series for that. How many times have we want to get Hovens in here? I've talked to Eric. I've talked to Kent. I've talked to Jonathan Sarfati, Jay Hall, mathematician.
Are you sure you haven't been able to get Kent Hovind? Because he'll talk to anybody about anything.
Well, not.
He'll also try to sell you. He'll also try to sell you a 1976 Chevy Nova, bottle green with cocoa balls.
It says the price is right, announcer.
That's right. The price.
What have you won today, evolutionist?
That's right. A free trip to the hospital to find out how medicine works in the real world.
Tommy doesn't understand. We go out of our way to try to find people that are competent enough to talk about these subjects. I don't want the fruit on the ground anymore. I have a series for that. I want somebody to come into this hangout that's creationist that can actually talk about the topics with some degree of proficiency, right? Any topic of science.
And bring the data with them.
And bring the data with it. Where's the data?
I need to make a T-shirt or a sign, something to post in here. Where's the data?
Well, it's worse than that, Heavy, because Tommy was just saying the onus is upon us. Did he not watch my burden of proof video? The onus is not upon us. Evolutionary theory is the established theory. Okay? The onus is upon somebody that is making a shift in the paradigm that wants to go against the establishment. That's who the onus is upon. They're trying to rewrite science because they don't have the data to refute what we were telling them. And all it is an echo chamber in there with empiricism, just talking to Tommy and Antonio, who, by the way, I'm fast for losing a lot of respect for. He was nice enough to tell him that Steve, corrected or got on MMA for something, and MMA, I thought he was wrong, and I corrected him, and I think I was right, and MMA kind of agreed with it. But I mean, there's this saying, oh well, Steve's dishonest, and people in the side chat going, well, Steve's a hell more honest than True could ever possibly be. And I'm like, okay, come into our hangout. People are telling them in that chat right now.
Philip's asking for the link, by the way. Philip is asking for the link.
Can you give it to him, or can I can invite it? I can try to invite it.
Is this Philip Vitale?
Yeah, who was I was going to talk to? Give it to him. I want to talk to him first.
Hello,
Antonio.
Can you get?
Did you see my post I sent to you?
I thought I'd swing by for a bit. I got a few minutes left to kill. I got a Bible study in about 20 minutes, but I figured before then I just drop by for a bit because I was already in the hangout when you sent me that info, Steve. But I wasn't just trying to duck you or nothing. I was just already kind of there, but I figured I'd drop by for a bit before I go to Bible study.
We're trying to get Philip in here. Somebody's going to give him the link.
Okay. Antonio.
Hang on there. Do you want to talk to him first?
Oh, no. You can go.
Okay. I was just going to tell him that I'm giving Philip the link. I was listening to the hangout you guys were just having. Comedy Gold. Yes, Comedy Gold. I will have to make a responsibility to Tommy because I have a question to ask Antonio, and then Isaiah can, because this is a safe zone. We don't mute. We don't boot. We're not going to mock anybody. It's not. Tommy thinks that we're looking for people to make examples of. That's not the case. We want to educate, not to show.
Oh well, I've just shared the link with him on Google, and he said don't use Google.
To provide a bit of context,
Is he breaking up, or is it me?
He's breaking up.
Yeah. Steve,
MMR that I was in that you did this because you remember when we was talking about the abortion issue and
yeah, I know.
I was talking about the unborn was a parasite.
Yeah, I just mentioned that. I just mentioned that I disagreed with MMA and I got on him for it, and eventually MMA did agree with me. Correct? I mean, eventually after I explained to him why his reasoning was kind of flawed.
Yeah, I kind of point that out, and yeah, I wouldn't.
I noted that, and I appreciate that you did note that to True. But the bigger thing is Tommy's saying that we are only looking for these specific kind of peoples. You know from experience, I've engaged with Ken Hovind, I've engaged with Eric Hovind, I've engaged with Dr. Shafati numerous times. I've engaged with Jay Hall, which is a young creationist mathematician, has a master's degree in mathematics. We all are looking for educated people to come in here and talk about these subjects. We do not want the low-hanging fruit per se, because I have a video series for that, okay? On the live things, I want people to come in and actually talk about these topics. And so for Tommy to be disingenuous and say, I'm only looking for people such as like you yourself or Vecco, they're not that heavy in the sciences. No, I'm only looking for you guys to explain to you why true empiricism is wrong. That's it. It's not to embarrass anybody. I'm really looking for, if like Jadina Putnam wanted to come in, or Steve Austin, or Humphreys, or Tompkins, or any of those guys wanted to have a hangout, I guarantee it, everybody in this room times 10 will be begging to get in here. I guarantee it. It would be the biggest, viewing I've ever had. You guys, would you agree?
Well, more often than not, it's pretty packed when I come by this way. So it does. Yeah, you might not be wrong on that.
Oh, I guarantee it. People will be itching at the chops to get a hold of some of these people to actually engage with them. So Tommy just saying that I'm evangelizing or trolling for people that are less scientifically literate is complete bullshit. It's just the opposite. We want somebody who is scientifically literate. However, we know there are people that are not, and even though most of us here are rather lay people, we still have a passion for it. We love science, and we see that True is bastardizing it to the point of it being irrecognizable anymore. Isaiah, do you have a question to ask him while we try to get...
Antonio, did you read my post I sent you? I sent it to you, Neil, and Emmanuel.
I did see it, and it was kind of hard to follow. I was trying to look at a lot of articles and videos to see if it could kind of be put together. It was very, very technical. It was.
I told Arizona he needs to tone it down a little bit on this.
I know that's a problem. I'm working on it, Steve.
You should do what Hogtie does. He has like this mount, and he has a too long do not read version. Have the technical and then the non-technical break it down. I think that would be awesome. And by the way, if you do have another abortion thing, I would like to join as well with the doctor. I think that we had a really good dialogue on that. I know you don't agree with the classification error that I told you, but I'll tell you right now, these fallacies that True Empiricism is throwing out there are complete bullshit. Next time he throws out a fallacy, ask him to state the fallacy and explain exactly how the fallacy applies in particular thing that I've said, especially with fallacy of composition or fallacy of division, either one. How have I ever violated those or you committed those fallacies by telling you?
Can I read out a post here that Hogtie Champ has put up, which I think is going to encapsulate everything in a nutshell, and it's a beautiful post from Hogtie Champ.
Yep. And
he's describing exactly what's been going on over the last couple of days with chromosome 2. And it says, so here we go. Fiona Robertson commented, and now, having been given the links, he claims we're citation bluffing, right? That's what started Hogtie Champ off. So, here we go. TE, where's the evidence? Hogtie Champ. Oh, here it is for you. True Empiricism deletes broadcast. True Empiricism, where's the evidence? Hogtie Champ. Seriously, I just gave it to you 2 days ago and you deleted it. TE kicks Hogtie Champ. Okay, so no one has any evidence. Where's the evidence? Rational Mind. I have evidence. Typed in the side chat while he's still not added to the broadcast. True Empiricism. Okay, so no one has any evidence. Where is the evidence? CRISPR. I have evidence. Typed in the side chat while still not added. True Empiricism. Wow, still no evidence. I guess I'll hold another hangout again tomorrow to see if anyone has any evidence. Next day. True Empiricism. Google Plus post. Say, does anyone have any evidence? Everybody, dude, we just did 2 hangouts where we laid out the evidence. Watch those. True Empiricism. No, I don't want to watch hangouts. I want you to give me all the citations to all of your sources by 5 p.m. today, or you will be deemed tardy. Fiona, here are some links. Rational Mind. Here are a couple more links. True Empiricism. Citation bluffing, sound the fallacy alarm. Why are you people sending citations to me? Yeah, there you go. And that is a brilliant
That is spot on. Yeah, that's a good synopsis.
Exactly what has happened in the last couple of days.
What amazes me, I would say that 95% of the entire community see through this bullshit, and yet there's still that 5% like Tommy, and no offense to Antonio, who I admit I'm losing a little respect for you, Antonio, because how much you do give faith to them. But you are, I think you still are a very honest person. I think you do want to learn this things correctly. But you're so dogmatic that you're willing to, and you've admitted this, as somebody said, to accept them dogmatically because they're more in line with your theological belief system. I get that, and you're honest for stating that. A lot of people wouldn't, so I give you props with that. But how you cannot see how True basically dominates a conversation by muting, booting, lowering volumes, censors people. I can't even type him in a side chat. I have to go on my other account. He doesn't let any of us post in his videos. You don't see a problem with that when he's asking for evidence, and yet we all have evidence for this stuff. He only had a 2.5 hour long hangout, specifically with CRISPR and rational and giving evidence for the human chromosome fusion site, and not just gave evidence, but specifically refuted Tompkins, because True Empiricism is saying, well, why don't they refute Tompkins? He's a geneticist. Why don't they look at his work? Fiona, were we not just looking at Answers in Genesis, refuting what he was saying?
Mm-hmm.
So
you have an AIG link on that?
Yeah, we do. It's in the side chat up here. We're just looking at it. Yeah. It was
and also,
I just came in the room recently. Can somebody repost it, please?
Yeah.
What?
He wants to repost it. Let me copy it.
I would want to ask Antonio, given what I've just read out, which is a very accurate summary of what has happened over the last few days, what do you think?
Say that again.
Given what she just read out is a very accurate summary over the last few days. And then she stopped. I don't know what she said after
that. Is this the link? Hang on a second.
I don't know. I'm trying to copy and paste it, but my computer is just being a bitch.
Is that it?
I'm going to tell you when I see it. Yes, that's it.
Yeah, I was going to add one little thing real quick to what you said about that they're shifting the proof of burden on us when it should be on them. Now, it would be on us if we went into their hangout and started saying, well, your religion is wrong here, there's problems here, your theology is wrong, and it's supposed to be like this. Now, then the burden would be on us because we would be, but yeah,
and I agree with that.
Did you give a question?
Yeah, you got cut off, Fiona, and then I'll talk.
Well, this looks like the same guy. This is like the same guy, Tompkins.
That's Tompkins, yeah. That's Tompkins' original thing that the IRC and Creation.com kind of took from to do their blog. That's his original work. Tompkins' work, right?
Right. The question I was asking.
I'm sorry. I gotta run. My ride is here for my Bible study meet, but again.
Will you message me when you get back and we'll continue? Is that cool?
All right. Yeah, sounds good.
And get message Philip because I gave him the link. And I invited him. I don't know. He says he wants to come in, but maybe he's not figuring out how.
He said don't give him the link on G+.
Then give him the link on what? I invited him.
I have no idea.
I invited him in the Hangout itself.
Yeah, I know. I sent him the link. So I'm not going to get an answer from Antonio now. He's gone.
Yeah, he had to do Bible study.
Yeah, I want to know, given that summary that I read out from Hogtie's post, which is very, very accurate, what Antonio thought of that.
Very.
I really want to know what he thinks of that.
Well, he'll be back tonight.
Well, sadly, I think several people have mentioned it too.
Yeah, your connection went to shit. I repeated what you said, but you had cut off and.
Did he try and answer at all?
No. I mean, first he would have to.
See, this is what this is.
Go ahead.
Well, this is what is really, is very irritating about the whole thing. Because if you're keeping people on broadcast who are saying, "I've got the evidence here, please broadcast me," but he doesn't broadcast them, so they can't give the evidence, and then he turns around and said, "So I still haven't seen any." That's not honest.
Well, how's that any different from Nephi booting people and saying, "Oh, look, the coward ran away"?
Yeah, exactly. He's not the only one that's done that. G-Man does that as well. He boots people, but he then claims, "But they did run away because they did something that they knew would make me boot them." Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's his justification for lying, right? They did something that caused me to boot them, and therefore they ran away by saying something I didn't like.
Yeah. But I would really like to know what sort of take Ronnie's pals have on this one. I mean, I just posted to Hogtie Champ, a more blatant avoiding of the evidence is hard to imagine.
But they do it so often, even when it's right in front of their face.
Yeah, but surely, I mean, given how blatant it is, they must think we're all as stupid as they are. And when I say they, I'm really meaning the person who's actually doing it, not those that might be swallowing it. It's... Do they really not see
how
obvious it is that they're avoiding the evidence?
No, I really don't think they do. And then, like you said, True Empiricism in that hangout was just like, Steve doesn't give evidence, blah blah blah, and then he says things like, oh, he won't debate me on chemistry. And I'm like, first of all, how is chemistry a debatable issue? It's fucking chemistry. Second of all, why would I debate chemistry? I'm not a fucking chemist. He's not a chemist. What is there to debate about chemistry? I don't even understand why would he be surprised when I say I want to debate him on chemistry. First of all, I wouldn't debate him on anything because he's a dishonest fuck. And I won't debate him or Nephilim Free because they're completely dishonest, disingenuous pieces of shit. But as far as what topic would be even interesting to even talk about in casual conversation, why would it be chemistry? I never pretended to be a fucking chemist. I don't understand that.
He's shown he don't understand a damn thing about chemistry.
I am honest enough to say I have probably a first or second year chemistry background. Okay, I mean I have a qualified secondary chemist when I was in the Navy. I had to do titration, stability test. I had to learn molecular chemistry to the point of understanding stoichiometrics, oxidation equations, things of that nature. Okay, basic stuff we have in high school, and maybe to a little bit further we get into it. But you forget that stuff. And again, what is debatable about it? Does he want to debate like negative log acid base shit? I mean, what does he want to talk about that's debatable?
Perhaps he wants to debate whether Chanel No. 5 smells nice or not.
Ooh.
It depends on who it's on.
That's chemistry, isn't it?
Well, actually, that is a science. How does it? It may smell one way on one person, but another way on a different person. Yeah. What was Christopher Malk does that stuff about the science of smells, and that's his job.
We got the science of smell, but have you got the chemistry as well from the actual perfume?
Who was it? Maybe somebody. One of you guys might remember this, and I don't remember who it was, so I don't want to attribute it to the wrong person and get another message from True Empiricism saying, "Oh, well, you said this about me when I was talking about Nephilim." But who was it that actually said at one time that the ambergris from a sperm whale was sperm rather than vomit? Do you guys remember that? Does anybody here recall that? Because I remember specifically somebody was thinking that
probably Arcane, because
you know what? I think it was Arcane. Now that you mentioned, I really do think it was Arcane.
I was just bullshitting, but oh my god.
No, I think it was Arcane. I think you're actually right. Now that I think about it, well, it's whale puke, and they were saying that it was whale sperm, and we were like, what the fuck? I mean, no, dude. I'm pretty sure it was Arcane, but I'm not going to state my reputation on it. But yeah, it was funny as fuck, man. We're like, no, dude, no.
Yeah. But remember, he also thinks that birds fart across the sky.
Which he denies ever saying now. Didn't he actually say the other day?
Yeah, he denies it. And also, he claimed that Moses parted the Red Sea with the Ark of the Covenant.
Oh yeah, because it's a power source.
Year before the Ark of the Covenant was actually built.
Well, these little minor details aren't really critical to these poor people.
Yeah, but the Ark of the Covenant, he not only did he part the Red Sea with the Ark of the Covenant, but the Ark of the Covenant was in a pyramid at the same time.
That's right.
And it's a power source.
Yeah.
And it's a power source.
Yes.
Arcane and the Raiders of the Lost Ancient Power Source. That's the name of the video.
That's right. That's right.
And it is fantastic.
It's a classic. It's definitely well worth watching. Anybody who hasn't seen it.
Oh, it is. And the best line in it. Or the best lines in it. And Arcane says, well, I mean, why was Pharaoh going after them? And somebody in an incredulous voice said, because he was stealing the damn slaves.
Yeah, that's right. Isn't that what they said they were going after them?
That had me.
No. He said the Pharaoh was going after them because he wanted his power supply back.
Yeah, that's right. And Arcane said, well, think about this. Why was Pharaoh chasing after them? And somebody else replied, because he was stealing his damn slaves.
You know, he's like, no, he had a nuclear power supply that they wanted back.
Yeah. It's not connected dots. We're onto something here.
Sounds legit.
You couldn't make this shit up if you tried, you know.
He denies that as well now.
Does he? Wow.
Well, yeah. If you mention it, he says you're a liar.
Well,
and he
same thing
tries to claim that he said that Moses used the contents of the ark to part the Red Sea. And I went back and I checked. No, not at all. That was he changed it to that after it was pointed out to him that the Ark of the Covenant wasn't actually built until a year later. He's then decided it was a different ark, and that the original ark was left behind in Egypt in the sarcophagus in the king's chamber, and that's why they had to then build another ark. But Moses only used the power source at the Red Sea. The only problem is we have him on video saying that Moses used the Ark of the Covenant.
I mean, we all have slips of the tongue. We all get things wrong that we think we've got right. We all make mistakes.
A time slip.
Well, this is it. And you know, we're none of us perfect, but some people seem to constantly have a slip of the tongue, constantly get things wrong. You know, constantly.
He likes it when I have a constant slip of the tongue.
Oh my.
How is it that it seems like there's this group of people that feels the only way they can get people to like them or kind of be halfway popular or be known is to be stupid. Intentionally stupid. It's the only way I can get people to like me or get my name out there or something. I just don't get it. There's
well, I don't think he's trying. I think it just comes naturally to him.
Yeah.
But look how small their group is, Heavy. Their group is very, very small. I mean, even Antonio noticed my hangouts are always full, and if we did get a heavy hitter creationist in here, it would be jam-packed, right? He has like 2-3 people in there. Nobody ever wants to go to his hangouts, and yet most people, I said everyone that goes into his room is pretty scientific illiterate, except for like the people that come from my room, CRISPR, those guys that will drop in. But who in his group, TrueEmpiricism's group, has any scientific literacy whatsoever? Can you name one? Name one person that you would say in that clown car posse has any amount of scientific literacy.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Take your time. Anybody?
Yeah. Well, it's like me. I'm not all that literate about it, but I do know a little bit, and I learn as I go. But see, like, here's all these people in here, or a lot of times in your hangouts, and I mentioned this before. We're even though if I don't know that much, we're still on the same page. And if we don't, if we aren't, we learn from the other people. You know, we can talk back and forth about this stuff. You know, and I can kind of understand some stuff sometimes I can't, and then I ask questions. And I've said it before. Who understands what True says? Do you see them talking back and forth about stuff like we do, and sharing information, and understanding each other?
Nope.
Yeah, and they think it's like we're the echo chamber. The projection is real, but I'm having a hard time adding Philip. I don't know. Is that didn't go through? Maybe I either got the wrong Philip or what's going on.
Is he watching the hangout? Could you put it in the live chat? Oh, okay.
I don't know. Philip, are you watching? I'm trying to get you in here, but I don't know what's going on.
See, it's one thing to say that by faith, I believe in a in literal creation or a 6,000-year earth. That's what you believe. That's your faith. That's fine. No issues there. But when you try to bring science in, okay, then it gets a little sticky.
Yeah, well, just know to keep their faith and their science completely compartmentalized.
Yeah,
I respect that.
Yeah,
like, I no problem. Like Fiona's you're a philodist, Fiona, right?
Sorry?
You're a philodist. Is that how you pronounce it? A person who accepts religion and faith.
Fideist.
Fideist, yes. I'm sorry. Freudian slip. You're a fideist.
Yeah,
and
the
I
other
respect
thing was a cat person.
No,
I thought maybe you liked wearing fedoras myself.
No, a fideist. And I respect that position. That's a honest position to have.
Well, this is something that puzzles me when some of these discussions come up and people start talking about the Bible, and then certain Christians will say, "Well, I've got proof." It's kind of like, doesn't that kind of go against your own religion? Mm-hmm. You're not supposed to have proof. You're supposed to believe on faith. I mean, I admit
it doesn't go against it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of.
But the main reason should be that it should be through faith.
Yeah, Steve, I'm not against evidence.
When you're trying to
Steve, can you post the link in the live chat?
I'm posting it right now.
When you're trying to give a scientific explanation for the flood, etc., I'm kind of like, surely the answer is it was a miracle from God.
I don't know why this is not copying over. Hang
Yeah,
on.
I remember in one of Fiona's hangouts, when she, like, remember Fiona when you did like the science of the flood and the science of Sodom and Gomorrah and Joshua's long day and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I was in the one I was in was in the flood, and you asked everybody in the panel or whatever, if someone came to you and said that they believed by faith in the flood, that the flood happened, and they tell you, so yes, I believe, by faith that it happened. Would you accept that? And I think everybody across the board said yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, like I said, it's when they try to scientifically validate it, then there's a problem.
How did you manage to do that, Dee?
It's not the actual link, though.
Oh, is
it's
it
just,
not?
you have to take the the link I've just put in, you have to put HTTPS, not apostrophe.
I should be able to post the whole link, but I'm having to reload the page real quick. I'm having no luck with Philip.
Yeah, hold on a minute. Right. Oh, God, I've got myself lost again. S : 2//. Okay. Right, that's it. Add that to the instructions.
We got a wicked weather storm over here right now. Do you get that up there, Jade, where you're at?
Yeah, it's raining. That's why I'm in today. I would have been outside if it hadn't been raining.
So if you give someone else mods in the live chat, if you're having trouble posting.
Yeah, I'm still loading that page. I don't know why it's stuck.
Oh, okay, I don't know much about it.
I'm gonna have to reload it again or something. I'm just having technical problems.
Okay.
Nobody can post it in the live link?
No, nobody can post links in the live chat.
Yeah, you can't put links in the live chat unless you're a mod.
Well, you probably whoever's out there watching, they probably just have to copy that and paste it into their browser. It might work.
One sec.
Okay.
Actually, let me try that.
It's not a creationist question. It's just based upon.
Oh, goodness sake.
Sorry.
No, sorry, it's okay. I can't even type HTTPS and post it in the live chat.
No, it won't let you put anything that.
No,
while I'm doing this, wait. Why are you doing this? You can go to my Google Plus page, type in Google Plus Steve McRae, and I have the link on my Google Plus page. While I'm figuring this out to get.
Someone can just copy it and paste it in the browser, and it'll work. You just can't click on it and open the page.
No, I just wanted to ask.
Message not saved, removed.
Yeah, it won't let you post.
I just wanted to ask some questions about the. I know we're supposed to do this in Jade's hangout, but I thought we would do it here about the sort of stuff that I googled when I was trying to check into what Ronnie was talking about. I'm trying to not do this because I don't know if it's topic or not. If it is, then just shout at me.
No, that's okay, Gary. Go ahead.
No, it was just like, because as I said, some of the things I found was quite interesting. Like, some of it was about how DNA is preserved in dead bodies, how it's preserved in certain things. I know it's on how it can react to different chemicals, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just wondering, do we know what temperature the pre-Zoa water was? Because apparently different temperatures can dissolve and break down DNA much quicker than certain other temperatures.
Yeah, it's called.
I think at 94 degrees Celsius.
No, you're talking about something that Isaiah. You're talking about melting, not degrading.
Yeah. Crap. Yeah.
We're talking about the melting curve, and what they're doing is they're confusing.
No, that's not what the guy's asking.
Yeah, he's talking about degradation, not the melting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The thing is that when you're storing DNA in the lab, okay, it may not be pure. There may be enzymes in there called nucleases that chomp up DNA, they degrade it. So if you store it at a very cold temperature, it slows that degradation reaction down. It's not the act of dissolving in the water that degrades the DNA. It's the action of the enzyme.
Okay.
And enzymes have got an optimum temperature for the reaction. And below it and above it, their reactions are slowed down.
Okay. See, because what I read was that like certain cold temperatures can cause it to start to break down at a more rapid rate.
Cold temperatures?
Yeah, certain cold temperatures, yeah.
Such as? What?
I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, so I do apologise. I think it said something like freezing point could do it or stuff like that. But again, it said that this was speculation.
No.
From what I read, I'm trying to remember what it was that the very hot temperatures cause it to do it even more rapidly. It said that the best place for it to do with room temperature or just about that.
Say that again. The best what?
The best temperature for DNA to prosper would be room temperature. It said.
For it to prosper? What do you mean by prosper?
As in, like, stay unbroken or stay whatever.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Because
I'm just going by what I read.
Yeah, well, I'd like to know where you read that. Because when you've got a pure DNA prep, if you have any contamination with enzymes, then keeping it at room temperature, the enzymes will still have some activity, and they can tromp it. And that's why we store our DNA short term at -20, and longer term at -80, or in liquid nitrogen.
Yeah, I just posted. I found that and posted it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Mark notes that DNA would need nature at high temperatures. That would be the melting if it actually became part of the if the hydrogen bonds broke. That's what that would be, right?
Exactly. That when you take up to really high temperatures, that's part of attempting to do PCR reactions.
Right.
Where if you take it up to high enough temperature, the two strands will come apart, but they stay intact as strands.
Yeah, that's not what True was saying though, and that's
not what he was saying.
Right.
He said degrade. He said it would break down into the monomers. Well, he said it would break down into its component parts.
Hey Sam, how was your lab, man? I'm sorry, I was kind of not doing your post justice, but it was very good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm stroking his. I'm doing a echo chamber. I'm stroking his ego. That's how we do around here.
Now, I was just curious if DNA breaks down in water, could you actually lose some DNA when you go for a wee-wee?
You shower.
No, I don't think it breaks down in water on its own. I'm
pretty sure if it did, we would all be dead.
Could you explain that then to True Empiricism, please? Because that's
something
what he's been claiming all along, and he is still claiming it. That it breaks down in water, it degrades in water.
And what percentage of our body is actually water?
A lot.
80%.
I was going to say it's at least 70 or 80.
So what was his response to a Rational Minds email?
Oh, True Empiricism first of all said he had been misrepresented. Yeah.
He misrepresents himself.
I know, but he wasn't misrepresented at all.
No, sorry, go on.
And you know how in the response, Teller of it actually said, no, the DNA does not lose its sequence when it dissolves. And Ronnie says DNA loses its sequence when it dissolves. He's not actually addressed that, but what he's tried to do is just say, no, you misrepresented my position. And so he said he would then send off an email and he would share the response that he got with permission from the sender. And nobody's heard a cheep out of it, and Ronnie doesn't want to talk about it anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's safe to
still
assume that
claiming that we're all wrong. Sorry?
Well, it's just safe to assume that he got told off by Tyler.
I have no idea. But the thing is that given that he now... I don't want to talk about this anymore, but he's still claiming that he was right and everybody else is wrong.
Well, he's kind of moved on to
other
things, but yeah, I mean...
Yeah, and I've actually pointed out, I made a video pointing out where True Empiricism has misunderstood what Tyler's video is saying. because Ronnie doesn't know the difference between a grain of sugar and a molecule of sugar.
And let's not even touch ionic and covalent.
Yeah.
But that really is the balls of the conversation, is that he misunderstands grain and molecule.
Yeah, he claimed Tyler said the molecule breaks down to the individual molecules. No, Tyler said the grain breaks down into the individual molecules. So he's misquoting the video. So he can't even manage to hear the difference between grain and molecule.
Yeah, even I know that grain and molecule aren't the same thing.
Yeah. And wasn't it funny when I confronted Tommy on that one? And I said, look, here is what True Empiricism claims the video said. Here is what the actual video said, right? And Tommy was trying to avoid it and not say it's two different things. And the other one that got me, the dishonesty, was I said to Tommy, do you remember True Empiricism claiming that DNA lost its sequence when it dissolves in water? And he said, yes, he remembered it. And then I read out the reply from Tyler DeWitt saying that DNA does not lose its sequence when it dissolves in water. And Tommy is then, well, I don't really remember what it was that True Empiricism was claiming. After having said yes, he remembered it.
I think that might be one of the...
Sorry,
I think that might be one of the things that y'all was getting Tommy to see, like to truthfully look at and give an answer and say, well, here's this, and this. Don't you agree? That was what was said. That may have been what it was, where y'all was getting on him about that and saying, here's what was said. Don't you agree? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Hogtie's leaving some comments in the live chat. Newsflash.
Oh my.
I bet that Tyler gave a thoughtful and cautious reply. However, Dr. Tompkins has dodged for days. Now my email messages. I can confirm he is in the office. After days of dodging, he finally received a reply from the media gal at the ICR, who advised that Dr. Tompkins is too busy.
Yeah, here's the funniest thing. Tommy was just a few minutes ago saying that we don't want to engage with any, more of the prominent creationists, and that I'm trolling, trying to find fruit on the ground, and yet Hawk is going out of his way to find Tompkins himself to have us talk to him. We would love that, and yet Tommy's going that all we do is we want the people that don't know about science. Tommy, you're so full of shit, dude. I mean, literally, you're coming out of your ears. I've defended you for a long time, but I really at the point where I'm having a difficult time accepting that you are that much of an honest person. If this is the kind of rhetoric that you pull when you come into my hangout and tell us, everything's great, and then you go to True Empiricism and say, oh well, all Steve wants to do is go around finding fruit on the ground type of creationists to engage with because he's trying to make them look silly. That's fucked, Tommy. Seriously.
I must admit, I am again revising my opinion of Tommy. I don't know how many times this has happened.
Yeah, I mean, was it the chromosome 2 hangout that True had?
He's had a couple of them now. Which one?
The latest one.
That was tonight's.
Oh, sorry. It would have been yesterday's, maybe. Because I think Tommy was on that, and yeah, he did say some things that I think were pretty low, in my personal opinion.
Yeah. Have you seen the video he made today?
No.
You need to go and watch it.
Well, the thing is I don't agree with Tommy. I don't agree with Tommy nor True on their creationism.
No, this is worse than that, because this is that all of these evolutionists, all these atheist evolutionists, are gay, sponging off the state, without jobs, and drug addicts.
Now, honey, I ain't sponging off nothing, but I am retired.
Yeah.
But you're only slightly gay, Evie.
They're all lazy, gay drug addicts. That is what he said in his video today.
And I don't do drugs.
Why?
God almighty.
Why is Tommy so concerned with who men sleep with?
Well, it's really the point is he's
Because
saying
I'm
all
allowed
people
to
who
do it
accept
and he
evolution.
isn't.
I'm sure that's what it is.
There's a rumor going around he likes my beard.
Yeah.
We all like your beard.
I was going to say, is that a euphemism?
You get off thinking he could put out a video like that, and then
to be honest though,
every now and again he does this. He puts out a video that is so awful, and then he has to apologise for it.
But I mean, let's say you were all a bunch of drug-taking, wheezy, gay, doll dossers. That still doesn't make your argument wrong.
What the hell is a doll dosser?
Somebody who's on benefits. I panicked because I couldn't think of the word benefit.
Yeah.
So I went straight to English British
in the
colloquialism.
UK that I have no idea what the hell that means.
Yeah,
them foreigners, they talk funny.
Yeah. Well, it used to be called the dole. Being on the dole, you see, was what it was called when you got benefits.
Well, most of
even
in
if
the
you
UK is used over here, so I know most of it, but
yeah.
not that one.
I don't think it's used that much here in the UK, to be honest. But I mean, even if you were 1, 2, all of those things, it still doesn't mean the argument or the information you've presented and put forward and given citation for, etc., is incorrect.
I know.
Is it the one that I've just seen in my feed where it's him psychologizing Dreadnought?
Yes.
It's depend on the if you say that.
Hey, Leighton, can you know, can we, since Leighton hasn't been like very engaging, can you make room for Hogtie or somebody else to come in?
He just left. So it's all good.
Okay. I'm just trying to get some people that may want to come in.
You know, one thing that has really surprised me was how knowledgeable Hogtie is on all this stuff. I didn't know that.
Oh, he just pulls shit out.
Oh, yeah. The guy who has more
Oh.
degrees than both me, you mean the guy that has more degrees than both me and Fiona is knowledgeable?
I did not know that.
Hogtie just pulls
He's
shit
got more
out of his
degrees
ass.
than we have put together.
He's just very creative. I mean, he basically is a high school dropout. He doesn't know anything, and he's just a liar that's very good at promoting, misinformation according to everybody else. So
Yeah, and he's probably gay and lives off. But hi, Hogtie.
He's probably gay. And lives off and he has nowhere near the beard that Evie has.
Hoggles!
Hey, you know what? Hogtie said that he felt left out, that people are not persecuting him enough, because the last hangout that True had just like 10 minutes ago, I was the conversation for like a half hour. So we got to pick on Hogtie more, because I'm just afraid that he's going to get upset and cry and
No, I didn't say I felt left out. I'm going to make clear right away. I've already started the barbecue. Barbecue's warming up. So when I say this time, like seriously, I'm only here for a couple of minutes. I really do have to go because I'm wasting fuel, polluting the environment. No, I didn't say I felt left out.
You're going to run away like a coward, are you?
It's just interesting. Like once again, I run away like a coward every time.
You don't want to be wasting fuel now that the oil fields have burnt up too now.
Yes, yeah, I know.
All right, go ahead, coward.
Yeah.
What do you got to say?
What I gotta say? It's funny. It's just when I saw the list, what I just saw, like, what was the list now? It was like somebody was was it Tommy or whatever put up this thing, psychoanalyzing or whatever.
Yeah.
And it was listed like, it was Steve McRae and Fiona Robertson. Is it plus another name? And read more. I was like, I got to read more because it's got to say Hogtie Champ or I'm not doing my job. There's a Hogtie Champ, and I was like all excited. I don't know why. Is that not sad in our parts where they're like, oh, good.
You have no life.
Yeah, but it's interesting because it's a weird phenomenon because I really don't get it. It doesn't matter how much I'm in their face. They generally don't. There's nothing they can point to. Like they'll point to J.D. Kane and they'll come up with like, oh well, he says these things and he swears and you kick him out of a hangout, he just gets into a sock account and he and like people, they have a laundry list of things that they will complain about specific people. But with me, like True will say things like, oh, Hogtie was running his mouth and well anyway, and he'll start talking about somebody else. Mm-hmm. And it was the same thing when Jason Burns was doing it. He was constantly on like how DPR Jones was doing this and Aaron Ra was doing that. And he barely mentioned. And then there was a period of about 4 weeks, and it turned out to be a miserable 4 weeks where he was really focused on what I was doing. But it's weird. It's a weird phenomenon. Anyway, so I wasn't really, just for people familiar with that thread, I wasn't complaining that I wasn't part of it. I just sort of observed this very childish phenomenon we all participate in where it's like, oh, I've been in that guy's face and he didn't even mention me. Oh, good, he did.
Yeah, it may be.
Your post tonight was brilliant. Your post tonight is bang on.
Yeah, it is.
Absolutely spot on.
The show me the evidence
Yes.
post? Yeah, okay. I was hoping...
we should actually get Sci-10 Atheist to do a song.
To do a song.
Yeah, we should. It would be, because it's the most blatant avoidance. And everybody can see it.
Yeah, Heavy Holler asks. Heavy Holler had another question, but since you just asked for that, I'll grab the link for it here. Higher scientific things resolved. Yeah, okay. I got it. Copy link. Here.
And that's what a lot of us go, where's the evidence? Where's the evidence, please?
Well,
whatever.
I think it's on Stated Clearly's video. I have a top comment that when the comment goes something like what Hogtie said, but not as eloquently. Just basically like creationists, where's the evidence? Evolutionist provides evidence. Creationist, where's the evidence? Evolution provides more evidence. Creationist provides the evidence. Evolutionist wants to leave this planet, but he has nowhere else to go.
Yeah, but also then you get this citation bluffing.
I love that. That was when I saw your post today.
Well, I want to point out that clearly I didn't read that article about the chimpanzee. I mean, it's not like I went into the supplementary materials and looked at their exact alignment procedure or anything. I didn't spend several hours combing through and analyzing the resources for him or anything.
That would be crazy. Why would scientific people do that?
Because, Steve, even though I work at a university, I have a paywall. And I'm not smart enough to work a VPN when I'm at home, and I'm not smart enough to be able to, bypass through any passwords using my account from my university. Oh, wait.
Get NeoCloud to help you out on that.
Yeah. No. It's the thing is the accusation, well, you didn't read it. So people who read these things as part of their professional practice, like they read these things all the time, and then True will just say, well, obviously you didn't read this. Well, obviously you didn't read this. When you're like, well, no, obviously you didn't read this, and that was one of the accusations. What was the one that came up lately about? Well, you didn't. We'd asked Tommy for some evidence for something, and he posted a link to an ICR article or something. And it's like, no, show us like the actual. He goes, well, the links are in there. What was a specific issue? It was one of these things like, I mean, it's sort of like when I asked, G-Man about the Supreme Court thing, and he goes, here's a link to WorldNet Daily that's citing a Conservapedia article that makes a mention of some Supreme Court thingy, like kind of one of those things. It's like, no, well, did you read the Supreme Court thing? Well, I researched it. Yeah, okay, but
yeah.
Oh, you're talking about Arcane?
No, well, yeah, Arcane, the same thing. When he actually said he learned something from the law dictionary. This is all sort of in the same parcel.
Yeah,
I'm sort of going far afield when I mention those other examples. Those are kind of hilarious ones. But these recent ones, like where Ronnie claims familiarity with these materials, and yet he has no recitation of it. He doesn't understand the concepts and can't recite them. But today I thought was really funny was the imposing a deadline too. You have to I'm going to say this one thing and I'm going to go because I'm trying to say it clearly. The neat thing about chromosome fusion 2, this is great, is that when somebody says to you, well, actually, the human chromosome 2 is actually a end-to-end fusion of these two ancient ape chromosomes. That's interesting. You go, why would you think that? Oh, well, let me tell you. You got to know a little bit about DNA, a little bit about chromosomes and the proteins that sort of help the chromosomes function. But you know what? Here's some sketches I can draw you and show you what we've discovered. We need to talk a little bit about G-banding, what the G-bands refer to. But when I show you the G-banding, you're going to go, huh, that's very clearly two chromosomes that have fused end-to-end. Well, we got to talk a little about telomeres and about subtelomeric sequences. When you understand that, you're going to look at this thing and go, huh, pretty clearly two chromosomes that have fused together end-to-end. So this is one of those rare things where we're talking about some really arcane bit of science trivia, and yet when somebody's curious about, well, why would you think that to be the case, you can say, oh, I'm excited about this. Let me show you. This is something I can screen share for you, and it's that cool. So there's a lot of enthusiasm about that stuff, but as I've been sort of complaining about lately is that Ronnie holds his echo chamber hangouts, and we tend to hold, look, everyone in this room, we all agree with each other. We're all going to, pretty soon we're going to start screen sharing these images again. We're all going to show each other the evidence of the things that we're already convinced of. But that's because they're not coming in to participate in the conversation. Yeah. Instead, Ronnie's going to hold his hangouts where they sit there and show each other nothing and just agree that none of us know anything about science. And yet this is one of those rare, exciting topics that we can screen share evidence and give each other links for something. And he's sitting over there going, oh, you asked them for evidence, they don't give you evidence, while he's deleting Hangouts and not broadcasting people who join his Hangouts and not coming into Hangouts where he's invited. P.S. I'm snubbed by Dr. Tompkins. So I have written to him. I wrote to him on one account, gave him a couple of days, then realized he actually has a separate account at ICR. So I said, oh, I apologize. I sent you the message to the wrong account. Here's the message I sent you. Please, I hope you can come discuss this with us. And then sent a follow-up, hey, so it's been a few days since I've sent either of these messages. What do you think about doing a chat with us? And then I phoned the office saying, I don't know if he's on vacation or whatever. No, he's here. Let me ring his... Oh, he's not taking calls right now. And then today I finally got a response of them saying, that this media gal saying, like, no, he's too busy doing research. And not even like a thank you for your interest or cheers or have a nice day.
Doesn't it burn you, though, when Tommy sits there and says that we're looking for just, dumbass people to engage with, when you've actually emailed Tompkins? I've asked Sarfati. He's on a tour because of his book thing, but we're trying to get these actual creationists, these more prolific, prominent ones, or whatever you want to call them. We want that in here. It'd be the greatest hangout we could possibly imagine, with people listening in, with this kind of quality of people. And yet Tommy's going, well, Steve just wants, these fruit in the ground creationists to come in. No, I have a series of videos just for that, of people that won't engage us.
Yes, it does, Stephen. I'm glad you mentioned that. That's actually why I popped in, was because I just heard you saying that right after I sent you a message on publicly. I said, I'm not going to come in. I got to barbecue some stuff, so I'm not coming in. But then you said that, and I was like, oh, that infuriates me, because they just had a hangout a couple nights ago where one of the wantwits in there was saying, oh, boy, these guys, they might be able to sort of talk amongst each other, but if they ever got into a room with Jeffrey Tompkins himself, boy, he'd have them for lunch. No.
I would ask him so many questions, because I've reread his paper and I found multiple technical deficiencies that make no sense.
Well, let me say this.
Roast him on it.
Well, this is why. See, the thing is, I didn't want to say anything about it last night, because it is courteous that while you're still engaged in a discussion, behind the scenes, when you're inviting somebody for something and you're working out details, you don't announce that yes, this person's coming, and you don't announce that they're not coming. Only after things have totally fallen apart can you come out and say, even then without sharing the actual emails, I think that would be impolite, to say, no, this has fallen through, or yes, we've picked a specific date and time. So I didn't say anything about it. That's a simple courtesy, because he hadn't responded, and I don't know the reason at this point. So I didn't say anything about it a couple days ago when this had come up about how, oh, Dr. Tompkins would love to come into a room and eat one of these guys up. Really? Well, then why doesn't he answer his email when I know he's in the office? And yet, Safadi might be a different example, because he will actually talk with people. But Ken Miller, you can talk to him if you want. You got to find him at the right time of day. Richard Hawkins is a little harder to get a hold of, because he's Richard Hawkins. He gets a lot of crazy people contact. But most actual scientists are quite eager to find a few minutes to come in to talk to you about something like that. But you can just hear, like anybody at ICR, it's really, really hard to get any of them to talk about anything. They completely duck and dodge. And yeah, of course, our little corner of YouTube creationists are sitting around imagining this wonderful fantasy of how these guys would totally crush us in conversation. Now the thing is, I'm thinking about what a conversation would be like with Sam, and or Fiona, and or Rational Mind, and or CRISPR. Those four people, any of them, or awesome. Any combination, in polite, cordial, please talk as much as you wish, Dr. Tompkins, would be able to extract what it is he's trying to tell us in these papers, and be able to correct him and explain some of these things, like about this particular gene, which he says is passing through the purported fusion site, is actually something you always find near a telomere. And yet, strangely, on human chromosome 2, boom, it's right in the middle of the long arm. Why is that? Fiona has given an excellent account of that. I hope that's something she's been able to make clear for the audience, more clear than my just quick rundown of it. But anyway, here's my point. In my view, that sort of a conversation would nicely bring out Tompkins' criticisms of this fusion idea, and would nicely crush it. That's what I think would happen, and that's what Dr. Tompkins thinks would happen, and that's why he doesn't join those conversations.
Right. But here's the interesting thing. Tommy says that nobody Nobody, none of the big names, have bothered to even try and refute Tompkins. That's Tommy's claim.
What do you mean, apart from that chap that did?
Yeah, well, apart from quite a few chaps that did.
Yeah, I was going to say about this more than one. I see the other thing is when Tommy's
saying they're not in... Sorry.
That's okay. I was Tommy's saying that Steve's only going after low-hanging fruit. So what's Tommy saying
as opposed to
about
the high-hanging fruit that exists in creationist circles.
I'm not sure the exact terminology he used. No,
that's what he said. Kind of what he was saying.
This hangout is open to Tommy, TrueEmpiricism. So what's Arcane, any of those guys? The hangout's there, the link's there. So what's Tommy saying about his friends?
I don't know. I mean, like I said, I've actually actively gone out. I found Jay Hall, right? I mean, I'm trying to find people to come and engage with us, and he's actually saying that I'm looking for low-hanging fruit. It's like, are you kidding me?
I like how he includes himself in that category.
I will give him credit. He does, to some extent, admit he doesn't know the...
Yeah.
All right, I'm burning gas. I just got your thing on my mobile device, so I'll continue listening, and I'll enjoy the good weather and barbecue. We'll see you folks later.
Thank you.
Take care. Be good.
Yeah.
I hope it doesn't start another forest fire with barbecue.
Oh, sheeps. But as well, I mean, who do they have in their hangouts?
Oh.
Well, nobody does any
Nephilim Freeze.
I challenged people. Name one person that hangs out in Nephilim Freeze or TrueEmpiricism's hangout that has any expertise in whatsoever in science of any kind.
Well, Nephilim Free obviously does. He insists that he has all that expertise.
Yeah, but he's now saying that he's admitting that he's completely self-taught.
Yeah,
and there's nothing wrong with
really?
He's been saying that for years. Not a dictat, but
Gosh,
just learned everything from watching YouTube videos.
But it's the fact that he admitted it. After all of this posturing, and this, I don't put my qualifications out there because if I did, people would be too intimidated to talk to me. All of that. And it's been nothing but a bunch of nonsense.
Really? Because like 4 years ago he was saying that no, I'm entirely self-taught. So unless he's maybe changed that in between.
No, I think you're talking about two different people, because it was Ronnie who today basically just said, you know what, like I'm not an expert, I'm self-taught. And I'm like, how the fuck?
No,
there was Nephilim Free who was saying that.
Shouldn't you defer to people? Yeah, I mean both of them do though. They both think.
Did he go to college at all? I mean, he said before he had some college and he dropped out, but I'd find that to be
bullshit.
Not.
There's zero chance that Ronnie could pass a college course.
Did I not say from the beginning though that he's never stepped foot in a college classroom?
No, I think he might have done. He might have dropped out very quickly. Who knows?
No, how the fuck, Fiona? How do you pass the SATs or the ACTs?
Well, there is
with
that,
his
yeah.
English skills.
Well, it could be the community college.
It was it might have been a little pizza.
Care in the community college. Did I say that out loud? Oops.
Yes, you did.
Well, I mean, then I'm sorry that he couldn't get into a real school. I don't really know what to tell. Like.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing.
I think in general that they don't come from both sides. It seems that at least from that side, I would say that it's framed as a belief. The science of evolution defined as belief, and unjustified belief at that. So they are hiding. It is people hide behind it as a shield. In general, so that it's a nice story you tell. It's a belief in colloquial sense, of course. So I think that it's a bit of a deaf talk. To deaf people talk vocally with each other in a lot of ways. Sorry.
No, I think point.
My first language is Hebrew.
Your first language is what, sorry?
Hebrew.
Oh, Hebrew, beg pardon.
Sorry.
Don't apologise. Gosh.
I thought I recognized that accent.
Well, like I said, according to True, I'm an Orthodox Jew, supposedly.
Oh.
My last name is McCrae. I'm more in common with Fiona.
I was going to say, it's either an Irish or a...
To say that
That's
name,
okay.
isn't it?
Apparently, I'm straight and married to a Muslim woman.
Are you? Oh.
It's
And did you not know this?
there is definition of Jewish as born to a Jewish mother, but that must. I don't see why religious people hang to that because it's the most vacuous being Jewish that can be.
By that definition, Steve and I both qualify as being Jewish.
Exactly. Yeah, but he actually said that Steve had claimed to be a practicing.
But this goes back to his inability to understand.
Of course, he's got to practice. He doesn't know how to do it properly.
It's like being Catholic because you had baptized, so.
I was one of those.
To say that Steve claimed to be a practicing Jew, but all Steve pointed out was the Jewish family background.
Yeah, I mean, do you see a beard? I mean, do you see a full beard like a rabbinical Jew would have, an Orthodox Jew? I mean, and the funniest thing is, again, it is a demonstration of. Hang on, it's a demonstration of Ronnie's inability to understand statements and things he reads. Because what was said was specifically that I was explaining that in the Orthodox religion of Judaism, if the mother is Jewish, the children are Jewish. He, in his filtered brain, took that to mean that I was a practicing Orthodox Jew. Again, it goes to his inability to conceptualize anything that he reads or hears. And that's a perfect example.
Well, it's a combination of selective hearing and his own wild imaginations.
Yeah.
He still thinks that he thinks that I am a believing Jew. In his words, I shit you not, a Bible-believing Jew.
Just go slightly back on the conversation. Somebody in this live chat, Mark Harrison's pointed out, I assume he was referring to Nephi, but this could equally apply to True as well, is he blocks anyone that tries to talk with him. Which is true.
Well, when I entered his hangout last night, he suddenly needed to go do something. So, I mean, that's...
Yeah, and Neff, sorry, Hogtie Champ says, Neff did an evening course in photography at community college, equals went to college. True story.
And you know what, Neff probably does know a lot about photography. I wouldn't doubt that.
He does.
I did not know that.
Going to college, going to college is a qualifier to anything. Someone can go to college and A, completely fail, B, be a zombie that memorized.
But you can't really do that at a high level, though. Like, if you want to work in a lab, you can't do that.
If you want to claim that you're some sort of authority,
people act as if you can bullshit any class, and I guarantee, having gone through it, I guarantee you can't do that for every class. For some classes, yeah, you can. Like, for the most part, I bullshitted my way through immunology, but molecular biology couldn't do that. Pretty much every course that I took.
I bullshit through economics. I totally bullshit through economics. I don't understand economics with a shit. I don't get it. It's voodoo mystical magic. I had no idea what the fuck I was doing. Macro and micro. I got a B in both. No fucking idea what I was even in course was even. I couldn't tell you. The only thing I remember from both courses was gross national product, and I still to this day couldn't tell you what the fuck it is. I mean, I did these Keynesian curves and crap like that. Fuck that. I was lost, but I just bullshitted. Total bullshit.
By the way, Steve, Resolving Revolution in the live chat claims you are a practicing Jew and a member of the Illuminati, and he wants to know where you're hiding all your gold.
Wait, let me show you over here.
We just wore around our necks.
Silver. Gold is so overrated. It's platinum.
I thought that we just wore the gold around our necks. Our secret Jew gold.
Jew gold. If we listen to rap, yeah.
Jew gold. Is Jew gold different to any other type of?
I was referring to South Park, but.
Oh, I don't watch such rubbish.
What? South Park is brilliant.
It is. There's a moral to every story.
Oh yeah, that's a brilliant show. I mean, I love it.
So what's the difference in gold and Jew gold?
Jugo, we hide better.
Ah.
And we've taken it from people after we've poisoned your wells, apparently.
And then take it out your teeth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank goodness I don't have a well.
No.
I'm going to go.
I'm just looking at my Facebook feed right now, and I see shit like that on it every now and then. It's weird because no one in my family is a practicing Jew. It's just that, like, it's part of our ethnic background. So our parents, like, sent us to synagogue to learn a little bit of Hebrew, basically. And general, that's all it was.
In general, if someone uses Christianity distinction on believer on Judaism, it's false to begin with. You can be a practicing Jew and not believing in God. You can.
We don't claim to be practicing Jews. It's just like, oh, they sent us there to learn the language, basically, and we didn't retain any of it.
I remember something in Yiddish. Kepler. Kepler's head.
Beyond that, the distinction of Christianity of believing in God doesn't regard to Judaism as much. You can be a Jewish and practicing Jewish Orthodox and not believing in God. Or
it is a bit of it is really an ethnic background, really.
And by the way, hey, Atheist Ranger, I'm having a hard time typing in the side chat, but I did see that you said hi. And I cannot for the life of me get Philip in here if my life depended on it, so I give up. And he was in the side chat, and he said it was full, and it wasn't full. We had spot open. We gotta get Thunderfoot to join us one of these days.
Why?
I like Thunderfoot. Fuck off.
Why?
Yeah, I absolutely love his views on feminism. They make me rage at my computer.
I like Thunderfoot.
It's weird that
if he talks about science, I like him, but if he talks about literally any other topic, I don't want to listen.
If he talks about science, I'm interested. If he talks about feminism, I want to argue with him.
Okay, I understand. I understand that. I like what he says about feminism, but I understand there's some room for, discussion on that.
He said that there was a gray area between bad sex and rape. That's a direct quote.
What?
Again, there's some things that we could talk about. I get that.
Okay, in what
I'm sorry, but that kind of ends my ability to respect a person.
I think I know what you're referring to.
I can't believe I'm asking this, but in what context? In what context? Is he implying that women have had bad sex and therefore decided to call it rape? I don't know. Or does he...
Pretty well, that's kind of what the gist of it was.
Okay.
Whereas, like, after the fact, like, oh, we went to the bar, we both got drunk, we did things that we shouldn't have done, that we wouldn't have done when we were sober, and now you've regretted it, so it's rape.
Rape. I call that a relationship.
Well, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
It's like in the scenario that he
now you're gonna guess which comment I was responding to there, though.
For like 3 seconds, nobody said anything. Fuck.
Yeah, in the situation that he describes, it's rape both ways. Because, despite I don't agree with a lot of his views on feminism, I am a feminist, so just throwing that out there. But he does have, every now and then, he does have a fair criticism against some of the more modern views of it.
I'm anti-feminist, so you can't be in my hangout by. Just kidding.
We're both anti-egalitarian, so doesn't that work?
I fight for egalitarianism, but that's not what we're talking about, and you know it. But I mean, as far as science, I think it would be kind of cool. I bet he knows the difference between molecular going into, DNA going into solution rather than DNA degrading. I bet he knows the difference.
Yeah, at this point, that's all it takes for me to appreciate you as a chemist.
Yeah, 5th grade chemistry.
Yeah. Well, here in Canada, it's like 3rd grade science.
I showed people the other day. I have an 11th grade chemistry book here that Lyrical daughter was using for school, and basically it's talking about Vesper and talking about octet rule, and it's pretty basic, but at the same time I still think it's probably advanced placement for 11th grade because it's not something that I remember that detailed when I took science in 11th grade. We got into orbitals, but not that heavy. And then of course.
It's understandable to forgive people for misremembering or just completely forgetting things that should be fourth grade knowledge, because you guys made a reality show called "Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?"
And people still weren't.
Yeah. My favorite question ever asked was, who has the longest border with the United States, Canada or Mexico? And the person said Mexico.
That was a topic just the other day that they had. I think it was actually DPR Jones on Magic Sandwich Show. I think even Hogtie was on that one. I think they were talking about which border was longer, and it was like 3,000, 4,000 miles or something for the Canadian border. It was huge.
Yeah. We are literally all of America and then some.
I was going to say, you always go across the top of America, doesn't the border? Like, right?
We're always America's top and they're our bottom.
Yeah, we're the bottom, bitch.
Yep.
Well, we know that, but yeah. But I mean, the border, it's like, I mean, I don't even know where I'm bothering.
I think it's holy shackle to call us your guys' hat.
No, you guys are like a loft apartment above a really good party.
Pretty well. That's a good way of putting it. We love watching what the hell's going on in the States. That is our vice.
I mean, you're kind of like a... This is a really bad description, and I'm tired and I can't bother to give it... I mean, you're almost like a triangle, and Mexico is attached to the pointy bit at the end, and Canada is attached to the flat, long bit at the top.
So we're an upside-down triangle. That's a really good way of putting it.
Doesn't matter which way around your triangle is. It's still
a triangle. That is a perfect metaphor for like describing the entire economic situation of it, the political situations, the progressive views of it all. It's more insightful than you think.
You're basically a triangle.
I don't know, but the further north you get, the more fucking weird it gets. Like I put in the side chat earlier, like, oh, Canada, home of the sourdough cocktail. That's a real fucking thing.
What the dickens is
We put a human toe in an alcoholic beverage and make people drink it.
Oh my gosh, where do you get the toes from?
I don't know why. It happens in Dawson City.
Why have you got spare human toes to put in?
People donate them.
Don't you?
Weird thing.
You don't keep some laying around?
Oddly enough, no.
How do you make
one city in one territory, and people from all over the country donate their toes to it?
See, but they like bequeath them in their wills.
Not in their wills, no. These people are fucking alive still.
Oh, okay.
The original story behind the sourdough cocktail was it was kind of like this sort of idiotic man challenge, where it was a man during the Yukon Gold Rush would challenge people to drink any alcoholic beverage with a human toe in it, a pickled human toe, because he bought a building and for some unbeknown reason there was a jar with a human toe in it.
Oh,
and then in the 60s, someone accidentally swallowed the toe.
What?
How do you accidentally...
I don't know, but it happened.
I accidentally accidentally fell into a brand of peanut butter up my... Anyway.
Okay, well... Like,
I mean, I suppose if you had a lot of polydactyl people...
Well, no, it gets much worse, because a woman from Lethbridge, Alberta, who had her toe removed due to an inoperable corn, donated her toe to Dawson City Hotel to be used as the toe for the sourdough cocktail, and that took off. And now you can go to Dawson City, and there's a wide selection of toes that you can pick to have in your drink, and it only costs $5. And there's a lovely little rhyme that goes with it, where it's You can drink it fast or sip it slow, but your lips must touch the toe.
Okay.
Okay, so let's change the.
So never ever diss the United States again.
Yeah, you're not allowed to, you bunch of fucking animals.
Yeah, no,
Jesus.
Apparently,
You know what, when
Yukon
I'm
is like our Florida now.
We use penises here.
See, when I
Think
try
about
to
that.
lose
Think about
weight,
that
I
in
should
Great
think of this conversation, and that will help me with the diet, wouldn't it?
Now, actually, they use worms, little things that are.
In the bottom of your tequila.
Yeah, I think they're caterpillars. What are they? They're a. Freaking what the hell are those things called?
Oh, they're just tapeworms. Nothing big.
Tapeworms.
They're
That'll definitely help me with my diet.
They're a type of
They'll
grub.
get you drunk and help you diet.
No, they're a type of grub that get really.
Like me,
Are they hallucinogenic or something?
Go and eat worms.
Oh, yeah.
Big, fat, juicy ones, wee, skinny, squishy ones. See how they wriggle and squirm. Bite off their heads and suck out the blood and throw their skins away. Nobody likes me, everybody hates me, 'cause I eat 3 worms a day. Sorry, couldn't help it.
Apparently in your tequila, it's...
How do we go from genetics to that?
Oh, that was so cool. To be honest.
Just an anarchist is scared. I don't blame you. I'm scared
What
too.
the fuck is wrong with you people? God damn.
Yeah, I got so
We've
scared.
been
I just had to call
exterminating you
in.
guys for too long.
Maybe Ronnie's onto something.
I got so scared that I had to call in Lord Zed, the new Pope of Calvinism.
Ronnie's so bad that Christian anarchists won't even go in there anymore.
Wait, what?
Oh, his hangouts, man. They're just coming to become an echo chamber of nonsensical bullshit.
Yeah.
Whose hangouts?
TrueEmpiricism.
I've never even been in his hangouts.
That's what I'm saying. You won't even go to his hangouts.
I would if he at least gave me an invite, but that guy
I
message him. I'm like, where's my message? Just give me a call back, man.
I remember Christian. I think
they're
you
just
joined.
available in the live chat.
I think you joined one of Neffy's once because they were talking about a flat Earth, and you joined to explain how the Bible doesn't say that the Earth was flat, and they just booted you within about
No, I
half a
haven't
second.
actually gotten a chance to do that. There may have been someone else, but I do know that.
I thought it was you.
I think. Who was it? No, that was Arcane Logos. I was in a debate with him, and Empiricism was in on that.
Yeah, that was.
I'm sure it was you
interesting
where
one.
you joined for about. Then you got about half a sentence out, and then they just booted you immediately and said, "Oh, we're not going to listen to that stuff." And I'm
Yeah,
sure
that
it was
was a
about.
deal.
Yeah, I'm sure it was about the flat Earth, and you went to go in to explain how it wasn't biblical. Perhaps it wasn't you, but I thought it was.
This guy that wanted to believe in biblical cosmology, that he didn't understand the biblical cosmology, and the biblical cosmology, from what he understood, contained flat Earth, so there is flat Earth.
Yeah, and
Or
actually,
something like that.
something interesting for someone who's curious. Today, General Han Solo and even the guy that he got it from, Michael Heiser, just posted a video about Arcane's model. Yes, the ancient Israelites believed this concerning cosmology, and it gives like this whole cool cartoon animation of the whole thing, and it's like, but why? Some people would then ask, why would God be allowing these people to be scientifically ignorant at this time and not explain the proper shape of the earth or how cosmology actually worked? Well, that's because the Bible was not intended to be written as a scientific book. And irrelevant of what the time written is, you still get the general message. You don't need to know about you don't need to believe that the earth was shaped as a dome flat earth, to understand that God created. You don't need to believe that God lived in a palace in the heavens in order to know that God rules over his creation. And I'm like, this, and I just told General Han Solo when he tagged me in this, tag Arcane and show them this video. I mean, seriously, this goes against everything and Arcane quotes this Heiser fellow as if Heiser supports his case. But if you look at some of this stuff, Heiser's actually quite against and proves against Arcane's case. So it's like, You're quoting your own enemy, bro.
Bro.
He told me again last night.
Just
He told me
quickly
again
going
last
back.
night to. He told me again last night to go and kill myself.
Oh, apparently to John Saboteur, it's the agave worm that you find in the drink.
Agave.
Agave, sorry, yeah. I stand corrected, which I just quickly Googled, which isn't actually a worm, it's a butterfly larvae.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was a type of caterpillar at first. That's what I'm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Agave is where they get tequila. D.
Yeah, I said grub.
Yeah, I remember. I said it was caterpillar at first. Then I kind of backtracked.
Maggots.
It is a caterpillar.
Anyway, sorry, I haven't.
Yeah, so that's what Arcane said last night, because he said that liars deserve death.
Oh,
Wait,
so is he going to apply this to the chocolate atheist?
Hold on a second. He said what now?
Yeah.
Last night in live chat, he told me again to go and kill myself because liars deserve death.
Okay, now stop. I hate to sound like Darwin's deity, but stop right there. Okay.
Good.
Okay, good. So has Arcane ever told a lie in his life? Have you asked him that before?
I don't need to.
This is rhetorical, right?
Yes, this is rhetorical.
I think the question should be, has he ever told the truth?
If he's ever under his own standard, if he admits that he told one lie, according to the Bible that he holds to, he is considered a liar at that moment and kept as a liar.
We have on video. Hang on a second. Question. We have on video him saying that he has an expertise in structural engineering. On video. In Hangout Talks Hangout.
Yeah.
We all remember this. He said he had, in his professional opinion, because he had an expertise in structural engineering. This is his words.
Yep.
If that's not a goddamn lie. Especially when I asked him what modulus was, and he had no freaking idea. I'm like, who's going to be going to you want to go over a bridge designed by our King Logos? Be my guest.
I thought Christian was going to go Ray Comfort on us there for a moment.
Sorry, go ahead, Arcane. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry. Anarchist.
Heavy Holler, have you ever told a lie before in your life?
Yeah.
We all have told white lies.
What happens when someone just goes to Ray Comfort and just goes, nope, never lied?
I've never killed anyone. I don't know about all that rest of that stuff I may have done, but I ain't never killed no one. No, I ain't never committed adultery.
So by your own admission, you're a lying thief.
No, wait. No, I have thieved, but I didn't admit to it.
Anybody who's been married or ever been in a relationship, you lied. I guarantee it.
Do I look good? Does my bum look big in this?
It's gorgeous. Oh, you have such a skinny ass with your size 30, 39, 40 extra large pants. Yeah, whatever the hell they are.
Does this dress make me look fat?
No, honey, 400 pounds is not obese. I'm sorry.
That's like walking on thin ice, and you got a blowtorch going on.
Does this dress make me look fat?
No, you're just fat.
No.
No, you're fat naked.
No. Yeah, the fried chicken you ate.
Yeah,
well, there's a great comic who had a fantastic joke about like women who wear like those big stomach belts, and he's like, they make you look skinny. He goes, you know what makes you look skinny? Being fucking skinny.
Yes. That is so true.
It's like I can see through your bullshit. I don't. I could go on a rant. I'd fucking makeup. That's the biggest lie. If you've ever worn any type of makeup, you are a liar.
Oh well, they all deserve death then.
Yes, all women deserve death. That's what I've been saying for years. Tommy was right.
Wear makeup.
Yeah, that's like the Wonder Bra. Totally a lie.
I've never worn a Wonder Bra.
Deceiving.
My life depends on it. Well, it's not so much my life as my cleavage.
I have occasionally worn makeup, not a lot. Mostly because I got fed up with people asking me if I was poorly, because I'm very pale. So I put a bit of blusher on, and it stopped people constantly asking me if I was ill.
Can I put a little advertisement up here for a second?
Go nuts.
Depends.
All right. I would just like to point out, or Zed, get out of here. I'd just like to point out that I'm going to be in a debate. I think we've decided to go for the 14th for it. I will be in a debate with someone on here by the name of the Metal Minister.
Ooh.
And we will be debating the flood. Was it local or was it global? That is the topic. I will be taking the position of the local flood, and he will be taking the position of the global.
Who's taking the position of global?
Metal Minister.
I don't know. What day? What time? When is this?
I don't know the time, but as far as the day, it'll be on the 14th. That's the plan. Now, I don't know if maybe there's something.
That'd be interesting to listen to.
Yeah, it will be.
That's something I would like to listen to, even though I'm an apatheist. I have an interest in that because obviously it goes into other things. But yeah, I would be down to that.
Yeah, it'd be very good to listen to. Is that on your channel?
I have to ask this because I gotta go, and this is a bit of a change back to the earlier topic. But Fiona, was Ron? Do you know if apparently Ronnie had a hangout today? Was he just whining about the fact that we just keep poking holes in his nonsense?
Probably.
Yeah,
I was in here when he was on.
I was listening to it when I was doing some stuff downstairs. It was more. Basically, Steve doesn't want to engage me in chemistry because he says he doesn't know anything about chemistry, which is true. I mean, I'm not a chemist. Why would I want to debate him in chemistry? Then he goes on to say that we never go into, basically into his room because we're never prepared or can never give him evidence. And then he went on to say, or Tommy went on to say that we only look for fruit on the ground to engage with, and that we're just promoting a bunch of misinformation, and we're confusing people because a lot of people aren't into science, and we're just manipulating their minds and crap like that. Yeah.
Well,
it was really bizarre.
Well, I mean, it's funny that he would talk about that because when you put his feet to the fire and you go, do you actually understand what's being said here? And he'll go, no, of course it don't. Mm-hmm. And it's this weird double standard he has. That's because the thing is like the most hilarious thing was when he went off on Heavy Hauler, and I think that he just can't stand the fact that Heavy Hauler is not, he doesn't have a formal education in this stuff, but he asks very pointed questions and actually knows things.
Yep.
Like, no one can criticize Heavy Hauler. Like, the biggest thing that I like about being in Hangouts with Heavy Hauler is that he'll point out something. He's like, oh, wait, I'm not quite, so this is the case because of this. I go, yeah, exactly, thank you. That's a very clear way of putting it.
Heavy Hauler is fantastic at that. He really is.
I like to learn things, Well,
Ronnie,
slow, but Oh, Steve, I was going to mention. What you said you was a nuke, right? So you know a lot about nuclear reactors, right?
Used to, yeah.
Well, I mean, what if you challenged him to a debate about that?
I would love if I was talking.
What he would say, but
I was listening. Okay, wait. I was listening to that, and Neil the other day was saying he was talking about the nuclear stuff, and he's talking about aircraft carriers, have nuclear reactors, and we could solve all the world's problems with this shit. And I'm like, well, first of all, actually, there are reactors on aircraft carriers, or A5W type reactor cores, and they like on the Nimitz, and the A4W was the old ones. All that means is aircraft. A is the aircraft, 5 is the generation, and W means Westinghouse, right? And they actually park these carriers, and they actually do feed the grid. I mean, most of these reactors are about 150 megawatt reactors, at least the ones I was working mostly with were 150 megawatt. I don't know what the A5Ws is, but the D2G is 150. And we could actually supplement the power grid when we're in port off that. That's a lot of power. So yeah, we actually do use nuclear reactors on Navy vessels to supplement civilian power. A lot of people don't realize that. But I mean, I was listening to Neil talking about it. I was like, yeah, okay, Neil, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dude.
Come on, Steve, just admit it. You're a government shill as well as a practicing Jew in the Illuminati.
Yeah, they don't pay me very well.
That was because you've hidden all the gold, we know. You've hidden it in you've hidden it in the nuclear reactors, haven't you? So
yeah.
Hidden your Jew gold.
Isn't that a tactic that Neffy would pull on somebody? Say, well, I want to debate you about this, and the person goes, I don't know anything about this.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like I've heard that before.
Well, perhaps Neffy thinks that him not knowing anything doesn't stop him, so it shouldn't stop others.
Well, no, but the thing is he genuinely thinks he knows things. That's the problem with that formulation.
Yeah,
he knows how to open a bottle.
That's the problem with him.
In
But he
one of
knows
the
that nobody else does.
Well, he assumes it's like with Ronnie when Ronnie assumes that people don't actually be. Ronnie has this. The reason why Ronnie psychologically analyzes people is for a very simple reason, is because he is one of those people who is stupid enough to not be able to say that people think differently. People come from different perspectives, and you have to kind of put yourself in their shoes to imagine what's going on in their head. To him, that everyone thinks the exact same way as him, so that's why he calls everyone a liar. That's why he thinks everyone is arrogant. That's why he thinks everyone is posturing, that everyone is X or Y. Anytime that he says that all of these people just do this, they just try to be charismatic and they don't know what they're talking about. And I could get technical. Now just apply all of those criticisms to him, and now you know exactly how he thinks about himself. It's a beautiful thing. I will end on that note. I have to get going, folks. But
what
now
makes this stuff a bit charismatic, by the way? I mean, I haven't seen it.
Since when is charismatic an insult?
In one of the hangout from the creationists, I can't remember now. I remember I heard some remark on some anti-vaccine rhetoric. It was really weird. It was some of the mark. You also think that the vaccine will cure you or something like that. Some of the shoot remarks like that.
Wow.
I can't remember now, so I don't want to put blame. I remember that it was one of the hangouts floating around. But when I heard it, I was in silence because I don't think that such people, there's much to talk about, but it was really fascinating to see.
Yeah, some wild stuff you get from anti-vaxxers. You don't think this charismatic thing is a really subtle Hitler implication? Because people always talk about Hitler being charismatic, do you?
I have no idea, because I don't really know what it was he was trying to express. Yet again, it's Ronnie having trouble with his worms. Oh, sorry, words.
Having trouble with my worms today.
Yeah, because he does this, and you think, well, what does he mean by that? You can't make any sense. You can't work out what could he mean by this. And I have no idea. What was he trying to say? That's what I want to know. And I've thought all sorts of C words, and I've yet to come up with one that really fits the bill.
I think he didn't mean to use the word charismatic. It does.
What do you think he meant to use?
I don't know. It's just because I haven't actually heard him when he says it, but the way I've heard people talk about him, it sounds like he's trying to use it as a pejorative.
Yes, that's the impression I get.
So what's that?
So what is the word he's obviously grasping for?
I don't know.
I can't work it out.
I said the only association I can think is people often describe Hitler as being charismatic. But other than that, I can't think of any other way you'd use it as a pejorative. Even that's not really a pejorative.
I know.
Charismatic. It can use it as pejorative when you imply that it can use the both. If someone say truth, that then it's something positive. It's someone that know the truth and can persuade the other to or lead the other to it. On the other side, if he doesn't know the truth but he persuade anyway, then he is a sense of evil in it, a sense of malform of argument and so on.
He says things like, what is it? They're getting into these hangouts and they're being charismatic.
Yeah, I don't know what he means by that. I think that's a good thing, actually. I like being charismatic. It means we have personality. I don't know how that's a pejorative either.
Well, you have to know a little bit about the history of evangelicalism in the United States, and they're opposed to an offshoot of evangelicalism known as the charismatic movement.
Is that what he's referring to?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, for example, Joel Osteen is somebody who's a charismatic, and that guy, in their view, is like a heretic, a money-grubbing false teacher. I think they also consider Joyce or Jocelyn Elders. Yeah, as a charismatic. I mean, these are people that live in $4 to $10 million houses, and
Benny Hinn.
Is he a charismatic? Well, he's a faith healer, and I don't know if that's consistent with charismatic.
But then how can we be being charismatic and hang out then?
Well, I know. Well, again, person should probably. Well, you know what? I'm going to leave that to someone else while I get my. What I'm suggesting people do is, if you're wondering why he's doing it, wiki the charismatic movement, learn a bit about their friction with, let's call them mainstream evangelicals, if there's such a thing, and all of a sudden it'll make sense. They know it's a bad word. It's a bad heretic. Charismatic is a swear word like heretic is.
Well, Tommy just accused me of being evangelical today, so how can I be evangelical and charismatic according to that then?
Well, therefore, one of the symptoms. This is going to sound so what do you call it? Self-fulfilling. One of the symptoms of a modern evangelical is to deny the label evangelical. They will agree with everything that's part of the evangelical movement, but they will say, no, I'm non-denominational, and they'll deny that they're part of evangelicalism. And but of course they do feel like they're enjoined. They feel like they're enjoined to spread the gospel message in the same way and with the same vigor as the snake handlers feel enjoined to handle poisonous snakes. Right? That's the part of the Bible that they've picked out themselves. So and sorry to, if you don't mind, I want to.
There's been several deaths from those.
There'll be more. Yeah.
On top of that, we've got G-Man trying to use the word religion as a pejorative towards atheists.
What word?
Religion. He goes on about atheists being religious, but he does it as if he's trying to, and then it's like,
it's so adorable.
Yeah, that's the new thing. Even Philip has been engaged with me and John on that they're trying to say that atheism is religion. Now we all know that for tax purposes it is a category, right? But my argument is the same thing as like saying, well, the law says that a corporation is a person, but that doesn't make a person a biological entity. And they don't understand that to be a religion requires multiple things. Atheism is rejection of a single claim. It is uni is a unique claim. Okay, it doesn't have anything to do with a worldview. It's not a coherent model of anything. It's a rejection of the claim God or gods exist. That's it.
You're going to go lacteous position there.
That's not the last. I didn't say lack of belief. I said it's rejection. And so them to try to turn that into religion is just absolutely nonsensical.
Yeah, and it has nothing to do with science or evolution or anything. It's just one thing.
It's just it's just his way of dodging. His way of dodging the conversation. Because now he said, the last I heard, someone had messaged me. I hadn't seen a G-Man video for some time now, but last I heard he's saying that he won't engage an atheist, or won't let him in the room, or I don't know what it is, but he won't discuss things with atheists until they can prove that atheism isn't a religion. Okay, well there you go. Off you go, G-Man. Enjoy the tumbleweeds.
What I've heard funny about it is that he's using religion as though it's a sort of disparaging term.
Well, they do see it that way.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Which I find so ironic.
Okay, because
in general, I find
like they say, well, you have faith in that. Well, okay, so what?
Well, again,
faith is a bad thing.
No, what they're trying to do is level the playing field, and because science is up here and they're down here, and they want to say we have faith in belief system, which I have no problem with, but they'll say, look, you're over here and you have faith too, and so evolution is a faith belief, just a part of your religion. And that's what they try to do.
In schools, because faith isn't allowed in schools.
That is exactly what they're trying to do.
In not so much modern, but radical evangelicalism, religion is a pejorative. They are opposed. It is a rejection. I mean, think about modern evangelicalism, especially the more radical form of it, is a rejection of Protestantism. Like how wacky is that? Right?
Sorry, I was just reading the live chat. Somebody called atheist. So somebody called atheist ranger.
Utilization of faith is a bad thing. Like Rev, for example, is against any form of religion, because to him it's man's way of trying to bring God down to their level.
Yeah.
I actually respect that position quite a bit, and Rev is one of the few people that I actually enjoy speaking to on that.
Although they'll all accuse us of word games and they'll do stuff like that. And I'm sorry, I don't know if there was a lag or something, or mic volumes or something, but I know Dee had just started saying something.
Yeah. Atheist Ranger in the live chat said atheism is a religion like abstinence is a sex position.
Well, that would make that would make me a whore.
Or a priest.
Oh, well, my hobby is non-stamp collecting.
Yeah. In general, the use of terms of religion, when it used atheism is religion, it's really the value to me, the term itself. It's religion becomes something you choose, and it's because, and I never thought on religion in such manner. Religion, it's not something you choose. You don't choose what you practice in that regard. You believe it in full. It's part of your life. It's guide your life.
Well, every time, and this is without exception, and I'm going to include G-Man in this too now, the newest one to adopt this position, every time I've heard an evangelical say, well, atheism is a religion, and that gets to be their primary argument, that means they're finished with the conversation. It means they've been beaten on every turn, every so-called argument they brought up. So now they're just going to say, well, you're a religion, but I don't have a religion, it's a personal relationship with God. And all it is, I mean, and as much as they'll accuse other people of word games, it's a word game, because when we say religion, is that person religious or not religious? We know we mean spiritual religion. That's how the predominant use of the term. Well, they say, well, technically you can sort of interpret it to include other belief sets and other hobbies and other interests. Okay, well, now you've broadened it so much that it includes atheists, NASCAR fans, people who play golf. Okay, fine. So where are we with G-Man? Well, under G-Man's definition of atheism and under G-Man's definition of religion, it's pretty hard to prove that atheism, in quotation marks, isn't a religion, in quotation marks. Okay, well, I guess that means you're not going to talk to us, G-Man. Won't miss you, bye. Hey, can I drag us back real quick to...
Yeah.
The reason I popped back in was because you were saying something, I think Steve was saying something about... So Ronnie had a hangout. I've listened to 64 seconds of his hangout that I just discovered now. Maybe gone up earlier today, I don't know when. He said something about how Tommy was saying something there, them avoiding evidence. I don't know what it was. So it's interesting because it sounds like True actually opens that hangout with an admission of a mistake he's made. Oh, this will be good. So the admission of the mistake he's made is that he's been too soft on the evolutionists. He's been letting them get away with too much. He says, but here's the mistake. He says, he had at one point incorrectly said that this chromosome 2 fusion thing is not really relevant or all that super duper important in evolution versus creation. But then he just all of a sudden realized, oh my goodness, it is. Because if there is no fusion event, like the evolutionists really need that fusion event. Because if there's no fusion event, how do you explain how the apes have 48 chromosomes and the humans have 46? Like, how's that going to work? So obviously, if there's no fusion event, and then he's like, well, but by the way, that's not really a problem for creationists. And here's the thing, this needs to be put in front of them. You're right, it's not a problem for creationists. Because if it turns out that all apes have 48 chromosomes, but humans have 46, then that might be because God created humans and all the apes and everybody else with 48 chromosomes, but then after the fall, there was a fusion, and that's why humans have 48, you know, the separate and specially created humans started with 48, and now they have 46 because of all the weird stuff that happened to us genetically after the fall. Or perhaps there was a random fusion with, say, Noah, and his kids inherited that, right? Well, that would explain it. So therefore, the fusion event is perfectly consistent with creationism. Or if it turns out that no, it wasn't a fusion event, and apes have always had 48, and humans have always had 46, well, guess what? That's perfectly consistent with creationism. Well, if somebody were to pitch a theory that apes used to have 2 chromosomes, and it split into 48, and humans used to have 107, and then one of them disappeared, and the other one's divided by whatever, you do the math for me here, well, guess what? That's perfectly consistent with creationism, too. So there's a light bulb moment that he has today where he's like, wait a second. If there was no fusion, then evolution can't be true. But gee, this isn't a problem for creation. My response is, you think, Ronnie? You think?
Oh,
you know, it's
is this just dawning on him what this is about?
I've had people level the same thing against evolutionary theory, like Faith, Love, Hope, Heather Rich. She actually says the same thing. Well, evolution can basically be tailored to any kind of findings, and Zayana and I both have explained to her, no, there's certain things that if we would discover them, it would destroy evolutionary theory. It could not absorb it. Two dogs procreating using a horse would pretty much abolish evolutionary theory. I mean, there's just no way that they could ever come up with a way to explain that. But as Hawkeye said, what Hawkeye said, the creationists, everything fits their paradigm.
Yeah,
everything.
But what's no, sorry, Hogtie's just, I think, blown my mind here. So, Hogtie, are you saying that it's only just dawned on Ronnie what the significance is of this? Hoggles?
Is he saying that? Is he saying that like literally today? Because I only caught the tail end of the.
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out. Hogtie.
I think he's gone to put his baby on the barbecue.
Oh, I just did. I'm sorry, I did a real gaffe here. I had grabbed something, and then I was grabbing my thing, and of course I'm a minute delayed listening to the live feed, and then I heard Fiona say, "Well, then I have to ask that of Hogtie." And then you started asking the question, and I put in my other earbuds, and now I'm a minute ahead again. I have no idea what you asked. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. Right, here you go. So you, just as you described, yeah, I get this bit about it doesn't matter what it is, it would fit with creation. But you also saying that it was only today that Ronnie cottoned on to the significance of the fusion.
According to, again, and again, let's be fair. Let's be fairer than we ought to expect from any of them, especially Ronnie. I'm telling you, I've been following his stuff kind of loosely, and today, having heard there were a couple of relevant videos going up, I listened to only the first 64 seconds of his video, and I went, seriously? But that's what he says, and he refers to this as, I have to admit a mistake I made. I had earlier said that this wasn't really important in the creation versus evolution thing. And now that I think about it, it's actually pretty important, because if there's no fusion site, then this blows evolution out of the water. The look you have on your face was the look I had in my face when I heard that too. Please.
So he's been going on about this and whittering on about this. Sorry. And he didn't understand why it was significant.
Doesn't sound like it.
But
I don't feel. I really don't think he knows what the fuck it actually is. I mean, he really doesn't.
Oh no! Stop.
She's banging her head. Make it stop.
Banging her head.
Oh,
head banging has begun.
Okay, so now I've seen Fiona banging her head as well as her walking on her knuckles.
Oh yes, I remember that one.
That was a fun one.
What the?
What has he been thinking this is all about the entire time? What does he actually think the fusion indicates, and when did it happen? Does he even know? I mean, I was off a little bit too. I thought it was somewhere around 4,000 to 6,000 million years ago.
How has he managed to reach the age he's at without walking into traffic or swallowing a weasel? Seriously, I mean,
it makes you wonder, don't it? Poor Fiona, you look like you've been through the ringer with that. Poor Fiona. It's just like the level of stupidity. It's just mind-boggling.
So he doesn't understand what the significance of this. He doesn't.
Well, you know what? Do you want to load it up and just play the first 64 seconds and just see?
By all means,
I don't want to get caught misrepresenting.
I don't know if I survive it.
I don't want to get caught misrepresenting what he said. Or you know what? No, we don't have to play it through. Can somebody please, because I'm actually now slicing up supper, so can somebody please volunteer to listen to it? Well, you can listen.
Where'd you go?
Hold on. Well, here we go.
Say the good. What?
Fiona, where'd you go?
My son and Fiona are quite good friends. There she is. But yeah, I mean, somebody can volunteer to just like turn. Okay, then do it that way.
Let's see if that's going to work.
It's up to you.
And by the way, Dia posted on the side. The person there originally said.
All right, how's everybody doing? We have Antonio Fletcher here.
And I'd like to start responding to some of the statements that have been being made since last night. Before I do, though, I want to point something out that was actually brought to my attention, that I've actually made a mistake. And what that mistake is saying that if the chromosome 2 fusion happened, or it didn't happen, this wouldn't really have any effect on whether or not evolution would be true. If chromosome 2 fusion didn't happen, if we did not have any implications of there being actually 48 chromosomes in humans, or that one of them had fused, then that would mean that we didn't share a common ancestor, so that would have a huge impact on the supposed evolution of humans. So I think that what the mistake is that I've made is actually giving way too much leeway to the evolutionists. The fact that there is no fusion site there indicates that man and chimpanzees, we did not share a common ancestor, that there's not any evidence for the evolution of, ape to man, the slow progression of ape to man. Now, when I...
Yes, that is what he meant.
Yeah. And I still don't mean by ape to man. And yet, did I not have even a video that even talked about Pyrolopithecus catalonicus, which was a common ancestor for all members of the great apes? And yet he's like going off and there's like no evidence of common ancestry, yet I did a video on this not too long ago.
Well, it's even worse than that, because I pointed out to TrueEmpiricism that even if evolution was in fact false, we are still apes. And he refused to accept that Linnaeus died before Darwin was born.
It's a category.
They don't even accept that humans are animals.
Yeah, they don't. Or mammals, or vertebrate, or anything else.
Plants are alive.
Or according to Nephilim Free, wife.
But see, these are the people that want to talk science, and yet they won't use actual biological taxonomic levels, and they want to talk science, really.
Yeah.
But
I'm sorry, give them their definitions and just let them run with it and be like, okay, in Nephilim Free, something is alive if it breathes and has blood. Great. A fetus isn't alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, I'm still struggling with this. I'm still struggling with this whole time.
Yeah.
You've blown my mind.
Yeah,
Absolutely
I will say,
blown it.
I was asked about this and I don't even remember what hangout it was. It might have been when this came up. It must have been that first one where it had come up. Maybe it was after we went off air. One of the believers in the room, and he's one of these guys who's like, well, I have my faith, but I want to know the truth too, and I really want to hear both sides. He was one of those guys. And he asked me, well, couldn't this fusion have happened at some point during human history? And I said, well, that's obviously the case, right? That's what they're suggesting, either a ancestor very recent to what you might call human, or something after we became a separate group, and he goes, no, I mean if we don't have a common ancestor. And I went, oh yeah, I see what you mean. So for example, and I want Fiona to correct me if I'm wrong about this. Suppose it were the case that all of the humans, Genesis 1 through 5, and most of them in Genesis 6, had 48 chromosomes, but Noah was like our friend in China that had what did I say? 48? 48. Yeah, everybody had 48. Yeah, Noah had 46. So
it's Noah and Mrs. Noah.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, and Mrs. Noah.
Yes, because it would sort of depend. Because remember, if it can be difficult to produce the offspring. No, it's not impossible, but then the offspring could then have fertility problems.
Sure, but then if you eliminated everybody else, so you have some small subset of humans that have, I keep wanting to say 44, because the current sort of unusual people in the world today have 44.
Yeah.
But I have to remember, in the ancient world, according to this nut bar theory, there would have been everybody with 48 would have been normal. All the people, all the apes had 48. But there was this one family where one individual, one male, and perhaps all the sons or whatever, they had 46. If you then wiped out every other human being, and of course all of the apes, except for 2 of each or whatever, right? Then when the world was repopulated, all those 48 chromosome apes would have gone on to have little ape babies that have 48 chromosomes, and those very unusual humans with only 46 would have populated the world with entirely 46 chromosome humans.
Yeah.
So they could explain it away that way.
Yeah, but the thing is that I was actually reading tonight that it's completely unclear how the 46 came to dominate. Okay? And one of the hypotheses put forward, one of the scenarios, we'll call it, is that you have a small pocket of these animals, these humans, these ape, whatever you want to call them, that have got the 46. Because, I mean, when there's a lot of interbreeding, you've got more chance of finding somebody that's got the right karyotype for you to produce fertile offspring when you've got this problem with chromosome numbers. You've got more chance of finding somebody else that's got the same problem if you're going to be doing things to your first cousin. And it was proposed that, well, what if there's a small pocket where this is occurring, and then there is some event that has wiped out all the others, then you would only be left with the 46. And as they pointed out, you can look at some of the huge events, like the Toba eruption, which that caused a human bottleneck, and they think the humans came down to a few thousand because of that. And yes, you could even use the flood. You could actually say chromosome fusion would be proof of the flood, because it's only Noah and Mrs. Noah and the little Noahs that get left behind. So everybody else that didn't have the 48 has drowned. And that's how you end up in the 46. So it's just different ways of explaining what caused the 46 to become dominant. So if you wanted to go down that route, then you would be able to argue that that chromosome fusion supports the flood narrative, if that is a route you wanted to go down.
In general, what described after Noah is that the sons are spread in the earth. From what I can recall, it's not that it's not described literally that the sons were that. It seems like heredity, like families, the families with strong families with heredity line. And it describes specific heredity lines that seems to focus on Israel and then to Abraham, Ibrahim. I'm not sure how it is in English, but the point of the genealogical story there, it's to focus the story later on Abraham, on Ibrahim.
Abraham. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if they are taking the global flood as literally the global flood that wiped out everybody except...
It doesn't matter in both cases, because if you look on what is the chronological line, it's focused on specific part, and later on it focused on Abraham. That's the point of it. It's not.
I don't think you understood the point I was making.
I understood. I just say that the reading of the Bible is really reading the Bible as a science book is wrong to begin with.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. But what I'm pointing out is, even if they ended up accepting there was a fusion site, they would still be able to knit it into their narrative.
That's for sure. You can explain.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, because there is this story in the Bible that if they take it literally, everybody else was wiped out except Mr. Noah, Mrs. Noah, and the little Noahs. So if you have that family with the fusion, then after the flood, the only humans you've got are those with the fusion.
The issue
that's it.
Apparently, True told John Saboteur that there's no geological column and that the flood buried the trilobites in deeper water and modern species climbed to higher ground.
And
No,
and
you
I suppose the
have a
flowering
flood.
plants
Everything gets
catch
washed
on
away.
red.
The
No,
issue is
I'm
that
sorry.
How do the flowering plants get onto the higher ground then? And the grasses. I mean, grass is not exactly renowned for being able to run fast.
There's a problem with that because if you have a worldwide flood and it covers everything, even the ones that made it to the higher levels, they're going to get washed away. Everything's going to get mixed up.
Well, plus everything that they eat is going to be killed.
the issue itself they have, it's not. I think that they hide the issue itself they have with the evolution. The evolution proposed nature without God as an aimer above.
Yeah, I understand that, but I still.
One sec.
This resistance, this current resistance to chromosome, the fusion site in chromosome 2.
It's not. They don't have issue with chromosome 2 or something like that. They have issue that there is no God in the process. That God is gone from the process of nature. And so they focus on the science, as far as I can understand, but that's not the core issue. They hide within it the question on is a maker. That's what they try to do in the discussion, or add. That the core issue outside the specific. Is it happen here or here? In either case, they can bend the Bible either way. Reading text, it's not. It's not science. To that degree that they take it.
Yeah, that's the point I'm making. That even if they accepted that was a fusion, it's not going to make any difference at all.
But by the way, John, the claim that the True's making about the geographical column, True's fucking this one up. He doesn't even know their own claims. The creationist claim that Hovind was starting was not that there was no geological column. What he was saying was there's no contiguous geological column, meaning there's no one place on the Earth that shows every single layer that there is. There's different different places in the Earth that have different geological columns, but there's no one contiguous from start to finish that shows every single layer. That's true, and that's what I think True is missing out on. To say there's no geological column is just absolutely absurd. I don't think even Hovind would say that. We know there's a geological column. He just would say that it's due to a flood, which again makes no sense for the fact that I agree 1,000-fold that they confuse strata with layers. They think that just a layer of anything is somehow a strata, like when Jay was pointing out with polystrate trees. They think that it goes through different layers of strata. Well, no, it goes through different layers of layers. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, one other thing about the geologic column or whatever, you don't have the same forces at work all over the world at one time. You've got different things going. You got a volcanic whatever over here, putting down layers. The rest of the world ain't having this volcanic stuff. It could be in a desert where it's laying down sediment. It could be in the swamp. So it wouldn't be like, if I understand what you're saying, is it wouldn't be the same layers all over the Earth. They're different because there's different geological forces at work in all these different locations.
Yeah, John says there might be 5 places to complete. I don't know if there. I don't think so, John. I've looked in this before, and while there's a lot of places that are probably close, they're not having every single possible strata layer. And I think that's more the argument. But
talking about different things going on all over the world, it's late here, so I've got to go to bed. Night, night, darlings. Mwah. Take care.
Night, Jay.
Yeah, I won't be keeping this open too much longer. I'm going to get my daughter here soon. But I can still go a little bit. But I'm still holding out hope. It's like every time I open these things, it's like I couldn't get freaking Philip in here, and then Tony could stay a whole 10 minutes. It's like, damn, where are all these creationists? You know what we should do? We should make a list of creationists that we would like to maybe we all pick one we can email and try to get in here. I mean, obviously, Hogtie tried to get Tompkins, but who else would be good?
And there was something else they keep bringing up. If the fossil record is all this great and everything, well, why don't we have just a continuous layer of all these different things, from generation to generation or something being preserved? It don't happen like that.
I think I totally froze. I was saying, I was saying, we should all pick up like a person that we should try to get like in here, like maybe Isaiah can go for Miller again. We should maybe try to get Humphreys, or I know Fiona, you'd love to probably have Steve Austin, right? I don't know. I mean, maybe we should try to have like a little campaign to get some interesting creationists in here to talk to.
About Mac?
Oh God, Mac was so bad the other day that admin for teacher basically left him on his own. He's like, dude, you're digging your own hole in this one. And then it got even worse because Mac and Veckel were taken to task by Nootropic and Van the Man, and it was brilliant. This is what happened. They were talking about this whole transgender bathroom things, and they had put the picture of I can't remember his name, but he's a big black bodybuilder, right? And he was born genetically a woman, full woman. I mean, like from top to bottom, genetically was a woman, but he was a transgender male, and you could never tell the difference, right? And Mac was sitting there going, when they asked, well, what restroom should he use? And Mac says, well, he looks like a man where it wouldn't make a difference. He should go use a male restroom. And we're like, you're just telling him to break the law that you fucking idiots are supporting. I was like, do you guys not see a problem with this?
That's what I fucking say all the time, man. With most transgenders, you can't even tell.
Yeah, it was brilliant. But Mac stuck his foot so far up his own ass, it was absurd. And yet they wanted to change the subject after that. Because Vecco was in the side jack agreeing, and then we were all going, wait a minute, you're telling these people to break the law that you guys want? And all of a sudden they started talking about another subject because they didn't want to talk about this anymore. I mean, it was just...
Because you called them in it. You called them on their bullshit, showed them it was bullshit, and they wanted to get the hell away from it.
Oh, dude, it was awesome.
Exactly.
I've seen Mac get beat down, but this was brutal. How bad he literally stuck his own foot in his ass. Well, he did the same thing when he went to my hangout. We had a topic. It was me and Mark Anoia. We were talking about the flood. And we were talking about Ark, and he went down this really, really bad rabbit hole, and admin was like, yeah, I can't follow him down there. He's basically sinking really bad because we were killing him on speciation, we were killing him on logistics, we were killing him on... He was claiming that they had built a full replica of the Ark to the specific, the logistics of it, like perfectly. And yet when we did the research on it, come to find out it's a replica built upon a stainless steel barge and things of that nature. It wasn't like it was made out of the gopher wood, whatever the hell that is. So he completely misrepresented that. And yeah,
I know
Mark
what gopher wood is.
What is it? I thought it was some kind of papyrus, but
no. It's the wood that Noah got when he said to his sons, "I've got this great big boat to build. Go for wood.
Go for wood. Don't forget wood."
It's something to do with a wood that's had pitch put on it.
Is that what it was? So it's wood with pitch on it?
Yeah, and that'll be the pitch that is produced in the industrial plants that were just out the back of where Noah was building the Ark.
Oh, God.
And then behind that, there was the casinos and the strip joints, according to Pillbox. Because Noah had electricity and industrial level production, and the Tower of Babel was a Stargate.
Of course. So that's a given. We all know that one.
Wait a minute. I just realized when Fiona was talking about the pitch.
Sorry?
If someone built a boat, actual wooden boat that big, and did the pitch all over it, how many tons and hundreds of gallons of that? Oh, God.
Yeah, and the other problem is this.
Oh, Philip's here. Let's get Philip.
Pitch is produced from fossil fuel, as in fossilized layers. Oils, tars. We've got a difficulty if the entirety of the geologic column, including all that little lot, was produced by the flood.
Yeah, where did the
pitch come from?
Yeah, I mean, it's like they think that do they think the stratification existed prior to the flood at all, or just like these upheavals made it worse or created new stratifications, or what?
I think I heard Nephilim Free say before. I think that it happened before the stratigation or something.
Yeah, and also,
I'm getting
has been trying to say that you wouldn't get this layering in the vertical direction. What was it? He was trying to claim you need the horizontal movement of water, and the front of the water to move this stuff. He's thinking about, you know, those flash floods you see footage of on YouTube, where the leading edge of the flash flood is full of timber and all sorts.
That's where the debris is all collected.
Right. That's what he's thinking of. And he's going on about the flood front.
Yeah, where is the leading edge on a global flood if everything has water?
I don't know. But there's also this brilliant idea, given that, yes, this argument, well, there's evidence for floods all over the world. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. The problem is they're not all at the same time. So somebody came up with this brilliant idea that it was a slow flood, and it was a wave. And this wave took all that time to go all the way around the world. It took a year. So that would mean that different parts of the world were flooded at different times. But this really slow-moving wave. You're stunned by the brilliance of that one.
No, I've heard something to that effect before.
Yeah.
Which I don't. You know, we've got wave going in oceans. We've seen tsunamis move much faster than that. So upside down.
But this was a special wave.
Yeah, slow-moving wave. I love that.
Yeah, that's right up there with, you asked Nephew where'd all the water go? He said it got shot off to the moon.
Yeah, well, this is the guy that doesn't understand enthalpy or Bernoulli's equations. But
this is the lunar Bukaki theory guy.
Philip, hey, welcome, Philip. Welcome.
Hello, Philip.
Glad you could finally join us. We've been trying to get you the link for a while, but I guess there are some issues there. Is his mic working? Philip, dude?
I don't know. Do you want to do a mic check?
Mic check. 1 2 1 2
3 4
1 2. Can you hear me?
There we go. Yes, we can hear you.
Cool.
So you finally come into a hangout. Oh my goodness, it's only been like forever trying to get you into one of these.
How are you this evening?
Philip.
Does he got the feed on or something? Maybe he's got a delay.
I don't know. How are you doing, Philip, this evening?
Philip, can you
Must be having trouble with his mic.
Yeah, he's muted himself. Right, you're muted at the moment, Philip.
Philip.
Ouch.
This is just like any other hangout. I don't. Maybe he's, you know, sometimes when you first come into a hangout, there's some Google issues occasionally. So
oh yeah, it can be an absolute nightmare.
Especially
you're muted at the moment, Philip. It just suddenly, the mute thing suddenly came on. If you go up and click on the wee microphone on the top, you'll unmute yourself. Are you cracking your knuckles?
Yes.
Please don't.
Sorry.
Oh, speaking of which, you said that your son had it was on the 5th metacarpal, so you did have a boxer's break then, or fracture.
Yeah, it's a double. He's got 2 fractures in that bone.
Yeah.
He's really done well on this one.
Yeah, that's what happens when you hit when your hand hits solid material that doesn't give very much.
Yep. Well, I think a concrete breeze block counts.
Yeah, can you see? I don't know if this is showing up. Can you see my finger?
Yep.
Yeah, see how it sticks out this angle?
Yeah.
That's how it's permanent because my knuckles way the hell back here.
Oh.
Because when I hit something, you know, I hit that desk as a wooden desk, and when I punched it here. So instead of my knuckle being right here, it shoved it back almost 3/4
Oh.
So I mean, literally, my finger will always stick out like that, like a little pinky thing.
Well,
but it's, I mean,
his fingers are everything's in the right place, but we'll see what happens anyway. When he goes back to the fracture clinic next week,
Yeah, I never had a doctor look at mine. I just like iced it up and.
Oh no, I had to. The amount of swelling in that. I mean. Just,
Oh yeah, my hand got that big. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
At night, it was swollen like like nobody's business. I thought I shattered my hand, but I was too stubborn to go, get any attention on it. I don't think I can tell my parents. I was just.
I broke my scaphoid right through the waist, and I was told that given my age and all the rest of it, I could have difficulty with it healing because the blood supply only comes in at one end of the bone. But I was lucky, and it healed. But it took about 2 years remodeling before I had a pain-free wrist. But a lady in the village, her scaphoid will not knit. It just will not knit. She's been in and out of plaster casts for 2 years, and they still can't get it to knit.
Yeah, for funsies and part PSA, people got to take wrist injuries pretty serious. There's a pretty common type, and it's the oopsie, my feet just got up from underneath me, and I put my hand down to stop myself. And then my hand hurt a whole bunch. My wrist just was really numb, and then it was fine. And then I went for an X-ray, and luckily the X-ray didn't show a fracture. Sorry, not to pick on your phrasing, Fiona, but I mean every bone is only fed blood from one end.
Yeah.
The proximal end is fed, and then it's the venous flow. Distal is where it comes out. In the case of the scaphoid, the blood flow actually goes towards your hand. The scaphoid is the last sort of the bones that are closest to your thumb. Yeah, I need a demo here. One that's on camera. You're a little off frame. But yeah, of the bones that form the carpus, the little pebble-like bones in the wrist, it's the one that's right off the thumb. And the blood supply actually sort of passes the scaphoid on its way to the hand, and then does a little U-turn, a little hairpin, and goes back into the scaphoid. It's the only bone that the blood's fed from what a person might call the wrong side. And as a result, setting the hand in the wrong position can actually reduce blood flow just enough that it doesn't get enough nutrition for it to heal properly. And once the bone goes necrotic, you can replace it with another bone, but you can't really find one that's the right shape. So they'll like take a chunk off your hip and try to reshape it, and that's sort of sometimes successful, but never painless. Or they just take it out.
What's that called? I'll tell you, when you have like the technical thing for when you broke, like when I did my boxers break.
Which metacarpal was it? You took it through the.
I'm sure it's on my pinky right here. This.
Yeah, I see that. But you're saying you broke the fifth one?
I didn't break the finger. I think the knuckle got shoved back, way back here. I can feel it down here.
Yeah, most likely. And again, I'm trying to look at it. If the people wiki the boxers break or boxers fracture. So normally you'll classify a fracture if it's a complete. If the fracture goes through the bone. So if it goes straight through the bone, that's complete, as opposed to an incomplete fracture. And then if it doesn't breach the skin also, like where a piece of bone sticking out, you'll say simple as opposed to compound. So then the direction it breaks through, it can be transverse, so going across the bone, breaking a long bone, straight across. But then there's also longitudinal, where it actually splits the bone. The boxer's break is a weird one because it's a transverse. It actually kind of goes off at like a 45-degree angle, like a samurai sword sliced it. And the problem with that is when the pieces line up, they don't always line up at the right angle, because the two sort of oddly shaped ends sort of shift over a millimeter or two, and it leaves the bone ultimately shorter than it had been in design, but the rest of the organ, in this case the hand, is still the same shape it's always been, and it creates a distortion in the hand shape. So that what you're showing me, now there may have been some compression of the knuckle. That should heal pretty quickly. The end of it.
Oh yeah, this was when I was 15. I mean, it's great when I drink tea like this.
Yeah. But sorry, I was going to say about the scaphoid though, is that
that's natural.
Yeah, one of the other weird things about a scaphoid fracture, and this is why I say if you ever do the thing where you caught yourself when you were falling, but then your wrist really hurts, and then you go to a doctor and you get an X-ray and they're like, oh, luckily you didn't, they'll sometimes suggest come back after 6 days and get the X-ray again. Here's my thought: come back after 6 days and get the X-ray again, because scaphoid fractures show up. I'm on the last sentence. Scaphoid fractures show up better 4 to 6 days.
Hey, Deadpool. Hey.
Yeah,
that's nice.
Scaphoid fractures show up better 6 days after the original fracture, much better than they do on the day or day after the original fracture.
Sorry,
Hang on a minute. Hang on.
That was it. People heard it, right?
I was going to say I was lucky, if you can call it that, in that my fracture was found straight away because it had gone right through the waist, and there was a slight gap between the two bits, and I've got it saved on my iPod as my screensaver, the picture of my X-ray, and the break is so obvious you can't miss it.
That's rare for a scaphoid, but it was through the waist. I mean, normally they also tend to do splits, like a longitudinal.
We see
so what they call it, a longitudinal incomplete.
Yeah, I think what happened to mine was, I had my hand on my horse's shoulders, and I was pushing myself upright because she was bucking, and I had my elbow locked, and her back hit my back, and my elbow was locked, but instead of getting off, I then tried to continue riding, and it was only when I tried to pull her up when she did it again, and I mean, you talk about full body weight there, I realised that I had nothing in this wrist, and so I had to take all her tack off, which was excruciating, and it's buckles and straps and all the rest of it, so I'm working with this broken bone, and I think what happened was basically that helped to separate the two pieces, so that on X-ray it was so obvious, and it's because I didn't let the pain just stop me.
Yeah, I think that's why you're not supposed to do stuff like that. But yeah, I mean,
exactly.
Although, yeah, I mean, the pain is interesting too, because you'll have a moment where you're like, wow, that hurt, and then okay, you'll take a breath and you're like, oh, that's not so bad. That's not so bad. I'm okay. I'm good. And then you'll go to rub it or pinch it. No, that's and then you'll give it and bang, and all of a sudden it hurts like a whole bunch. And what's happening is that the fracture site, remember, it's jagged bone. Bone doesn't break kindly or cleanly. It's all jaggedy, and it'll sort of fit back together. And you'll press on part of the bone, and or you apply pressure because you're doing something like trying to undo the cinch on a horse, which is a bit of effort. And then you'll go, especially if you got an asshole horse. We'll share asshole horse stories later. But you go to put pressure on it, and all of a sudden, what it does then is the bone will open up. That little gap will open up and scissor. Sort of scissor its way open, and then a bit of flesh will creep into that space. And then once you take the pressure off, it'll pinch the tissue around it. The bone doesn't hurt to break a bone at all. It's all the tissue around it that gets stretched and torn in the fracture process. And then all the tissue now that it's inflamed and swollen, when it pushes its way into the gap in the bone, the breach itself, and then gets rubbed against all that barbed, sharp, what's not barbed, but poking, sharp bits. That's the thing that's excruciating. So that's actually a diagnostic.
I need to find my iPod. I can show you that X-ray because
what year was that?
Oh, 2010.
So post-digital, yeah, they did it. It's a high-res digital, yeah. This problem I mentioned about the scaphoid.
I mean, I wasn't even in the door of the room, and I could see the break. I didn't even need to get up close to the screen.
Yeah. Well, this problem I'm mentioning is a bit historical too, about the swath of undiagnosed scaphoid fractures, because they're a lot harder to spot on photographic film than you'd guess. Apparently, it's not such a big problem with the new digital things. And every year there's somebody talking about they wrote an algorithm that's able to analyze the the pixel patterns on RDI, on radiological diagnostic imaging, and to like highlight the fracture site. And every year it tests as being not really helpful. But somebody should write it.
I was impressed at how visible my son's 2 fractures were as well. But they can't be missed.
Yeah. Well, I just got to tell people, you'd sent me the fractures fairly soon after the images fairly soon after you got them. But because the only sharing method was through compressed JPEG, I had to squint. I had to squint to find.
Yeah. See, that all I was able to do was I took those as photographs on my mobile phone of the computer screen.
Oh, really?
I don't have the files.
Oh, I thought you sent me the files and then it JPEG compressed them.
That was photographs. I've got the wee camera that's rather famous for being good. It's the really basic Nokia. But the camera on it is one of the ones that you can actually use for astrophotography. But all I did was just stand in front of the computer screen and take the photographs.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's
You
not
actually see the bottom bar of our window.
Yeah, the cameras are getting so much better. I had there was one. My son got a scope done, endoscopy, and he'd show the surgeon had come back afterwards with 4 images that were printed together on like a 4x6 index card. And he's like, well, you might want to keep a copy of this for your files. And I'm like, oh, so I should take this home? He goes, no, but I can let you use your cell phone to take a picture. And I was like, oh, thank you so much. Really? You can't just email them? No, hospital. Why can't you email them to me, and yet I'm allowed to use my camera to take a picture? This is ridiculous. Yeah. So I took a picture with my scan to PDF thing that's built into your Android phone as part of Google Drive. A lot of people don't know how to find it, but it's such a handy thing because you can take a picture of a piece of paper and then it does automatic orthorectification. So even though no one takes a picture of a piece of paper, it's always sort of keystoned and off some weird angle. This thing actually finds the corners and then reorients it. And when you get the picture, it looks like it was on a flatbed scanner. Cool. So I did that, and then I got home and I was telling my wife about this, and I figured, oh, I'll just show you on my computer screen. And when I zoomed in on the image that it took, I was like, man, this is like standing in the freaking theater or the consulting area afterwards.
Yeah.
Because you could just see everything. It was better than trying to, like I'm 46, so my close-up vision is starting to suffer. But trying to look at what he was showing me on this little 4x6 card, well, once I took a picture of it and looked at it on my computer screen, I was like, oh, it's perfectly obvious what he was trying to tell me.
I'm going to try and find my iPod.
Wait. What day? What month is your birthday, Hogtie?
July.
You're 46, and your birthday's in July.
Yeah.
Oh, you're just a little older than me, but not much. Holy crap.
Well, dude, one of us wears it well.
Yeah. I'm sorry you don't have that good genes, but it's okay.
Well,
makeup and
Yeah. So you're of the age that you thought that Scrappy Doo was one of the worst innovations ever. Scooby Doo was good, and then they added Scrappy, and then
Scrappy went downhill after that. Yeah, and then the whole ever since Shazam and Isis went off the air, things just haven't been the same. The original.
Oh gosh, I remember those were terrible.
Sitting Marty Croft, man.
You're old enough to have been too old to recognize.
I remember
you didn't like
when Johnny Quest first started.
You didn't like Heavy Hauler. You did not like $6 Million Man.
I kind of like it. Yeah.
I like the Bionic Woman. Lindsay Wagner.
That show sucked. Anyway.
Yeah. Oh come on.
I remember rushing home from playing or something so I could see Johnny Quest when it premiered. Wow.
Okay, I do want to take this juncture to note something here. One of the things that Ronnie's been on lately is about how people, notably Steve, will hold a 7.5-hour hangout where all they talk about is Ronnie. Well, he must really be having this is how it goes. There's 10 minutes of like, oh, did you hear the crazy crap that Ronnie said? Yeah, it was pretty funny because, boy, that guy doesn't know his ass from his elbow. Well, what was he saying? Well, he was saying this. Well, what's the truth? Well, let me screen share some evidence. Well, now we got 45 minutes of people screen sharing interesting things they've learned about science, whether it's how covalent bonds work in biopolymers, or what we're talking about today, whatever, chromosome fusion, whatever, right? And then it's 5 hours or 6 hours or 7 hours of. Did you like $6 Million Man? I really loved that show, but then I watched it as an adult, and it turns out it sucks, right? This isn't about Ronnie.
Yeah, no, we meander quite a bit. I mean, when you did a synopsis the other day of my Hangouts, you pretty well were on target of how they usually go. We all kind of know that, but that's what we enjoy. To sit there and talk about Ronnie for 7 hours would bore the life out of anybody. It's just not. I mean, there's enough material to talk about Ronnie forever, but eventually it gets to the point like, okay, come on, we all know he's a fucking idiot. What else is we got to talk about until he comes up with the next gaffe? And then we're like, oh shit, like you said, did you hear what Ronnie said? I mean, it was completely retarded.
All right, well, let's throw it over to Fiona for Tech Corner.
The problem here is it's the screensaver, and I can't find where the photograph is on the iPod. So all I can do is I've let it go back to sleep, okay? And when I press it on, the X-ray should come up, but I can't touch it, and it'll only be there for a few seconds.
I'm actually bummed Philip couldn't have, stayed longer. I don't know what his connection problems were.
Yeah, because
it's your.
I can't see that at all.
And there it goes.
It's a mirror. I've got a mirror thing on this.
Yeah, and it's going to take your. This is the this is the worst tech corner ever, because it's also going to take your computer camera several seconds to. Now it's mirrored. Now I'm looking at your computer camera.
Yeah.
Because
I've got no.
Yeah, it's
gone off.
because it also takes your computer time to adjust to the new light level.
Yeah. And see, of course, my screen is reflecting on this.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Isn't that something? I forgot what you were trying to show us at this point, to be honest. This is the scaphoid fracture from 2006.
Yeah.
Oh,
I saw it that time.
Antonio ever get back?
Clear as a bell.
You get it there? You just make it out and no more. Scaphoid's the top bone.
Hey, all right, everybody show Hogtie their picture. I have this wart on my ass.
I will get a better picture to let you see it, because it's a beautiful break. You cannot miss it. And the doctor was really quite impressed that I'd made it easy for him.
Maybe that should be the advice then. You think you got a scaphoid fracture? Go untack a horse.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's just, as I say, you cannot miss it. And people keep saying to me, no, you wouldn't see it on X-ray, you wouldn't see it in X-ray. And I said, you've not seen my X-ray. But I do understand it's a difficult one to actually find.
For all the things my phone doesn't do, it needs to have a dial thing on it. That's it. It just rings and I answer it and I punch numbers in and talk to people. That's it.
I just get confused.
That's what a phone should do, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Hogtie, I wanted to say thank you very much for finding that hangout that I needed to know. I needed a link to this morning.
Yeah, the December 1st. Sorry, it was November 27th was a hangout, and then December 1st was my response. Yeah, no, and you're welcome. I'm happy to do that anytime. Although my only concern is that when I do something like that, it makes people think that I take like really specific notes on everything that happens. And that's not entirely true, but...
By the way, here's an interesting thing. A while after that hangout had happened, and I said to Veckel about what had happened in that hangout, and with G-Man finally saying, hey guys, I've got a confession to make. Veckel said yes, and we apologised for it straight away. So I listened to it again today, and as soon as G-Man had said, hey guys, I've got a confession to make, I think I have Fiona blocked, and all the rest of it, Neil Cloud cuts right across him and changes the subject.
Oh, sorry. You're saying that they had made the claim that they apologized for.
Yes.
Oh yeah, no, I can confirm that. Yeah, no, that's exactly what had happened. G-Man did make the recognition, and it was a apparently honest recognition where he was like, no, I don't have her blocked. Well, no, that's not true. No, I don't want to say apparently honest, because it was actually quite clearly dishonest. Because he kept saying, well, I don't have her blocked. Well, I think I don't have her blocked. I'm pretty sure. I don't have her blocked. I mean, I might have her. I know I had her blocked for a little while, but no. I'm quite sure I don't have her blocked. Well, no.
Yeah, that was all the lies under the sun, wasn't it?
And then finally, after about the 5th time, he went through one of those loops where he's like, well, I probably don't have her blocked. And I mean, I'm pretty sure I don't have her blocked. Let me check and see if I have her blocked. Look, if you were sure that you didn't have her blocked, you wouldn't have gone through all those machinations.
Yeah.
And then he's like, oh, guys, yeah. So then he says, oh, it turns out I did have her blocked. And then, yeah, Neil Cloud comes in. They start talking about something else. And there was never a thought crossed their mind like, hey, I should probably say on air that, by the way, the things I've been saying about Fiona are mistaken. And I wonder if maybe I should send a message to Fiona on Skype that says, yeah, I'm sorry about that. That was kind of rude of me.
But not only that, whole time, the description underneath that hangout now.
Fiona caught lying.
Yes, and the being caught lying was supposedly me saying that G-Man had me blocked. So the fact that it turned out he did have me blocked hasn't stopped TrueEmpiricism from putting that Fiona caught lying. It's good, isn't it?
I know. Yeah. And, well...
I chizzed him about that.
Yeah, and he should be. Well, and actually, I wonder if is there something I missed Wouldn't have been today. I guess it would have been yesterday. Certainly yesterday from your time zone, or maybe even the day before. But when he said something about, well, don't like, stop putting up racist things on your channel. And it was clearly a reference to this thing that happened. It came to light November 27th, and then I listened to it on December 1st, and then posted my comment. Within minutes, you changed it. So now here we are, December, November, however many months later, whatever, you do the math. So 5 months, 6 months later, and yeah, it is 6. 6 months later, he brings it up again. Was there something in between that I missed earlier in the thread that made him say...
Yes, there was, because it was actually Ron Campbell that first brought it up. Ron Campbell was busy in those comments being an idiot, and it was Ron that brought it up, and TrueEmpiricism jumped on board.
Yeah, Ronnie does tend to let somebody else make an accusation and then later say, yeah, I totally agree with that. That's 100% right. Yeah, that's exactly what Fiona's like, or Sam's like, or whatever, completely right. And then later, when you point out, well, here's evidence that was mistaken. Well, I'm not the one who said it.
Yeah, because last night, at one point, I had Ron was having a go at me. I had Ronnie calling me a racist, and then in another thread, I had Ronnie calling me a liar. And then in another thread, he's banging on about references. So I was being bombarded by Ronnie on 3 separate threads. And that's why I was so tetchy last night. And when he came out with the if, that was it. See, that's not something we would use over here. We wouldn't say it. I mean, if you say... If you went to say to somebody and you said, look, I'm really sorry, I wasn't there last week because my auntie died. Nobody's going to say, oh, well, if your auntie died. I'm sorry. They would say, oh, I'm so sorry that happened.
I think pretty much well, I don't know if is this something we want to address in Steve's hangout? Well, whatever. Steve lets it go where it goes. I don't know, maybe what's that? Yeah.
They go nuts.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a okay. I'll try to explain it. Yeah, I mean, I think you understood what I meant, Fiona. I
did understand.
Okay. Well, just so that the audience isn't confused now, it's a peculiar use of the word if, but and it's often instead of you'll start a sentence with if it's conditional, or you'll say oh if. And it's I know people in the West say it a lot where you'll say, oh, if that's the case, then and usually it's a sort of a
you mean it as since or because
in the case that or since, and it usually is connected to I just learned about this, and often when it's bad news or something you find disappointing. So if you say, well, how about can we do this tonight? And then you'll say, oh, I'm sorry, I have other plans. So then I might say, oh, if you can't do it tonight, well, then we'll do it tomorrow. And I'll always want to say back to the person, what do you mean if I can't do it tonight? I just told you I had other plans. But the oh, if is just a recognition that, well, 5 seconds ago, my reality didn't know this. Yeah. And now it does. So now that my brain's made the adjustment that, oh, your aunt just passed away or you can't make it because you had a previous thing. Oh, okay. Well, if that's the case, meaning given that that's the case, and it was funny because the way people reacted when I pointed that out, and again it was funny. Well, Steve, so it is legitimately you can give Ronnie the benefit of the doubt for saying, well, if your son broke his hand, then that explains it. Well, why would you even say if? I said, well, that read very naturally to me because that's the way we talk. But then, like Jade said, well, I'm from the Southwest, or no, she's from the Southwest, but she said, no, I've never heard somebody say that.
Yeah.
And yet we say
but also the other thing you've got to take on board is this: if we go right back to the cartoon on my channel, that meant absolutely nothing to me over here. But I didn't say anything racist about it myself. Yeah, but I took into account his perception of it when you or the perception it would have in the North American continent. So if I've got to make that allowance there, then he can make that allowance for me.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And to be clear, and actually this is ironic in a way. I want to be clear about this. Ronnie never called you a racist or said that that image was racist or anything like that. He was never upset about it. He recognizes it's a cartoon, it's an irregular. No, I'm going back to November, December. He was never offended by it. He never said anything. Even when Beckel had said, "Well, hey, wait a minute, hey, True Empiricism, look at that. Isn't that kind of a racist thing?" And he was like, "Oh, well, whatever, because it's cartoonish. It's an inaccurate cartoon image of what white people think Indians look like, right?" And he was just like, whatever, he put up that shit all the time. I don't really care. He was not at all bothered by it. The only reason that it got to be a bunch of drama was because I said, I'm going to take a moment to explain to Fiona, kind of like she doesn't know, but maybe you kind of knew, but just didn't really think about it. Things are different over here with regard to natives and blacks because of our history, and I sort of go into more depth about that on the thread. I think a lot of depth and at length, which prompted Wayne Hudson to say, "Oh, look, now it turns out Hogtie's a social justice warrior." So, boom, now everybody's upset at everybody because I don't like being called that. And I was like, I don't give a shit. Like, if me saying that we shouldn't treat people that way is going to get you to call me an SJW, then I guess you're going to call me an SJW. There's nothing I can do about that. And it ends up blowing up over that. But not involved in that discussion or interested in being involved in it was Ronnie, because he wasn't offended. I'm the one who was all white man guilt and being like, "Oh, you shouldn't do this," because blah, blah, blah. I was the one who was all sobby over it. Yeah. So, and it was fixed. You fixed it by then.
I immediately fixed it and issued an apology.
Yeah, so then Wayne Hudson and I just kept arguing about it, even though you and Ronnie were done with the whole thing. So I cannot believe that this is something that's a topic of discussion six months later, because now Ronnie thinks that you're a racist or you're propagating racist imagery or whatever the specific accusation was. Didn't have a word to say about it 6 months ago when it was still up on your channel. Didn't have a word to say about it when you said, well, maybe I shouldn't put it up there, even though Ronnie wasn't offended, but I can see why. Okay, fine. Didn't say, hey, look, Fiona, it didn't really bother me, but thank you for not being a racist. I appreciate that. Nothing, not a word about it. But then today he's got something to say about it. That's fake. That's bullshit.
The other thing is that in that hangout, Thick Cheese was saying that he didn't have a problem with it. In fact, he would be proud.
Sorry, proud of what?
It's fabricated.
If he was depicted like that.
Well, Thick Shades. I'm confused.
Well, let's put it this way. I would be really proud if somebody made a wee cartoon of me and I was wearing a kilt. Because I'm proud of being a Scot.
And I'm Scottish too. Go for it.
Well, that one he did a review as a Centaur was awesome. That was great.
But that is what that was the point Thick Shades was making. That Ronnie should be proud of it. And then the conversation changed in the hangout, and that was it.
Well, yeah, that's a good point too. That just because you make a caricature of something that's identifiable in somebody's culture or whatever, doesn't necessarily mean you should be offended. That's a good point. And also, I don't think that people are as offended nearly as much as might be inferred from the way that I argued for this. I'm just saying this. One of those things, look, if you're going to piss off some number of people, and arguably they're not just being oversensitive, then maybe avoid saying stuff like that. Right? I mean, we do these weird things like, do you want to, can we talk about the monkey thing? Can I bring this up, or is that bad?
The capuchis?
What, the monkey?
The capuchis.
Capuchis?
Yeah, that's what you're talking about Isaiah referring to G-Man as a monkey, which is talking about capuchis.
Well, I think he did it in reference. Did he do it in reference to the thing that happened in Nadia? Whatever. I'm just going to say it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, G-Man is now demanding special protection against being called an animal that he's imitating. Like, literally, he can go into a hangout and wave his arms around and do and make monkey noises. And then if you say, hey, you're acting like a monkey. Oh, you racist! For people in other countries, you've probably heard this already. There was a term in the southern U.S. called porch monkey. It referred to all black people. By the way, if you're Canadian, the term porch monkey in central and western Canada refers to children who run around and play in the yard. It doesn't refer to adults. And P.S. It doesn't mean anything.
There's a saying that we have down here. We call it yard eggs. It's kids. It's not a racial thing.
Well, we know that G-Man and True suffer from some kind of persecution complex, so they have to fabricate anything that they'll contrive into an issue. I mean, especially when it comes to atheists or Catholics.
Here's something interesting, though. The two things. In a hangout, Jade and I were there. and we were talking about how animals are classified. So we got to the bit about humans or apes. And G-Man said to me, so Fiona, tell me, am I an ape? And I said, well, yeah, you're a human. To which he said, oh, you've just called an African American an ape. You're racist. And threatened to spread it all over the internet. And the other thing is to do with the wee cartoon again. When, I can't even remember who it was, it might have been G-Man that brought it up or somebody else, and they said, you've got that cartoon and it shows G-Man with great big lips. And I pointed out, yeah, and the same cartoon actually shows Ron Campbell with even bigger lips.
I know, that's funny.
Seriously, they're looking for anything.
Yeah. No, and I had, actually Wayne had mentioned that today when he said, kind of saying, like, I think people are overreacting. I think people were overreacting 6 months ago when this came out. I don't know why this is coming up again. And I'm agreeing. This time, I mean, I argued with Wayne last time. This time I'm agreeing with him. Yeah, well, now it's now it's not even overreacting. Now it's manufacturing something to overreact to.
Yeah.
And he says, Wayne says something like, well, if we're going to get upset about the feather-headed thing, then why are we not upset about the silly-looking black man? I was like, because it's a caricature of a silly-looking black man.
Yeah.
Right? And this is the problem. How does a person make a caricature of G-Man? Right? You're going to take his buffoonish, clownish antics and his constant talk about running marathons, and you're going to put him in some, like, track clothes, like shorts and a shirt or whatever, and have him, like, running away from Fiona, and he's going to have G-Man's features. G-Man, evidently, I'm told, is black, so he's got black man features. Now, if you drew him as, like, the cartoons that went along with American minstrels, so that you're making a caricature of the way blacks were caricaturized from that era, that is racist imagery. Yes. But that thing, what I was concerned about with that image initially was when I looked at the G-Man. So here's a silly-looking black man wearing, like, jogging clothes. I went, yeah, that's funny. I wear a ball cap with, like, puffy paint on it. I'm like, yeah, that's funny. That's G-Man. And then I looked at this other short guy. It was kind of like fire plug stature, and he's got, oh, I guess he's an Indian because he's got a feather and a headband. I suppose that's Ronnie. And I didn't find it funny.
Yeah, see,
that's the difference to me. Like, that's the only difference.
I hadn't even noticed the blinking feather.
Yeah, well, it's so minor, and these people it's just manufacturing crap.
But the thing is, the accusation that Rand put out last night was that I currently have. He said, you have a racist image. And I said, why is it racist? Because you see, I cropped Ronnie out straight away. As soon as Hogtie brought that, I cropped that out straight away.
Because if you don't say it's racist, I'm going to punch you in the face.
But that was the thing. And also, if you remember the tone of that whole hangout, given that it was only when Veckel actually brought this up that I looked at it and saw the feather. I hadn't noticed it. When I first got that cartoon, I had a terrible time getting it to the right size to use it. We had about 3 or 4 different people working on it to get it the right dimensions that it could actually be used. And nobody picked up on that.
No, it looks like, I mean, had I known it was Rand Campbell that started it, maybe that's why I didn't notice, because I don't even like his stuff. He's the most bitter, like, hateful. Oh my goodness. So I skip over a lot of his stuff because he never. I mean, even True Empiricism. I mean, heck, even G-Man more than Rand Campbell is able to actually say something in 1 in 1,000 comments. Rand, his things aren't even worth reading. I just started to go back to the ape and monkey thing. So Heavy Hauler's saying that, okay, so in this, so what language is this Heavy Hauler? Is this well, American English? That's a stupid question to ask you. Obviously, you looked it up in American English.
Yeah.
You don't have it.
I'd always heard of it as, you talk about yard apes. It's like kids out in the yard raising all kind of cane. To me,
we don't.
That's
yeah,
what
but,
I always took
but then you just posted 2 definitions. One is slang, derogatory, an unruly child.
Well, I looked it up.
But you looked it up in American English. That is not what it means here, nor does what was the other one I used? Porch monkey.
But if somebody is acting like a buffoon, they're acting like a buffoon. If they're acting like a howler monkey, they're a howler monkey. If they're acting like a capuchin, they're acting like a capuchin. I mean, it has nothing to do with race. And he had the audacity to call Isaiah racist for saying something like that, and Rick's is like, "Fuck you, man."
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, see,
really?
I wanted to look up and see if it was a racial slur. Yeah.
They're actually looking for it and manufacturing it.
Sure, I'd buy that.
I don't get it. I don't think it's worth talking about because I don't get into the whole racist.
I'm with you. I'm sorry. Yeah,
because the reason being is we all know it's confabulated, confabulated type, fabricated. Yeah, yeah, made up shit, right? We all know that when these people throw this stuff out there, all they're doing is trying to get a reaction, and basically what we're doing now is giving them a reaction. Well, it's not even worth talking about because nobody in this panel. I would not allow racist people to come in my room. I just would never happen. I don't care who the fuck you are. If you're a racist, get the fuck out. And I've said that before, that I don't deal with racism.
Well, I guess the only reason I mention it is it's got to do with the honesty of the tone of the conversation and maybe my increasing frustration with it. But the thing is, I understand if True Empiricism or G-Man or whatever, like they want to start slinging, like they slinging poop because they. The conversation gets frustrating for them too, and they're saying some mean things or whatever. But there's got to be a moment, especially when you claim to be a follower of Christ, that you have some basic human decency. So that if somebody came to you and said, look, Fiona's a racist, not only should you not say Fiona's a racist, but if you heard somebody say, you should say, look, I've known Fiona for a lot of years, and again, I'm taking the position of a radical evangelical. I would say of Fiona, she is misguided, misled, misinforming, like, child of the devil, tells lies all the time, but come on, she's not a racist. I would say the same thing of myself.
You're going to be quote-minded on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna edit the bitch out of that one and send it to you.
Yeah. But that's what they can say about me. I understand, that they're upset with me now. They don't like they have a lot more passion in their hatred for Fiona than me, and I mentioned that when I first came in the Hangout about how I find it funny that I'm just sort of a rather soft round burr under their saddle. I don't really seem to be something that they really want to complain about too much. But it's the kind of thing that when somebody says, oh, Hogtie's a racist, that even my worst enemy on YouTube would say, no, he's not. And especially to stop and think about it practically, too, that when I've said in Hangouts about how, one of the things that racist people say, about, especially when it comes, I'm talking about racist with regard to black Americans, right? So they'll say the white guy will say with regard to racism towards black Americans, they will say, well, I can't be racist. Everybody say it with me. Some of my best friends are black.
I have a black friend.
I have a black friend. You want to know something? I don't have any black friends. None of my best friends are black. Okay? Now, does that make me a racist? No. It makes me somebody who grew up in northern Canada.
Yeah.
Okay? You need to get out more.
I know. So that's the thing. Is it when these guys say these things about, well, Fiona's obviously a racist. Okay, I'm sorry. What of Fiona's life experience in interacting with the African American culture or the Native American culture would have brought her to a level of disdain for? I'm sorry. You grew up in Scotland. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like. It's just the idea that they can play the race card as they normally would in their conversations with their fellow white Americans against somebody who grew up north of 58 latitude or grew up in Scotland. It's silly. It's just plain silly, and at this point, it's mean and vindictive. And I apologize, Steve, because I think you were suggesting we press on.
Well, it's okay. But
they're dishonest, yeah.
What I just noticed is this: is when they start losing, we've all noticed it. When they start losing on the science front, they have to diversify into something else.
Yeah, that's what happened. That's what I noticed was happening last night.
Yeah, we see it all the time. Tommy, he'll go right into his thing about Darwinism, right? True Empiricism will go into what we just mentioned earlier. What is his fallback that when he starts losing? What is it? We had just talked about it.
Something liars.
No, there's something he just falls back on that he knows we get a ping out of people.
Worldview?
Atheism and religion. Yeah, atheism is a religion, and that.
Well, that's G-Man's.
Was that? Yeah, it was G-Man's. That's right. Yeah, that's his. We had a fallback for each of them, and we did. I don't remember what True Empiricism had, but he has one. But racism and things like calling people pedophiles, like Tommy Hall who did that one time. These are just hyperbole that tripe that people will do because they know on the science front they will lose. True will not come in here to discuss these things because he knows on a fair playing field he will absolutely get his ass handed to him without question. Because we go into his room, which we won't anymore. I will not, and I've told him that. But when somebody does go in there, we see what happens. I mean, Trogtai had a brilliant thing on it. Here's evidence. Here's evidence. Where's the evidence? Here's evidence. Where's the evidence? Here's the evidence. You know, it's a stupid game that they play. Yet when you're on here and you're in a level playing field with people that can actually have a hold of conversation, none of them have ever survived very long. They all go. How many times Fiona's nephew ran into my room crying about being mistreated when we were very nice to him, and yet he got his ass handed to him by his arguments sucking? Can you count how many times that's happened?
I can actually count how many times he's come in and then complained and left.
I mean, it's quite frequently, but True won't even come in here.
Well, that's, I mean, I think I'm not prepared to go into his hangouts, well, very rarely, because of the way he treats people.
Right, and I won't either. There's no way I'm going to go into his hangouts. He can go into, I go into neutral with him. He can come into mine. But there's no possible way that I'm going to let him control the conversation when all he does is mute people, boot people, and lower their volume. I mean, he's so inept at this topic that the only way he can appear to be dominant is by trying to fuck with the other people's volume and muting them. And that's not demonstrating he knows jack shit about these topics.
Yeah. But one thing I'd like to mention, one final thing I'd like to mention about this race thing, is that in making the accusations of racism on such spurious grounds, well, on such blatantly false grounds, it devalues the response that you should be getting when racism does occur.
Absolutely it does. That's why I find it detestable.
Yes, and because it means then that people get to the stage, they hear somebody saying, oh, well, so-and-so was racist, and they're left thinking, well, were they really racist? Or is this yet another one of these idiotic accusations that's made purely to try and blacken someone's character?
Well, and also to get away from them trying to back up their stuff with, you know, whatever. They can't back up anything, so they get to a point where, okay, well, let's stir up some other shit, you know? Let's say something about somebody.
Well, I was hoping Felix Computer would work because I want to, you know, these are the things I want to address with him because you know he's a Christian, and you know in his I've mentioned many times, you know, the brothers in Christ committing such gross breakage of the Ninth Commandment when the things that they say, such as you know myself being a PhD, having a PhD in biology, claiming that, or that I'm a practicing Jew, or that I'm an atheist, Philip. None of those things are true. None of those have been demonstrated. None of them have any evidence supporting any of those things. So I like asking fellow Christians, why is it acceptable for these people to lie on such blatant, I mean, just blatant disregard for the Ninth Commandment? And I just had somebody named, I have seen to believe, you guys may have run into him a few times. Yeah, I've dealt with him before. And I'd mentioned this because this was on a hangout with Tommy Hall, and the guy just basically turned it around to me. Well, you lied about me. I'm like, oh, really? He's like, yeah, you said that you didn't think I had an education. I'm like, well, your appears that you don't, and he's telling me that he does this and this. I'm like, that's fine, but that doesn't change my observation. I have nothing to apologize for. I've observed you not having any education in any kind of sciences for the things that you said, because he demonstrated to me that he doesn't even know what scientific theory is, right? So my observations are my observations. I'm not apologized for that. If he has had some science and he can demonstrate that he is, I will be happy to say I was wrong. But he hasn't gotten that far yet. But I have not slandered him. I've not degraded his character. I've not lied about him. And that's exactly what Nephilim Free and TrueEmpiricism do. They lie about people. Outright just lie.
And how often have y'all tried to say, like Ronnie or Tommy or whoever, say, you know, like, go study up on this stuff, go read up on them, you know, so you can, you know what you're really talking about. You can really engage in a conversation about it and just saying, well, it just doesn't work. You know, evolution is false. You know, well, how do you know it's false? You know,
I love the fact that they don't think we're read up on creationist claims. Tommy even indicated that once in True's Hangout. I have actually gone through and scoured Kent Hovind's Creationist Handbook number 9 for scientific claims and addressed every one of them. We have all read ICR on air many times and creation.com. you know,
And Talk Origins has a lot of stuff. They have a lot of stuff archived about claims that have came and gone and been debunked, and they still and people still bring up Haeckel's embryo drawing.
I dealt with that.
And the Nebraska man. And,
Fiona, do you remember how bad Jay Hall got beat when we actually had to explain to him his own their own claims, the younger creation claims? I'm like, you're not even relating the claim correctly.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how well we know these claims, is because we know these claims better than he do. And yet, TrueEmpiricism, these guys are saying, well, why don't you study the material? We have looked at this stuff. That's the problem. We've looked at it. We know that it's incorrect. We know Tompkins is full of shit. And yet he just takes it for a word because Tompkins is a PhD in genetics. Well, it doesn't mean he can't be wrong. In fact, he's absolutely demonstrably wrong. The evidence shows he's wrong.
Yeah. And I think that's the problem, that we have looked at this and we found that there's no traction in the argument that he's trying to put forward.
I remember we had one guy named Spectrum 9. You guys remember him? He wasn't around too long, but it was a hangout where Hogtie was actually listening, and I think Hogtie was ready to pull a level Harry has left out when this guy was talking about like electromagnetic radiation from the sun and the collapsing of the Jupiter's magnetic fields and just all kind. Oh, that he was saying that sunspots cause earthquakes. It was pretty bizarre, and yet I've heard most of the things before. Yet, they're like, oh, this is real science, and then when you ask them for the links, it's like has no real publications whatsoever.
But I mean, I'm one of the things that I'm fascinated by is, and it was the same question I asked Antonio earlier on tonight, which is, given Hogtie's post earlier on this evening, which was a really good summary of what's happened over the last few days, how do those who are in agreement with TrueEmpiricism on this see this as how it's played out?
Well, they're doing exactly what Tommy's doing on the side. Tommy, come in here. Tommy's talking about the long-term E. coli experiment, and that you've explained to him Yomel's paper. You explained to him why it was not have anything to do with refuting Lenski's experiment. He says 2 massively destructive papers to your side. No, Tommy, they're not.
No, he didn't. He didn't. And this is the thing. I explained it to Tommy. He didn't get it.
Right. If Tommy doesn't understand, if these papers were that massively destructive, they would be well known and actually said, oh my goodness, yeah, Lenski's experiment was this, that. They aren't, because they're not what you think they are, Tommy. You've been explained to by somebody who knows how to read these papers. You don't. You just cherry pick what you want out of these things, saying, "Oh, look, it just proves this, this, and this." Well, it's complete nonsense when you do that. All it demonstrates
doesn't even know what they mean.
No, he doesn't. It doesn't, and we've already pointed this out to him. And then he keeps coming back, saying, "Oh, well, look, I have this paper." Well, you've been explaining why this paper doesn't show what you think it's supposed.
Yeah.
Because he went over my head. What she said, Tommy. I was lost what Fiona was talking about. I'm not going to bullshit. And I know I was lost. You were.
I don't know if you're familiar with Yomel's paper, Hogtie. It's a repeat of the Lenski experiment. And they got the mutations occurring within, I think it was 10 to 100 generations, so it was a lot faster. And Tommy thinks that this completely destroys evolution. The fact that it evolved faster. Right, this ability to utilize citrate in an aerobic environment. And Tommy gives us the link to the paper, and I sit and I have a look at it. And straight away I cottoned on to the fact that one of the clones that they used, the genetic background of it meant that it had much higher chance of undergoing mutations. So it's not really surprising that it has a faster mutation rate. And I explained this to Tommy. And the following day, Sam linked to an article written by Lenski, in which Lenski pointed out the genetic background of the clone has a what's the word I'm looking for? The genetic background of the clone that you use in the experiment determines the outcome of the experiment. Because if you use a bacterium with a much higher mutation rate, then it's not going to take as long. So the results that you get are going to be dependent on the genetic background of the particular clone that you decide to use. I had explained all that to Tommy the previous night, and then here was Lenski saying exactly the same thing. I hadn't seen Lenski's article either. And Tommy's still saying completely destructive.
Yeah, I want Tommy to come in here because I want to ask him something.
If you use a bacterium with a much higher mutation rate, then you are not going to be surprised when you get a higher mutation rate. Seriously.
Yeah, so
Tommy says I couldn't answer the question. I stammered and floundered around.
Yeah, I want to address that with Tommy actually directly. Why he said that you were flabbergasted and stammered and all this other shit. Would you explain to him completely in detail what was going on? But the one thing, before you go, Philip, I'm not interested in links, especially bias links. I want to. If you're going to say that atheism is religion, I want to know in terms of theological or philosophical positions why a single claim that is a negation of a claim, that is a rejection of a claim, can be argued to be a coherent worldview such as a religion. If you can argue that when you get a mic, I will be happy to discuss this with you. But don't send me links that are biased, that are not scientific, or have anything to do with what the actual topic would be, which is theology or philosophy. Okay? Again, atheism is a single claim, a rejection of a single claim. And to say it's a religion is a gross misunderstanding of what atheism would entail, because just because it's Fox News or somebody says it's religion means nothing to me. I want to see from a philosophical, theological position, however, a single claim or rejection of a claim could be construed as a religion. Because that's absurd.
It's like if I said I don't believe Santa Claus exists, does that mean a-Santaist is a religion? Being an a-Santaist is a religion? No.
Well, yeah, I mean, I mean,
it's the same thing. It really
or non-Santaist.
Well, no, asantism would be a fairy tale.
Because remember, theism. The negation of theism is non-theism, not atheism. Yeah. Atheism is a subset of theism, or excuse me, a subset of non-theism. Now, Philip asked me, Steve, do you believe that it doesn't require God to have morals? I don't think you need a God to have morals. Morals can be subjective. They can be brought about by many different things. A God can give morality. Of course, he could be a moral keeper, but that's if you believe in objective morals that have a codification. I don't particularly think that objective morals have a codification, but you can have objective morals with that one. Ozzy makes a really good case for objective morals without having a code for it, like a God.
Well, I am of the mind that God cannot create objective morality anyway, because any morality he gives us would be his opinion.
Yeah, which is subjective.
Yes.
Yeah, unless you go by some kind of absolutism that because he's God, and then goes into the whole Euthyphro's dilemma. I mean, is God good because he's good, or does he do good things because he's good? That whole philosophical crap that I hate talking about. But we all know the thing. But I don't think that you have to have God to have morals. If I know what is right or wrong, because Philip, what you're saying is, if you have to have God to have morals, then if God doesn't exist, you have the right to be immoral, and you're basically going to become all of a sudden an immoral creature. Is that what you're saying? If that God didn't exist, you would be immoral? Because I wouldn't be immoral either way. Yeah. And when I talk about immoral, I'm talking about like actual morality as far as knowing right from wrong, not like showing ankle as people is immoral in some countries. But and by the way, Tommy, get your ass in here, dude, because I want to talk to you.
Because Tommy's post today was so dishonest.
Yeah, I mean, Tommy, I've actually said some very nice things about you, but I'm starting to rescind them because you go into TrueEmpiricism, and I'm not to get offense by it, but you say some of the misleading, dishonest things of any of them, and I'm kind of surprised because I've stuck up for you saying that you're an honest person, but you do say completely dishonest stuff. For example, my hangouts have always been, well, you can listen while you're on the phone. I don't care. I'm going to rant. My hangouts have always been open to creationists to come in and talk about these, especially people we've gone out of our way to try to find, to engage with, like the Hovens, like Sephardi, like Hogtie's been trying to get a hold of Tompkins. We want those people to engage with. So don't sit there and tell people that I'm looking for fruit on the ground. I have a video series just for that very reason, because I don't want to waste time with hangouts, and I'll make a video about them. Okay? But anyways, going back to Philip here, I'm ranting, and I'm going to stick with this. Can he prove that it doesn't require God to have morals? No, you asked for my opinion. You said, do you believe? It's my belief. Why do I have to prove anything if it's my belief? Next question. He's been wanting to talk about this for a while.
By the way, yes, I can prove that God is not necessary for morality. Morality exists in a universe without God. I win.
In a possible world, morality could exist without a deity in some possible world.
Mm-hmm.
What does it have to do with religion? Religion and morals are not combined things. There's a lot of things to constitute a religion. You can have morality. There's secular morality. That doesn't imply religion or religious overtones. Morality deal with things like right and wrong and meta-ethics.
What does morality have to do with religion anyway?
Nothing.
Religion does not have the market cornered on morality.
Correct. That's a very huge mistake you make, Philip.
That's one of the arguments that I hate to hear, because it is like admitting, well, if I lose my faith, I'll end up as a raping axe murderer type thing.
That's one of my favorite things to hear from evangelicals. I cannot. It's one of those things like when you hear a joke that you think you'll eventually get tired of and not laugh, and you still laugh every time. And
Eric Hovind actually said that.
Oh yeah, many of them have.
Actually said
Ray Comfort said it.
Yeah, Eric Hovind admitted to that.
And by the way,
if that's what they believe, then they better stay Christian.
By the way, I think there's actually a video online of Kent Hovind saying that if he didn't believe in God, he'd be in prison.
Yeah, and he believes in God. He still went to prison. But hang on, I'm going to throw this out there.
It's an implication with a true consequent.
I know we have two presuppositions, Antonio and true. Thank you, Jesus, are precepts. I need to get a hold of them. I know Lyrical's been looking for somebody to do a precept argument on, so on her behalf, either on my channel or on somebody else's channel. If there's a precept that you know, Philip, other than those two, let me know, because I mean she really wants to have a presuppositional debate with somebody, and I told her I'd ask around. But I know Antonio is one. I know Thank You, Jesus is one. If you want to ask more questions in the side while we're doing this, that's fine, because I know your mic's not working, Philip. But Tommy, did you hear what I was saying about what you were saying in True's? Because I'm Jew-splaining now.
Well, I was listening to part of the rant, but I was on the phone, and so I kind of heard half of it.
So why are you saying that I'm particularly going out of my way trolling for people that are fruit in the ground or not that scientific literate, when I've been going out of my way to find people that have degrees? I found Jay Hall, the guy that has a master's degree that actually teaches creation science.
Yeah, I agree.
Wait,
do that.
Okay, no. No, you don't agree, because you're sitting in True Empiricism saying that I'm going after low-hanging fruit. I don't. I go after people that I want to educate. That's not low-hanging fruit. I don't do it to mock them. Antonio doesn't come in here and I don't mock him for his knowledge.
No, I didn't say that. No, I think you're a nice guy to these people. No, what I'm saying is, and I acknowledge that you will go after the bigger dogs as well. I know you would go after.
You did not say that.
Hang on. No, I didn't say that. But what I said, I absolutely stand by, though. You do go around searching for any creationist that you can find on Google Plus or probably anywhere else who you seem to be really attracted, like what's her name? Love, Hope, True. I don't remember her name.
Heather Ritz.
Yeah, Heather. Okay, yeah, like, you know, you really want her on camera. You really want various other people. I don't remember their names, but you really want to get people on who seem to be more novices in the topic than.
Okay. Heather Ritz ain't gonna like that one.
Yeah, first of all, let me explain this to you, Tommy. Heather Ritz thinks she's extremely knowledgeable. Okay, she's not, but she thinks she is.
Yes, she's one stupid.
And she's been in many hangouts before. She's actually Richard Raspberry's admin for her Facebook page. Second of all, I want her because she can at least communicate about the topic. She does a lot of communication of the topic, and going back and forth to her on a comment section is getting to be rather old. I'd rather do it in a hangout where we're going to discuss these things. Okay? And I was not, I did push her low-hanging fruit only for the fact that she refused to come in a hangout with me. But did you also notice I've continued talking to her, and I've
she
continued.
is low-hanging fruit.
She is low-hanging fruit, but
no, it just seems like anytime there's a new person that sort of joins the community, like Thank You Jesus, he's relatively new. I mean, multiple times. Oh, and Wayne Phillips, is that his name? Yeah. You're all over him.
Wayne has been here a while.
Yeah,
and Wayne,
he has no. I'm just saying.
Wayne is an exception.
And Wayne, I thought I could
get actually look at stuff and see the claims or something about evolution or science. He'll actually look into stuff.
Wayne, I thought I could get through, and I did get through to Tommy. I did get through to Wayne. He actually admitted that there was macroevolution, and he also admitted that round-earth creationism is wrong. And I think I see that with Thank You Jesus, who actually has contacted me to have certain types of hangouts on certain subjects and asked me if he can to talk to me about my apatheism and a few other things. And I said, fine, I would like to. Okay, but I don't think that Thank You Jesus or Antonio are low-hanging fruit. I think they're actually smart kids that can be discussed with and explain to them why people like TrueEmpiricism is lying through his teeth to them. Okay, and for you to make it sound like I'm going after these people because they're not that bright, that is not the reason.
That's not exactly how I put it.
That is exactly how you put it.
No. I didn't put it like you went after them because they're not that bright. I just said you have an evangelical streak about you that when new people come along, you really want them in a hangout with you so you can try to convert them. It seems like
wait, there's no conversion. There's education. We have the facts. We have demonstrated, and even Ogden, who actually said he spent 3 hours looking into TrueEmpiricism claims about DNA in water, and he was able to actually, in 5 minutes of me explaining to him, realize that True was wrong and said, oh shit, you guys are right. Okay, so these people can learn things, Tommy. They're not all like you do. No offense.
You're right.
No.
Well, learning it depends on your perspective. So.
Well, Tommy, you say the same things over and over again, even after they've been explained to you. You even posted something about Lamarckianism again today, and then you sit there and you told. Was it yesterday or today? I think it was this morning. You said the evolutionists have been lying to us again, and you mentioned something about Lamarckianism. But you actually said in a hangout that Fiona was flabbergasted and couldn't talk and taken aback. I mean, come on, Tommy. She has a fucking PhD. You don't think she knows about this topic? That you as a fucking gardener, no offense, is going to make her flustered? Come on, have a little fucking common sense, Tommy.
No. What I said. Calm down. Calm down.
What's a little annoying, dude? Come on.
Okay, fine. Hey, I'm allowed to have my opinion and say what I think.
Go ahead.
And, okay, so regarding Fiona and the Linsky thing. Okay, so the point about all of that Linsky thing is, and I'll put the link over here on the side. Right when that happened, newscientist.com, they come out with this article, and I only bring this up because this really was parroted everywhere. The main excitement over this paper was that, and I'll just read it real quick. It says it near the very top. It says, and because the species in question is a bacterium, scientists have been able to replay the history to show how this evolutionary novelty grew from an accumulation of unpredictable chance events. Down at the bottom, Jerry Coyne, an evolutionary biologist from Chicago, says, the thing I like most is it says you can get these complex traits evolving by a combination of unlikely events. He says that's just what creationists say can't happen. So the key terms here are unlikely and unpredictable chance events. What the ideas did when they repeated this experiment is they showed that evidently if the experiments run over and over and over, that the said trait arises pretty darn predictably, and it's not actually an unpredictable event, which probably means it's not a chance event. So that is really my argument, is that it blows the hole in one of the evolutionists' most giant evidences, quote unquote, that they keep propping up and have propped up for years as evidence of the random mutation natural selection canard, which never actually happens.
then that goes absolutely nowhere to explaining why you were not honest about what happened in the hangout, does it?
Well, you had to be more specific.
Steve was when he asked you the question in the first place.
Okay, well, be specific.
Well, you said she was flabbergasted, and you said she was speechless of some sort, right?
Well, she had no comment on what I just said, which was the
you
issue.
Remember,
which was the issue.
Tommy, do you remember me talking to you about the starvation response?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Right.
So you admit it's not an unpredictable event. If there's going to be a starvation.
Hey, Tommy, don't interrupt me. You admit you remember me talking to you about the starvation response, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And that when you're doing this experiment, you're giving them only citrate as a carbon source, okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's the only carbon source they have, and they cannot utilize it in aerobic conditions. So they are in effect starving for carbon. And there's a specific response that happens in those conditions, where the cells shut down. They stop their DNA replication, they stop protein synthesis, they stop all sorts of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, one of the strains that was used in your paper was an RPOS mutant. Now, the RPOS mutant, RPOS is a gene that encodes sigma 32. Sigma 32 is part of the RNA polymerase molecule, and it recognizes specific promoters, and it enables this stress response to be elicited. But because this one is a mutant, it can't do that. So it can't go through the normal shutdown process when it encounters starvation. So it ends up trying to keep replicating while it has no carbon source. Now, carbon source is just another way of saying energy source. So this thing that it can't shut its systems down is left still trying to make protein, and it's left still trying to make DNA. But it doesn't have the raw materials it needs. And things start to go wrong within that cell. And the mutation rate is increased because it's attempting to replicate and it's not able to actually make the bases that it requires. So you've got an increased mutation rate there because they've used this particular mutant. And if you've got an increased mutation rate in that genetic background, then it's hardly surprising that it mutates faster. Remember, increased mutation rate mutates faster? Right. That's what I explained to you. I explained all that to you.
Yes, I understand. But
wait a minute. I explained all of that to you.
Right.
Right? You said I had no answer.
Okay, so what you're still forgetting, though, is even with an increased mutation rate, there were multiple mutations. I think there were...
What you're forgetting is the specifics. You said I had no answer.
You don't, to what I'm about to say.
Excuse me, Tommy. You said I had no answer, but now you admit that I actually told you all that. Now, which one is it? I either gave you that answer or I had no answer.
Okay, well, I'm not finished yet. You still have to explain. Hang on. Even with the increased mutation rate, you had in a relatively short amount of time multiple mutations that, if they were indeed random, there's no way to explain it actually randomly. You know how that many adaptive, aka helpful mutations would arise in such a short amount of time. Even with the increased mutation rate, if they were random. So that proves they are not random, and so you still have not and cannot explain it.
Well, Tommy, wait one second. Wait.
You gave me an answer, but it doesn't explain it.
Tommy, wait, Tommy. You said she didn't answer. Now you're just saying that she answered. Do you see the contradiction here?
Well, it's not.
Whether it's acceptable or not to you is relative. You said in your post she couldn't give you an answer. She did, and she said the exact same thing she said now. Now, you may not accept it as an answer, but that's not what you said. You said that she couldn't answer. She was flabbergasted or whatever, right? Come on.
Speechless.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah, and
speechless,
can I-
flabbergasted.
Okay, well, it's not a good answer.
Okay, but that's not the point. Just for the moment, and I appreciate we can get back to talking about citrate, but I think this is the type of thing that we can sort of pause to address.
Can I add one thing real quick, Hogtie?
Yeah.
Good answer is a completely relative perspective.
Yeah, that's true. That's the point.
It's completely your opinion that it's not a good answer.
And as Tommy asserted earlier, he has a right to his opinion, and I don't think anybody said before that he didn't have a right to an opinion. But I think you're granting that. Okay, so he has a right to his opinion.
I can ask her again.
Where it's dishonest. No, where it's dishonest. No, hold on a sec, because you're going to ask her again so that you can derail from the point we're trying to make here. Okay, do you remember? Had you heard the point in the hangout when I was talking to we were first started talking about chromosome 2, and somebody had said, well, obviously chromosome 2 is a result of a fusion, and I had said, well, yes, it's obvious to most people, but it is disputed. At the time, I couldn't remember Tompkins' names. I said, and he had this interview with Ian Juby, but there is a creationist who disputes this, and second, some people dispute his refutation of it. I didn't say, oh, and not a single creationist could possibly come up with an answer to this, right? I was, what I'm saying, Tommy, is that that's the honest way to present something like this. And for you to say that Fiona didn't know, didn't have an answer, was flabbergasted, was confused, was walking, any characterization like that is simply dishonest. If you said that she had an answer that you found unsatisfying, or an answer that was wrong because, that's your opinion, and that's fine. But it's when it's not your opinion. It's when you make a factual statement which is not true, and it's dishonest. When you say, "Well, I asked her this and she just couldn't answer," when she gave you an answer and you can object to it on whatever grounds, but to say that no, she didn't give an answer, I think that's what people are trying to point out to you.
Exactly, and also it just so happens that without even realizing it, I was giving Tommy the exact same answer that Lenski gave to that paper. I didn't see the Lenski article until the following day, where Lenski addresses that paper.
Okay, so I can ask you again. I can ask you again in a different way, and you won't be able to answer, which is, even with the increased mutation rate, you cannot account for that many mutations arising that quickly. I mean, we're talking 12 generations, as few as 12 generations. It cannot be chance-based. It cannot be. Hang on. And here is where you're going to stammer. So ultimately, I think I'm correct. I wasn't lying.
Yes, you were lying.
Maybe I didn't word it correctly. I mean, I didn't mean to make it sound like she didn't give me an answer.
Yes, you did, Tommy.
Yes, you did.
It was not
exactly what you said.
Tommy, I'm not going to give you the benefit of the doubt on this any longer. You made it sound like that on purpose to try to make it sound like
she's stammering right now. She can't answer.
She's not stammering.
No, not one stammer. Not one stammer. She spoke very clearly.
I just posed it to you again.
She spoke very clearly. She made her case and that sort of thing. By the way, just as an aside, my kids have both put on their shoes and they've opened the door and they said, "Come on, Dad, let's go outside." So call me coward. Bye, folks.
Tommy's pushing buttons. That's what he's doing.
For him to say that I actually stammered when I was giving him that explanation, I'm sorry, Tommy.
Yeah.
But that is just outright wrong.
Okay,
and you know it, Tommy.
I'll apologize. I didn't mean, or I shouldn't have said that you didn't answer.
You're stammering,
What do you want me to say? I said I'm sorry.
No, you're stammering, Tommy.
What?
You're stammering there.
Okay.
You're not being clear, Tommy. You're stammering. You obviously don't have a clue, Tommy. You're stammering, Tommy.
See, I think what happened is you guys are pushed. When you guys are pushed and you can't answer, you get upset. I've apologized.
No, Tommy. I am pointing out exactly what you were doing.
Okay, well you're
you don't like it.
It's a diversion from the actual facts of the case that we're talking about.
No, it is not. It is spot on.
And see,
you just said in here, Tommy. You just said in here that when I gave you that explanation again in here, not 3 minutes ago, that I was stammering again. And
I just asked you.
I gave you the. Hey, let me finish.
Hey.
I gave you the exact same explanation that I had given you the other night that you claimed I hadn't even given.
Right. So when I re-asked the question, do I need to re-ask it again? When the ideas redid the Linsky experiment, and in as few as 12 generations, these bacteria somehow conjured up all these 10, 11, 12 mutations, whatever it was. You cannot account for it if you're going to say that these arose randomly.
Tom, let me ask
chance-based.
you
You
something.
just can't. You can't do
Tom,
it. So
That's
Dave,
the
you-
question.
Can I add?
hang on, because you can't answer it. All you could
You
do.
didn't ask a question.
Okay, then what is your explanation?
It's not a question, it's an assertion.
Yeah.
You cannot account for it.
That's another assertion.
I also would like to point out no one actually says evolution is random, it's chemistry.
Mutations are random, supposedly.
No. It's which chemicals come together in what particular order that changes things from what they were previously.
But hang on, Fiona, I will first admit, your explanation of Tommy is way over my head, so I know it's over his, and probably everyone else is here except for me, Hog Tie. But you probably have to take it down a notch, because all I get out of it is that the controls for the second experiment were nowhere the same as the controls for the first experiment.
No, it's not the controls. It's not the controls.
Well, I mean, it's this situation, the experiment itself.
The actual experimental bacteria that we're using.
Were different.
You
said the second one had a much higher mutation rate, right?
Yeah, because the strain that they used was unable to shut down during starvation. And if a cell is unable to shut down during starvation, you will get an increased mutation rate.
Which is triggered too. I don't understand how that could be considered random. I mean, if you have a stress response that triggers an increased mutation rate, I didn't say you did.
The stress response was random.
I didn't say you did.
Did I say the stress response was random?
I didn't say you did. What I'm saying is that hang on, that sort of implies that it's not random, because a stress response that triggers an increased mutation rate logically infers that it was a cellular signal that did it. And if you have a cellular signal that's increasing the mutation rate in response to a stress or a problem or some sort of environmental threat, that infers regulation, and that infers non-randomness.
No, Tommy.
Okay, well.
The reason the mutation rate is increased is because it has run out of building blocks because it's starving. But instead of shutting down its cellular processes, it keeps them going. It is the fast track to cell death. That instead of going into survival mode, into the starvation survival mode, these mutants are unable to enter starvation survival. They can't do it. They have a mutation in that sigma factor, which is the overall controller of the starvation survival response. You knacker that sigma factor, they can no longer elicit the carbon starvation response. So they are left still trying to go at full speed, but without the carbon or the energy required to do that. They run out of all the basic things that they need, but they still keep trying to do what they're doing, and they don't shut down.
Mm-hmm.
It's called dying of starvation.
And that will allow them to process citrate plants like that?
So because the mutation rate is higher when they don't shut down, when they're starving like that, because you imagine trying to replicate your DNA when you don't have all the requisite bases. You can't do it. You certainly can't do it right. So you do start to get these mutations creeping in there at a much higher rate. And if you've got increased mutations, then you have an increased mutation rate. The mutations happen faster because things are going wrong.
The other thing about this particular
Did I stammer during that, Tommy?
Huh? No, I can't. I don't have the chops to respond to that specifically, but.
Well, yeah, but you're asserting this paper falsifies Zensky's experiment.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, what?
And you're also saying that I couldn't.
You most
address
certainly did.
No, I did not say it falsifies the experiment.
You said
no, I didn't.
What you said was it presents a huge problem for evolutionists, and that the Zensky experiment doesn't show what it showed it did. And then you actually, like I said, you accused of Fiona not being able to answer.
Hang on. Let me go back to what Jerry Coyne said.
Well, how about you just give what Tommy
said? I still haven't explained what you said.
No,
Yeah, how
here's
about
what
what
I actually
Tommy
said, Steve. He said, the thing I like most is you can get these complex traits by a combination of unlikely events. That's just what creationists say can't happen. And above it says they called it unpredictable chance events. So that's what I'm saying is falsified, is the
Tommy.
the chance nature of this. I didn't say Linsky's experiment was falsified.
Nothing,
so stop putting words in my mouth.
nothing is falsified, period. What Coyne said is not falsifying a damn thing. And Coyne I like. No, it's not. We've already explained to you that what random means, and you still are confused about it.
No, I'm
and
not.
Coyne, I don't agree with everything on. Coyne likes to use the term neo-Darwinist. I don't, because it doesn't really apply. I think it's actually Dawkins. They have used this in their books, but I disagree with that. People are allowed to do that. We all have our own opinions. One person does not make an expert make. Okay, no one person speaks for the entire community. Okay, these are not. Coyne does not write, that I know of, scientific textbooks. He writes publications for the average person along with papers. Okay, but I don't know of any biological textbook that he has written that I'm aware of. Maybe he has, but if he has, I do not know. But I know he writes a lot of other things. But you just saying that a specific thing falsifies something is not a falsification make. Okay, unless you can present me a peer-reviewed paper that falsifies something in evolutionary biology, then I don't want to hear it anymore from you, Tommy. It's absurd, because your misunderstandings do not make a falsifications when you've explained what random is, and you still don't get it. Do you know what stochastic means? What does stochastic mean?
I think I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I just explained this to you last night, Tommy. This is the point.
Before you go, Tommy, let me just read out part of your post.
Him a gone.
No, I'm not dealing with that anymore.
Steve. It was rather fun tonight watching Fiona mumble and stumble for an explanation. She doesn't have one.
Yeah,
and
I know.
In here tonight, he just admitted that, yes, I did give that explanation the other night that he's talking about, that I was mumbling and stumbling. But he's admitted that I did give that explanation.
That's why I give him no quarter anymore. I've stood up for Tommy too long, because this is absurd.
He wouldn't even own his own post.
I mean, Philip, what do you say about that? This is your brother in Christ who made up a lie about Fiona, saying she wasn't able to answer, yet she answered just fine, and she answered the same thing again today, even though it was a little more complicated than Tommy and even myself would understand. But why is it that you let people like Tommy lie about other people? Because they have a difference of theological belief systems. And he's typing in the side, but no, and again, I don't give a shit if the U.S. government says atheism is a religion. That is not a theological argument, okay? A church can be atheistic. There are atheistic religions. Satanism is an atheistic religion, but that's a modifier. Atheism itself, by definitions, in any theological perspective or philosophy, cannot be considered a religion, Philip. Until you understand that, there's no more discussing this. We're not talking about what the government does for protection of belief systems or lack of belief system. We're talking about theological understanding. And if you cannot justify a position of a lack of a position or lack of belief, or a disbelief of a claim that God exists, and to contrive that into religion, there's nothing to debate. There's nothing to discuss. You're just going by colloquial understanding, and I'm not.
Yeah, my understanding of it was that they only did that because they couldn't find any place to put it.
Yes, that's exactly what it was. And the same thing, I used this example 5,000 times, and you just left.
So we didn't get an answer to Tommy's thing either.
The law says a corporation is a person. Does that make it a biological person? And I'm asking him, just tell me that a corporation is a biological entity under biology. And this is the same thing I'm saying. Show me that atheism is religion under theology. And then when I ask him about Tommy, he leaves. Because these brothers in Christ do not want to accept the fact that these people are fucking lying. And I'm tired.
They wanted to give atheists certain rights. You cannot be discriminated against, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But like I said, they couldn't put it anywhere. They couldn't pigeonhole it into something already going. They couldn't make a new thing. So they had to kind of stick it in there with the religion bit. Yeah. But it doesn't mean that it's a religion. They had to do that in order to get some way to give atheist protection. Is that about what it was?
Yes, I completely agree with that. Yeah.
So.
And Tommy, who the fuck is stammering now? I'm sorry, but I'm on a rant. And you think I'm stammering, you should really get me involved in this topic when you're insulting one of my friends by saying that a fucking person who's actually studied and became a PhD is stammering on something you barely even know how to even read.
John, the only time she ever stammered, if any, was when she was really mad and wanted to strangle him.
Well, we do get
And
that.
also, people, just to remind you, I did my PhD on carbon starvation survival in E. coli K12.
So you really couldn't ask for any more of an expert in this field.
I mean, E. coli K12, a mutant of E. coli K12 that they were using in that paper that Tommy had presented.
But don't you think he has balls of steel to sit there and say this about you when this is exactly what you've done, and yet you are stammering for an answer? I mean, and then he lies about it and says, well, I didn't mean to imply that. The fuck you didn't, Tommy. That's what pisses me off the most, is you can't even admit that you basically went out of your way to try to denigrate her character by saying that she didn't know how to answer something that was right in her alley.
When he was talking about generations, I mean, how long of a time period is a generation in bacteria? I mean, I don't quite get generation there. Because in the original experiment, from what I was reading, it was like 20 years. You know, so, and they were talking about thousands and thousands of generations.
Well, there's population growth models. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but most bacteria will be an exponential growth model, right? Most.
So, like say a generation, like one generation, what time span is that, or is there one?
I thought they go by seconds, or minutes, or hours, whatever the time slice is. That's how many generations. So let's say you have an hour. How big is the culture size difference?
Yeah, I was just curious about that.
Is that kind of how it works?
Say that again. I missed the question.
If I remember, because like I said, I remember doing these in petri dishes, but generations was generally over a factor over a time period that you would look at the size of the culture and see how long it got bigger. You know?
Generation time is how long between cell divisions.
Right. I know that, but I'm saying that by looking at the culture, you divide it into time slices and say, okay, after so many hours, the culture size became from this measurement to the larger measurement.
Yeah, it's the doubling time. It's the doubling time. The time it takes to double the numbers.
Yeah, that's exponential growth.
Yes.
Doubling time is by definition exponential growth. So, yeah, that's what I was trying to say. That it is an exponential growth model.
In E. coli, that generation time can be as little as 20 minutes.
Yeah, they're fast little buggers, right? Aren't they?
Yeah, and then in other conditions, it can be 9 hours.
But I got to tell you, Fiona. I mean, I'm pretty mellow, but I can't take this shit no more from these people. If they're gonna call us out, I'm gonna fight back, and I'm gonna call them for being disingenuous and lying and breaking the Ninth Commandment every time I see it, because I'm giving them no quarter anymore.
Steve.
So I'm asking, Philip.
Yeah.
What do you think of Tommy's performance there? He wouldn't even own his own comment that he put up today. He tried to first deny it.
Hey, Steve,
and then he repeated it in the hangout.
Want to see if Potholder 54 will give up the...
Good night, Philip.
The golden crocoduck?
I doubt it. I love that he could. I'm trying to get King Crocodile. I've talked to King Crocodile a couple weeks ago actually, and I was trying to get him to hang out.
He's good.
He wants to with me, Ozzy, and whoever else.
Yeah, he is very good.
So now he goes to threats or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, when Philip gets his mic working, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt to see what he says.
I will. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt as well.
Yeah, and this is, like I said, this is a safe zone, but I swear to God, when Tommy fucking lies like that, I am going to call him out on his bullshit, because that was blatant dishonesty.
Mm-hmm.
We all read that, and we know he was trying to disparage you by his way he phrased that.
Yeah.
Tommy, we all know you're a dishonest individual.
Does anybody have the link to they said something about some ID, whatever, a creationist did this same experiment? Wasn't there a link to that?
He's brought it up
I'll give you the link.
I've read it. I didn't quite understand it, and I still don't. I'm not going to lie.
Hold on. I'll give you the link.
I may not understand it either, but I found the one about the original experiment. But I couldn't find one.
Well, Zansky's I read, and I get that one, but the one that Tommy brought up with the ideas, I don't fully understand what it is about it that is the argument. So I have my link.
I thought I had it, but apparently not.
Right, hold on a minute. There's the link
to
the article that Tommy was.
But, but did you notice that Tommy lied when he first came in when I said, "Hey, Tommy, you're in the other hangout saying that I'm looking for low people to come in," and then when I confront him on that and explain to him, "No, that's not what I'm doing," his tone completely changes. "Oh, I didn't say that like that. I didn't mean to apply that." The fuck you didn't.
I mean, it just depends on whose hangouts he's in. That's whose house he's gonna kiss.
Yeah, well, I'm tired of this fair weather bullshit, man. I defended these motherfuckers to no end. Okay, and it's like they won't even get my back when they know people are lying about me or Fiona. It's absurd. I mean, they have not corrected any one of them on the lies they've said about me. Not once has Tommy said, "Oh no, Steve's never said he has a PhD." Why would he? That would,
Could I just give you another comment that Tommy made in that thread? Not as the opening post, but this is what he actually says in the thread to JD Kane. Fiona Robertson was already speechless about it last night, basically just stammering around and asking how evolution wouldn't predict that multiple helpful mutations wouldn't arise time after time after time in such a short period of time. The fact that she doesn't know the answer to her own question means she's either ignorant of what the theory of evolution says and predicts regarding the expected time frames required for specific and helpful mutations to arise, or she's just playing dumb to save face.
What world is he living in?
I guess it's the latter. She knows this doesn't look good for the theory. The appeal of the original LTEE was that it appeared that it took many thousands of generations for these unpredictable chance events to arise. But now we know they arise right when they're needed. Amazing, the rabbits organisms can pull out of their hearts when they need them. Huh. That's what intelligence and learning can do, and that's what bacteria are anyway. Little neurons who learn.
Yeah, completely ridiculous. And Andreas will call. He called. Thank you for calling Philip out. I want to give Philip the benefit of the doubt, but what Philip just said, I agree with you. Bullshit, Philip. Philip said he makes mistakes. I think he admits he makes mistakes. I don't know Tommy well, but I did hear an apology. The fuck you did, Philip. As Andreas Wolf just said, he kept denying what he said in TD's hang, and what Fiona just read out. Yeah, what Fiona just read out. He basically said she was stupid and dumb. And
but he also repeated it in the hangout. After denying about this, he then repeated it in the hangout. He said I was stammering again. Right, I couldn't explain it to him. Even though we gave him the exact same explanation we were giving him the other night.
Yeah. It was kind of like he walked right in front of the cannon.
You see,
he was armed.
if I pause, what I'm trying to do is mentally translate it into terms that you'll understand. And I could go on with all the jargon and all the rest of it, and it would do me no good whatsoever.
I still think you're using jargon in that one. I didn't fully understand it, but again, we all have the little things we understand better than others. I just don't get this particular argument.
Well, I'm looking at it. I'm trying to analyze it. I think he's saying that the ability to maybe have an enhanced mutation rate can only happen when things are tough. Can only be the result of design. And it can't be like an evolutionary adaptation.
But it leads to death.
Right, but I mean there might be some sort of evolutionary adaptation where if you're gonna die, evolve to maybe where you can survive in the new circumstances. Could be.
Then why bother? Then why bother having evolved the starvation response in the first place? Then.
Yeah.
And the whole argument is really kind of moot, in my opinion. The whole thing about the Lenzensky is exactly that. It was a speciation event. Whether it processes citrate plus and anaerobically or non-anaerobically or whatever it is really kind of secondary to the fact that it produced a speciation event. In other words, that the bacteria were not the same as ancestral. In fact, I think they had. Did they compare them as the ancestral and found that they were biologically, reproductively isolated of some kind? Or has it just been metabolically isolated? Something like that. But, I mean, regardless, Tommy's still on this kick that organisms will magically know to change their genome and change their phenotype because of the genomic changes, which there's no indication of that whatsoever. And he uses these things like water fleas and other phenotypical plasticities to indicate that and says, oh, look, it's Lamarckian. It's like, no, it's not Lamarckian.
Looking at that paper of Tommy's, they give the strains And the first strain they list is E. coli delta RPOS, brackets, impaired for stationary phase survival. Impaired survival. That's the strain they used. Impaired.
Which means starving.
Which means that if they end up starving, they cannot enter the little starvation survival mode.
Okay.
They're unable to do that. They're unable to prepare themselves for the starvation conditions.
Would this be the equivalent of a bear who cannot hibernate for whatever reason?
Yes, it would. It would. And you can imagine that if the bear cannot hibernate, so it's up and active when there is absolutely no food around, it's not going to really be doing much.
Well,
it's going to peg out and die.
It just sounds like to me they're comparing apples and oranges by these two things.
Yeah.
I mean, is that more of a nutshell? I mean, what he's saying?
What the problem is here, Steve, is that when we're talking about the carbon source, remember we're talking about the energy source. And DNA replication and all the metabolic activity within the cell requires this energy. Right? Just like any life does. The bacteria require the energy. Now, if they don't have the energy for their various biosynthetic pathways and metabolic pathways, they cannot make the building blocks required to replicate their DNA. So, because they don't have that, they cannot do it, but neither can they switch into the survival mode where they would shut down the processes that they can no longer carry out. So these processes are now trying to continue, but without the building blocks required for them. Do you understand that?
Somewhat.
So if you aren't able to shut down your DNA replication and condense your nucleus down into this tight packed mass where it's inactive, if it's still attempting to replicate and you've run out of A's or you've run out of C's, what does that do to your DNA replication?
Well, you can't have replication if you're running out of the nucleotides to put in there, or the amino acids.
Exactly.
Not amino acids, nitrogenous bases, sorry.
Right, so by using a mutant that's impaired in stopping these processes, then it's got reduced survival. It's going to die. But the steps that it takes in going through that is that things start going wrong within the cell. And that's why you get an increase in the mutation rate.
Fiona, we only got 5 more minutes of the broadcast. Before we go, do you know any biologists that would say bacteria are intelligent?
No. They certainly wouldn't describe them as neurons.
I think it's an old science fiction idea that goes way back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of curious. I mean, where in the literature does it say that bacteria act like neurons? I don't get that.
Oh, for goodness sake. And Tommy's got a challenge out to drag. What?
I don't know.
Explain how telomeres are responsible for the morphological differences between two different organisms, such as camel and llama.
Yeah, he's fractally wrong on that challenge.
Who's claiming that that's what telomeres do?
Drag and I explained to him basically what the fuck you were even asking there.
What?
Read what we said underneath. It was just like, what the fuck, Tommy?
Bacteria act like a brain. Well, my stars and garters.
Oh, this is a quorum sensing business. I've been through this with Tommy before.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Nobody's head.
I know, and this is where Balthazar likes to talk about as well.
Yeah, they're pushing buttons.
Yeah, this is again when they've been explaining quorum sensing, and again, Fiona knows a lot about this topic.
Because that's part of the starvation survival mode.
Yeah, notice. Hey, Tommy, notice the word "like" in there. Like. You know, that means like something. It's a metaphor. Is it a metaphor or simile? It's a metaphor. No, wait. Which one's which?
Simile uses like or as.
Yeah, as and like is a simile. Metaphor doesn't. I remember now. I knew that. So it's a simile. It doesn't mean that there are neurons in the brain. They're just that is what's called a colloquial.
Colloquialism.
Yeah, it's colloquialism. It's basically an analogy, a basic analogy. Yeah, like Tom. This is the difference between how to read a scientific publication and stuff like this, which is pop science that uses terminology like this.
As big as a house. So if you're describing somebody, you say, "Oh, they're as big as a house," doesn't mean they are a house.
Yeah, but this really goes. No, Tommy, and I'm sorry, but I have to disparage you. That this is what somebody who doesn't have any kind of basic scientific education. This is the kind of nonsense that they pull to misinterpret what they're reading. And you are not as bad as some of them, but right now what you're doing is grossly an indication that you do not understand anything that you read. And it's the same thing that we see with true empiricism, because you cannot even understand, like in this instance of a headline, then something's seriously wrong.
Yeah. It's just.
It's a way of explaining
It looked
something.
like it was just talking about just the way they communicate, something about ion channels, but
yeah. Yeah, like when they use things like that, it usually doesn't mean it is anything really like it in real life, but it's just a way to explain it.
Our discovery suggests that neurological disorders that are triggered by metabolic stress may have ancient bacterial origins, and could thus provide a new perspective on how to treat such conditions. It's not talking about it being a brain, the bacteria being a brain.
Yeah, well, anyways, like I said, this is ending here in a few minutes, so
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go do some things, but hey, thank you for spending the day with me. I think it was.
How long have we been in here?
8 hours.
Oh, for goodness sake! It's that time already.
Well, it was fun.
And we didn't get it. I got Philip in here for like 30 seconds. His mic didn't work or whatever it was, and then Antonio came in. But I mean, I'm going to be running these things more frequently, I think. But you know, we've got to actually get people in here that can actually have a conversation. Because no offense to Tommy, he's just ill-equipped anymore to have a conversation. All he wants to do is promote the party line that he has for his dogma, and doesn't want to learn anything.
Oh, I mean, seriously, biologists discover bacteria communicate like neurons in the brain. Yes, we know, Tommy. I've told you all about quorum sensing. I've given you examples of quorum sensing, and I've described to you the mechanism by which it works.
And is the process
detection of a chemical?
Is it anything like a neuron's dendrite and axon?
No,
yeah.
No.
I mean, you explained to him CCAP. You've explained to him, cell signaling. You explained to him, I think, proteins even one time. But
I explained to him about the fluorescence in the marine bacteria.